welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The chilly November breeze whispered through the brittle leaves scattered across the driveway as I gazed at the silhouette of the forsaken mansion looming against the heavy overcast sky. Known as the Never Inhabited House, a misleading title, for it had housed a mysterious resident long ago, though their identity was lost in the veil of time. Drawing closer to the weathered gate, its rusted iron bars sent a shiver through my fingertips. The air carried a distinct scent of damp moss and ancient stone, wrapping the neglected garden in an aura of forgotten memories. Nature had reclaimed the grounds, with brambles and nettles entwining the weathered walls, yet amidst the decay, the mansion exuded a haunting elegance. In my role as a real estate agent, tasked with assessing the property's value, I ventured into the realm of the abandoned estate. The current owner, a distant recluse residing overseas, sought to divest himself of this ancestral burden. He had never graced the halls of the house, merely inheriting it from a long-lost kin, now eager to sever ties with its enigmatic past. As I navigated the unruly garden, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Amidst the overgrowth, faint trails hinted at recent traversals, as if a phantom visitor frequented these desolate grounds. Despite assurances from neighbors that none dared to trespass, the evidence spoke otherwise. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, granting access to a world cloaked in a hazy, bluish twilight seeping through the veiled shutters. The interior enveloped me in a cocoon of stillness, the air heavy with the weight of dust and the lingering essence of aged timber. Each step echoed through the cavernous main salon, where furniture draped in yellowed sheets cast ghostly silhouettes in the dimness. Veiled mirrors adorned the walls, distorting light in a dance of illusions, stirring shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Ascending the creaking staircase, my hand tracing the polished wooden railing worn smooth by bygone hands, I reached the upper floor. A procession of closed doors lined the corridor, concealing vacant chambers save for a few shrouded relics. It was in the final room that a subtle disturbance caught my eye. A feminine bedroom, frozen in time beneath a gossamer layer of dust, bore signs of recent intrusion. A silver hairbrush lay beside a tress of dark, fresh hair, untouched by the passage of years. The neatly arranged bed hinted at recent occupation, a faint indentation in the lace bedspread betraying a recent visitor's presence. As I prepared to depart, a flicker in the mirror drew my gaze. A fleeting image of a female figure seated upon the bed, evaporating as I whirled around to an empty room. Yet the sensation of a spectral presence lingered, urging me to hasten my descent down the stairs. In the salon below, the shifting afternoon light cast elongated shadows that seemed to observe my departure, the veiled mirrors reflecting a haunted gaze as I made my way to the exit. A soft, almost imperceptible hum drifted down from the upper floors, a melancholic melody echoing through the stillness. Was it the wind sighing through the shutters, or a trick of my imagination? Pausing with a hand on the door handle, I hesitated, straining to discern the source of the ethereal tune. With a final glance back at the mansion, I closed the heavy door behind me, leaving the mysterious melody to linger in the empty halls. Outside, the garden lay hushed, the wind now a gentle caress rather than a howl. Glancing back at the mansion one last time, a flicker of movement behind an upstairs window caught my eye, a fleeting, pale glow that vanished as swiftly as it appeared. In the days that followed, I meticulously crafted my report on the property, detailing its condition, necessary renovations, and potential market value. Omitted were the details of the mysterious hair and haunting melody, though a cryptic note hinted at the estate's unique allure to a discerning buyer. The mansion lingered on the market, a beacon of faded grandeur waiting for a soul brave enough to unravel its secrets. Each time I passed by the rusted gate, a spectral figure flitted through the upper chambers, a silent sentinel trapped in a realm of perpetual waiting. Perhaps the true enigma of the never-inhabited house lay not in its lack of occupants, but in the timeless spirit that refused to depart, forever haunting its hallowed halls. Story 2. The weathered journal materialized on my nightstand one cold winter morning, bathed in the soft glow of the sun peeking through my curtains. Its burgundy leather cover stood out against the pale light, beckoning me with a sense of familiarity that I couldn't quite place. The air carried a hint of frost, accompanied by the distant tinkling of a wind chime, weaving a delicate melody. Running my fingers over the intricate embossing on the cover, I felt the smoothness of the well-loved leather, as though it held secrets of its own. Opening the journal released a gentle scent of lavender and aged paper, stirring elusive memories just beyond reach. The initial pages lay blank, pristine, and inviting, but as I turned them, elegant handwriting shimmered into view under the morning sun. It was my handwriting, unmistakably so, detailing events on days yet to unfold. Each morning thereafter, I found myself drawn to the journal, reading entries penned in my own hand that foretold occurrences yet to come. Simple predictions at first, an unexpected reunion with an old friend, the unearthing of a lost treasure beneath my dresser, the haunting toll of distant church bells at midnight. Each prophecy unfolded with eerie accuracy, like gentle ripples in a tranquil pond. With time, the entries grew more intricate. I read about conversations verbatim before they took place, witnessed sunsets mirroring the descriptions, and felt the touch of rain on my skin just as foretold on the pages. The journal never spoke of calamity or fear, only enigmatic wonders and subtle insights that transformed each day into a soft, unfolding dream. One entry described the aroma of freshly baked bread drifting through my window, followed by a mysterious knock at my door. Upon investigation, I discovered a basket of warm rolls outside, their sender a mystery. Another entry hinted at a melody I would hear while strolling in the garden, played on an unidentified instrument. When the music graced my ears, it felt like ethereal strands of sound weaving through the air, the musician concealed from view. The journal altered my perception of time, infusing each day with a sense of anticipation and reflection. I began to notice the intricate dance of shadows on my walls, the subtle shift in the air heralding rain, the varying hues of silence that enveloped my space at night. Pressed flowers would occasionally materialize between the pages, their vibrant colors a whisper of futures yet to unfold. Their petals felt soft beneath my touch, their fragrance mingling with the ever-present scent of lavender that accompanied the journal. Over time, I observed that the entries would fade once their events came to pass, merging into the cream-colored pages like morning mist under the sun's gentle rays. New predictions would materialize, in the same familiar script, striking a delicate balance between enigma and solace. The origins of the journal and its purpose remained a mystery to me. Some queries, I realized, were meant to linger unanswered, their allure adding to their mystique. The journal taught me to embrace the unknown with curiosity rather than trepidation, to find tranquility in the gradual unfolding of time. On serene nights, when the moon cast its silvery glow into my room, I caught glimpses of words inscribing themselves across the pages, letter by letter, akin to ink drops falling into a still pool. I refrained from deciphering them as they manifested, allowing tomorrow's secrets to stay veiled until their appointed hour. The journal became my steadfast companion, a conduit between the present and the yet-to-be. It disclosed no grand tragedies or ecstatic triumphs, only the subtle enchantment that lingers in the everyday when we learn to observe it. Perhaps its greatest offering was instilling in me an appreciation for the hidden marvels within life's gentle cadence, in the ethereal junctures where reality and reverie entwine. As I pen these words, I sense tomorrow's musings taking shape in my mind, eager to fill the as yet unnamed pages. The journal rests beside me, its cover radiating warmth, poised to unveil a fresh array of quiet wonders for the day ahead. Beyond my window, the wind chime resumes its melodic dance, and I grin, aware that its tune was foretold in the morrow's entry, scripted in a handwriting that is mine and yet not mine, within a journal that dreams of tomorrows yet to dawn. Story 3. In my new home, the hallway held a curious secret. An array of doors, each opening to reveal the expected spaces, the bathroom with its vintage tiles, the bedroom cloaked in faded wallpaper, and the kitchen with its well-worn linoleum floor. But the final door, painted a shade darker than the rest, led to something extraordinary. Behind it lay a basement-like chamber, yet devoid of any stairs descending into its depths. During my initial week in the house, as winter winds whispered through the cracks in the aged windows, I stumbled upon this enigma. Standing at the threshold, I peered down at the concrete floor approximately 8 feet below, bathed in the soft glow of a lone bulb whose origin remained a mystery. The room appeared immaculate, almost unnaturally so, with seamless walls and corners that seemed to meld into darkness despite the illumination. My real estate agent had made no mention of a basement, and the property listing made no allusion to such a space. When I questioned her about it, she sounded perplexed, insisting she had shown me every nook and cranny of the house. Describing the mysterious door and the view into the abyss below only deepened her confusion. She vowed to investigate the original blueprints and provide me with answers. In the ensuing days, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that door, opening it at various times. The light within remained constant, unfaltering regardless of the hour, casting its steady glow over the concrete below. At times, I would bring a chair and perch in the doorway, legs safely planted on the upper level, observing the interplay of shadows dancing in the basement's corners. The air wafting up from below carried a delicate fragrance, not the expected musty dampness, but something fresher, akin to clean linen or morning frost. One evening, as I sat in my customary spot sipping chamomile tea, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Nestled in the center of the basement floor lay a wooden toy block, the type children play with, adorned with a faded letter A. I was certain it had not been there during my earlier visits. The sudden appearance of the block posed a simple yet confounding question. How had it materialized without a means of descent? I began to meticulously document changes in the basement. Some mornings I would find the block had shifted a few inches or rotated to display different facets. Yet, not once did I hear a sound emanating from below, not even the creaks and groans typical of old houses. The light continued its unwavering vigil, never flickering, never dimming. After weeks of observation, a call from my real estate agent brought a disquieting revelation. She informed me that, according to the blueprints she had unearthed, the hallway held no basement door, only a solid wall in its place. Even as she spoke, I stood before the door, its dark veneer stark against the surrounding light walls. That night, the block invaded my dreams. In that slumbering realm, it multiplied, arranging itself into cryptic words on the basement floor, words that teased comprehension, yet evaded understanding. Upon waking, I hastened to the door, only to find the block had shifted once more. Now positioned directly beneath the hanging bulb, it cast a flawless square shadow on the concrete floor. While winter enveloped my home in icy tendrils, the basement remained a realm apart, neither warm nor cold, neither bright nor dim. Occasionally, on hushed nights, I fancied I heard a faint humming, akin to a distant melody drifting from below. Yet whenever I focused on the sound, it dissipated, leaving me to question its existence. The block continued its deliberate migration across the floor. I suspected it was forming a pattern, though its purpose eluded me. I charted its movements on graph paper, connecting the dots to reveal a shape that sparked a sense of familiarity, though I could not place its origin. With the passage of months, I grew accustomed to the presence of this inexplicable basement. I refrained from attempting to enter it, an unspoken warning in my mind cautioning against such a venture. The mystery ceased to unsettle me, morphing into a source of solace, akin to a tale slowly unfolding, indifferent to the reader's impatience. As spring blossomed, ushering in longer days and warmer breezes, the basement retained its perpetual twilight. One morning, I opened the door to find the block had vanished without a trace. The floor below lay barren, as pristine as the day I first gazed upon it. I settled into my chair, awaiting a change that never came. That night, my slumber was invaded by the vision of stairs, elegant steps descending gracefully into the basement, crafted from dark wood that seemed to swallow light. In that dream, I took a single step downward, the air alive with the distant tinkling of wind chimes. At dawn, I found the basement door ajar, despite my recollection of securing it before retiring. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Occasionally, a movement catches my eye as I pass the door, a fleeting shadow, or perhaps something more. The block never reappeared, but in the profound stillness of night, I detect what resembles the soft clatter of wooden toys against concrete, echoing from the depths below. I have learned not to investigate these sounds. Some mysteries, it seems, prefer to linger, content to exist in the nebulous realm between waking and dreaming. Story 4. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing melody that intertwined with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absent-mindedly at the new artwork adorning the wall, an ancient painting capturing an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, its rich hues and enigmatic aura had beckoned me. The aged golden frame shimmered in the flickering firelight, casting dancing reflections around the room. On that stormy evening, as the tempest outside grew in intensity, a peculiar sight unfolded within the painting. The painted leaves appeared to stir gently, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the shifting shadows from the fire, but the longer I observed, the more I discerned a subtle alteration. The colors deepened, becoming more vivid than my memory served. The depicted pathway, once concealed amidst the trees, now meandered longer and winding, seemingly extending beyond the canvas's confines. Rising slowly from my seat, I drew near to the painting. An unusual coolness enveloped the air around it, contrasting sharply with the fireplace's warmth. My fingertips grazed the canvas, detecting a smooth, almost silky texture, unlike the expected roughness of an oil painting. A faint fragrance of damp earth and fallen leaves wafted from the frame, so lifelike that it momentarily disoriented my senses. While pondering these anomalies, movement in the painting's upper corner seized my attention. Amidst the tree branches, something shifted. Not merely a play of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if a hidden presence lurked within the painted foliage. My heartbeat quickened, not from fear, but from an insatiable curiosity blossoming within me. Stepping back, I sought a clearer view. The brushstrokes seemed to alter direction autonomously, forming new paths and shapes in the landscape. Trees swayed subtly, as if stirred by an imperceptible breeze. In the distance, where fog had obscured before, the silhouette of a small structure began to materialize. The rain's patter outside transformed into a soft whisper, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Sinking back into the armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. The room expanded, deepened, as if the painting extended its boundaries into reality. Throughout the night, the artwork underwent a gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a hypnotic dance, unveiling shades hitherto unseen. The distant building sharpened, an old stone house with a smoking chimney and warm, golden-lit windows. I pondered if inhabitants dwelled within that painted abode, and whether they could perceive me, seated in my armchair, peering through that enchanted window, masquerading as a painting. Strangely, the notion did not unsettle me. Instead, a tranquil sense enveloped me, as if I had uncovered a hidden pathway where reality melded seamlessly with fantasy. As hours slipped by, the painting unraveled its mysteries with patience. Figures appeared to traverse the path at times, their shadows dancing among the trees. Yet, when I attempted to focus on these details, they dissolved gently, akin to dream memories fading upon awakening. With the blush of dawn tinting the sky, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, colors stabilized, and the distant house vanished into the morning mist. Only the lingering scent of damp leaves remained, a solitary reminder of the nocturnal revelations. Since that night, I have sat in my armchair each evening, watching the painting, awaiting its revelations. At times it discloses its secrets. Other times it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am aware that behind that canvas lies an entire world, one that stirs only when the world slumbers, accessible to those patient enough to observe. Story 5. The rain poured relentlessly, crafting a mesmerizing beat that serenaded my journey home. Each droplet pirouetted on surfaces, mirroring the golden hue of the streetlights sprawling like delicate strokes on a midnight canvas. The air held a chill, saturated with the earthy perfume of rain-kissed soil seeping through the cracked window. Meandering through the vacant parking lot, a space typically unremarkable, now pulsed with an enigmatic aura. Wisps of mist ascended from the earth, enveloping parked cars in a gentle, silent embrace. Pausing momentarily before entering my car, I observed the flickering reflections of streetlights on puddles. In that moment, a presence lingered, not menacing, but undeniably peculiar. A shadowy figure loomed a few yards away, barely discernible through the veil of mist. Its features obscured, yet its stillness captivated my gaze. Motionless with bated breath, I watched as the figure slowly dissipated, melding into the surrounding humidity until it merged with the night. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility, as if I beheld something beyond explanation. Behind the wheel, I ignited the engine and navigated homeward at a leisurely pace. The sensation of encountering something extraordinary lingered, an ineffable presence beyond comprehension, yet strangely familiar. The rain persisted, cocooning me in its infinite melody. In the ensuing days, whenever rain descended, I found myself seeking phantoms in the nocturnal expanse, not from dread, but in pursuit of rekindling that sense of marvel, that tranquility evoking a bygone era, a distant place. Even my abode, typically a sanctuary of familiarity, now exuded a subtle veil of enigma. Each creak of timber, every gentle draft animating the curtains, seemed to murmur a concealed tale. One evening, as rain drummed against the panes, I decided to illuminate a lamp in the living room. The undulating light cast flickering shadows on the walls, orchestrating a dance of silhouettes swaying to the wind's cadence. Nestled in an armchair, cradling a warm cup of tea, I observed these movements with a tranquil curiosity. An anticipation, indefinable, lingered in the air. It was then I noticed a detail previously overlooked. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an eerie luminescence, as though emanating from an invisible source. Intrigued, I approached, fixating on my reflection. Yet it was not solely my visage gazing back at me. Lurking behind, faintly perceptible, a form materialized from the shadows, indistinct like the one encountered in the parking lot. No fear gripped me, only a serene acceptance, as if that presence had eternally awaited my recognition. Turning slowly, I found emptiness. Merely the rain's patter and the faint groan of timber filled the room. Returning to my seat, I endeavored to rationalize the incident. Perhaps a play of light, a reflection born of rain and dancing shadows. Yet deep down, I sensed a deeper truth. Not menacing, not ominous, but profound and elusive. Even now, when rain cascades fervently and the night's hush enfolds all, I hunt for traces of that presence. I decelerate near desolate lots, observing the interstices between streetlights where darkness seems to respire. The figure has not reappeared definitively, but occasionally, under perfect conditions and profound silence, I perceive a whisper of its essence. It instills not fear, but an unfamiliar solace, as though that presence were a forgotten fragment of myself, or a memory unwilling to fade. Thus, as the rain persists in its descent and the world dissolves into a symphony of sound and shadow, I surrender to that sensation, cognizant that some enigmas demand not unraveling but immersion. Story 6. The winter twilight draped my bedroom walls in shades of purple, as a gentle rain tapped against the window panes in a soothing rhythm, casting flickering shadows on my old vanity mirror, passed down from my grandmother. The candle I lit to ward off the encroaching darkness created a mesmerizing dance of light and dark. The mingling scents of wax and burning firewood from downstairs filled the air, enveloping me in a warm and inviting embrace. In that moment of tranquil reflection, a peculiar sight caught my attention. While adjusting my hair before the mirror, I caught a glimpse of a tall, slender figure moving behind me, like a ghostly presence gliding through the air. Turning swiftly, I found the room empty. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I reassured myself that it was merely a trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections around me. Be it the gleaming surface of a freshly polished wooden table, the evening window pane, or even the small rear-view mirror in my car, they all seemed to capture fleeting images of that mysterious being. It was as though a parallel world of reflections existed, where this silent figure observed me with quiet curiosity. This enigmatic presence bore no distinct features, but exuded a soft, silvery luminescence, as if crafted from mist. At times I fancied I glimpsed a gentle smile, while other moments hinted at subtle gestures, as if attempting to convey a message. Instead of fear, I felt a curious sense of familiarity, as if this presence had always been a part of my life, only revealing itself now. On a particularly serene evening, engrossed in a book in my favorite armchair, I noticed the figure in the window's reflection appeared sharper than usual. Rather than fading away when I looked directly at it, this time it lingered. In the hush of the room, a faint rustle, like silk stirred by a breeze, reached my ears, though no wind blew. Rising slowly, I approached the window, and to my amazement, the figure mirrored my movements from the other side of the glass. For the first time, I discerned some details. It wore flowing, ethereal garments and moved with a grace so delicate it seemed to dance on air. Extending a hand towards me, I found myself mirroring the gesture almost instinctively. It dawned on me then, in that extraordinary moment, that each appearance of the figure brought a profound sense of peace to the room. Sounds dulled, colors softened, and time itself seemed to slow, as if this presence carried a fragment of a tranquil realm where reality and dreams intertwined. Seeking out reflections became a calming pursuit, not driven by fear or curiosity, but by the desire to rediscover that serene essence the figure emanated. It seemed to materialize most in moments of stillness, when my mind was unburdened by worries and distractions. It was as though it possessed an innate understanding of when I needed its comforting presence. As days turned into weeks, the figure in the reflections became a silent companion, a steadfast presence in my daily life. I never probed into its true nature or the purpose behind its visits. Some enigmas, I reasoned, are best left unsolved. Sometimes, the mystery itself holds more value than any solution. Even now, bathed in the soft glow of a setting sun casting long shadows across the room, I pause to observe the reflections surrounding me. And in those tranquil moments, when the world seems to hold its breath, I catch a glimpse. A luminous figure gracefully moving among the mirrors, carrying with it a profound tranquility, and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, not unraveled. Story 7. The vintage store exuded a unique allure as the evening light gently faded. Wandering along its narrow aisles, I found solace in the soft creaking of weathered floorboards beneath my steps, and the mesmerizing dance of dust motes in the warm amber sunlight that filtered through lace curtains, reminiscent of a bygone Victorian era. The air carried a blend of scents, old leather-bound books, polished wood, and the lingering memories enshrined in forgotten treasures. It was then that I heard it, a delicate melody, barely audible, drifting through the shelves like a whispered secret. The notes, though distant, held a crispness that evoked a time when music was etched onto vinyl and released through brass horns into the world. Intrigued by this hauntingly familiar tune, I followed its spectral trail deeper into the shop. Passing by shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, I arrived at the farthest corner. There, standing tall amidst the relics, was a mahogany gramophone, its brass horn arched elegantly towards the ceiling, capturing the waning light of day. The turntable spun slowly, devoid of any visible record. As I drew closer, the music neither increased nor diminished in volume, maintaining its ethereal quality. Suddenly, the elderly shop owner, with her silver hair and kind eyes, materialized beside me so silently that I nearly startled. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice mirroring the gentleness of the phantom melody. "It arrived with an estate collection last week. Quite peculiar. We've never wound it up." I scrutinized the mechanism with intrigue. The winding key lay dormant, yet the turntable continued its hypnotic dance. The music, a waltz perhaps, or a nocturne, swirled around us like a delicate mist, beckoning me further into its enigmatic embrace. My fingertips brushed against the smooth wood, discovering an unexpected warmth beneath its polished surface. "Would you like to take it home?" the shop owner inquired, her eyes holding a gaze of knowing that eluded my comprehension. "Some objects choose their owners, you see, and this one seems quite smitten with you." That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, bathed in the moon's caress beside the window. I delved into its details for hours. The intricate carvings on its base, the faded maker's mark barely discernible from years of use, the poised arm awaiting a needle. The music persisted, a soft and intermittent presence, akin to a radio transmission from a distant era. On certain nights it would serenade me with classical compositions. On others it would croon jazz standards that once enlivened ballrooms long ago. Each melody carried within it a spectrum of emotions: joy, yearning, sorrow, hope, as if the gramophone had absorbed the sentiments of all who had ever listened to it. Gradually, subtle changes pervaded my home. Books would shift slightly, as if someone had perused them while I slumbered. Curtains fluttered on still evenings, and hints of lavender vanilla perfume wafted through the air, despite my solitary existence. One tranquil evening, as rain tapped gently against the window panes, the music metamorphosed. No longer distant and ethereal, it grew clearer, more present. I recognized the piece, Debussy's Clair de Lune, yet it resonated in a manner I had never encountered before. The notes painted ethereal scenes: moonlit waters, leaves swaying in midnight breezes, lovers strolling along gaslit avenues. As I shut my eyes, allowing the music to envelop me, I sensed a faint pressure on the cushion beside me, as though a companion had settled in to listen by my side. The perfume intensified, and the air bore a tangible weight, akin to the hush preceding a snowfall. When I reopened my eyes, the pressure lingered, though only shadows played upon my furnishings. The music softened once more, returning to its customary distant allure, yet something had shifted. The gramophone was no longer a mere relic. It had transformed into a conduit between realms, a custodian of untold narratives yearning to be shared. Now, every evening, I sit in my study as night descends. Sometimes I read, sometimes I simply listen. The gramophone spins its enigmatic melodies, and occasionally I sense that gentle presence beside me. I have never attempted to capture the music on any recording device or rationalize its existence. Some enigmas, I have come to realize, are meant to be felt rather than comprehended. The shop owner's words rang true. Certain objects select their custodians. And in selecting me, the gramophone imparted something invaluable. The realization that music, memory, and enchantment intertwine in ways that elude full understanding. As another melody drifts through the air, I smile, cognizant that amidst the notes lies a truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the confines of language and rationale. Story 8. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my rustic farmhouse, creating a soothing melody that intertwined with the gentle creaking of the wooden floor beneath my feet. It was an autumn evening where reality and fantasy seemed to blend seamlessly. The leaves outside swayed in the darkness, casting ever-changing shadows on the cream-colored walls through the misty panes. Nestled in my beloved armchair, holding a cup of now chilled chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched as the light from the floor lamp painted a golden halo on the ground. There was an unfamiliar air that night, a subtle yet persistent feeling that eluded my grasp. Maybe it was the thickness of the air, or the profound silence that enveloped the house, almost touchable. Rising slowly, I was drawn by a flicker caught in my peripheral vision. The hallway leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, stretching beyond its usual boundaries. The shadows lurking in the corners seemed deeper, almost alive in their density. Standing at the threshold of the living room, I gazed into the growing darkness at the far end of the hallway. The temperature dropped gradually as I ventured closer. The floor emitted unfamiliar sounds under my footsteps, as if I were treading on an alien surface. The family portraits adorning the walls seemed to regard me with a new intensity, their familiar faces subtly altered. Halting midway down the hallway, a peculiar scent wafted to me, an aroma of ancient books and damp wood foreign to my home. Turning towards the window on my right, I observed the intricate patterns the rain had etched on the glass, following a cryptic yet orderly design. And then I saw it. A shadow darker than the rest, gliding with an unnatural elegance along the opposite wall. It bore no visible source, possessing its own solidity as if sculpted from condensed mist. Moving deliberately, almost hesitantly, as if acknowledging my presence, it held me in its thrall. My breath deepened as I watched, not in fear but in a strange sense of recognition, as if that presence had always lingered, awaiting my notice. The shadow paused by the guest room door, taking on a vague human shape. Taking a step closer, the shadow seemed to respond to my approach, wavering slightly. The rain's whispers transformed into a constant murmur, as if striving to convey a message. Straining my ears, I discerned fleeting words in an unknown yet strangely comprehensible tongue. The air chilled around me, yet it felt comforting, like being enveloped in cool silk on a balmy summer evening. The shadow began to move towards me in a dance-like motion, fluid and deliberate. I stood transfixed as it drew nearer, until it halted a few paces away. In the hush of the house, my heartbeat echoed, steady and calm. The shadow inclined slightly, as if in a greeting. Moved by an inexplicable impulse, I raised a hand. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow seemed to extend a hand from its misty form. Though no physical touch occurred, a warmth pulsed where our hands almost met. Then, with the same grace it arrived, the shadow began to dissipate, fading into the air like smoke carried by an unseen current. In its wake lingered a faint scent of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I lingered in the hallway, time seemingly suspended, listening to the rain's diminishing lullaby. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if time had paused during our encounter. Since that night, on rainy evenings, I tread the hallway with heightened awareness of the shadows. At times, I catch a glimpse of that familiar figure dancing just beyond my vision's reach. The mystery of that shadow remains unsolved, yet its presence left not unease but an understanding that some enigmas need no unraveling. The hallway now cradles its secret, and on quiet nights, when rain taps against the windows, I wait with a blend of curiosity and peace for another rendezvous with the shadow that dances beyond the hallway. Story 9. The soft whisper of paper sliding between my fingertips reverberated in the quiet of the attic. Sunlight, filtered through a small dusty window, painted the air with golden hues that swirled in the stillness. Amidst the collection of ancient family papers, my eyes landed on a weathered envelope, its faded red wax seal begging to be unraveled. My name, elegantly inscribed on the coarse surface, bore a mysterious air that left me puzzled. Settling into a creaky wooden chair, I inhaled the scent of old books and history, mingled with the gentle rustling of leaves outside. The weight of the envelope felt significant in my grasp, hinting at secrets beyond its fragile exterior. Slowly, I broke the seal, the crackling of wax breaking the attic's silence. Inside, delicate pages as thin as gossamer greeted me, adorned with the same graceful handwriting. The date at the top transported me 50 years back, to a time before my own existence. The initial words seized my attention, my dear future grandchild. Engrossed, I continued to read as the daylight waned, yet I made no move to illuminate the room. The words seemed to emit a soft, ethereal glow of their own. The letter unraveled the tale of a woman, my grandmother, a stranger to me. She spoke of a peculiar familial gift, one that surfaced rarely and under specific celestial alignments. On certain moonlit nights, with the north wind whispering secrets, some in our bloodline could glimpse beyond the veil of time, albeit hazily, through sensations and blurred visions akin to ripples on water. My grandmother recounted foreseeing my existence, envisioning me in that very attic, reading her words. A chill skated down my spine, intensifying the intimacy of her narrative. She detailed her attempts to safeguard the family using this gift, to navigate them through tribulations. Yet she confessed that every glimpse exacted a toll, draining morsels of her life force. In the attic's hush, time felt suspended, shadows intertwining with memories etched on yellowed pages. The script delved into events of my past and those yet to unfurl. With each line, the handwriting subtly shifted, wavering as if with increasing effort. The final page, a labyrinth of fading ink, spoke of a pivotal juncture awaiting me, where the gift would manifest within. I paused, glancing at the window where the night had draped a cloak over the sky, the full moon piercing through clouds. A gust of wind teased the glass, teasing the imminent rain's arrival. Returning to the page, my grandmother's parting words gleamed as if freshly penned. When the call beckons, the letter concluded, you shall discern the way. The gift bears no curse but a duty. As I did for you, you must scribe a letter, a missive never sent but fated to reach its recipient in due course. Carefully, I folded the pages, tucking them back into the envelope. The wind grew insistent, floorboards groaning beneath its caress. Standing by the window, my reflection seemingly melded with the moon, a surreal mirage that gave me pause. Fleetingly, another figure materialized in the glass, an elderly woman with a gentle smile. Blinking, she vanished, leaving behind a blank sheet of paper and a pen on the desk. Seated once more, the silvery moonlight bathing the room, I grasped the pen and began to inscribe, my dear future grandchild. Story 10. The gentle patter of raindrops on the tiled roof played a soothing symphony as I readied myself for the night ahead. The droplets glided down the window panes, casting whimsical shadows that danced across the walls of my cozy study. In the corner, the dormant fireplace whispered faint echoes of burnt wood from nights long past, adding to the tranquil ambience. A soft glow from the desk lamp enveloped the room in a warm and reassuring embrace, inviting peace to settle within its walls. Amidst this perfect serenity, a solitary sound disrupted the stillness. A sound that defied logic, for the vintage rotary phone on the shelf had been disconnected for years. rendered obsolete by the modernity of my cell phone. Yet there it was, a crystalline ring that resonated through the air, pure and undeniable. Setting aside my book, I rose from the plush armchair, the plush Persian rug absorbing the sound of my footsteps as I approached the mysterious phone. The antique black phone, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother, gleamed softly in the dim light, its presence both eerie and alluring. The ringing ceased as I extended my hand towards it, the receiver chilling my fingertips as I made contact. A nostalgic scent of aged bakelite wafted from the device, conjuring memories of bygone days spent watching my grandmother deftly dial numbers on its rotary disc. Shaking off the sensation of unease, I turned back towards the armchair, only to be startled by the phone's insistent ringing once more. This time, the sound seemed to carry an urgency, a demand for attention that could not be ignored. I pivoted slowly, fixating on the phone with a blend of curiosity and trepidation. The receiver trembled ever so slightly with each ring, catching the light in a mesmerizing display of flickering reflections. Counting each ring in a trance-like state, 1, 2, 3, 4, I found myself compelled to answer on the fifth. As I lifted the receiver, a profound silence descended, punctuated only by the steady cadence of raindrops on the window pane. Bringing the receiver to my ear, the cold backlight pressed against my skin revealed no familiar dial tone, only an eerie absence of sound. Then a breath, a slow, steady exhale, distant yet unmistakably present, reached me through the line. It bore a familiarity that stirred ancient memories within me, reminiscent of my grandmother's rhythmic breathing as she dozed off in her cherished armchair, the phone always within arm's reach. "Hello?" I murmured, my voice a mere whisper amidst the rain's persistent drumming. The breath on the other end seemed to pause, as if waiting for my next move. Gradually, it transformed into a long, sorrowful sigh, laden with a melancholy that tugged at my heartstrings. Entranced, I stood motionless, the receiver cradled against my ear, the breath now harmonizing with the rain's steady tempo. There was no fear, only a curious calmness mingled with wistful nostalgia. As the breath continued its enigmatic symphony, punctuated by pregnant pauses pregnant with unspoken significance, I closed my eyes, surrendering to its embrace like an old friend's comforting presence. Time seemed to blur, the room undergoing a subtle transformation. The lamp's glow grew warmer, more encompassing, and a hint of lavender, my grandmother's beloved fragrance, lingered in the air. Reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle, the phone now exuding a sense of solace and completion. Seated once more in the armchair, I gazed at the enigmatic instrument bathed in the soft, ethereal light. Outside, the rain continued its melodic descent, intertwining with memories that span generations. Since that extraordinary night, the phone has remained silent, its mysterious call a fleeting enigma in the tapestry of my existence. Yet, on rainy evenings when the silence deepens, I sometimes catch a whisper of a familiar breath, a nostalgic sigh that transcends time. In those ephemeral moments, a smile graces my lips, for I have come to understand that certain connections defy the constraints of technology, intertwining our past, present, and future in a mystical dance of remembrance. Story 11. The autumn rain whispered as it descended, draping a gossamer veil over the world. The hour was late, and my labor had extended beyond its usual bounds. Each step I took on the slick pavement harmonized with the soft percussion of raindrops dancing on the car roofs. The atmosphere was heavy with that unique fragrance only rain can birth, a blend of damp soil, decaying foliage, and that elusive crispness that accompanies a storm. Approaching the bus stop, a solitary figure caught my eye. They sat motionless on the bench beneath the see-through shelter, enveloped in a dark coat that seemed to meld with the night, a wide-brimmed hat casting shadows over their features. What struck me immediately was how, despite the downpour, their coat remained utterly dry. Pausing a few paces away, I endeavored to remain inconspicuous as I pondered this peculiar detail. The faint glow of the street lamp painted eerie silhouettes around the figure, momentarily blurring the contours of their form, like peering through frosted glass. The rain's melody hushed in their vicinity, cocooning us in an unnatural quietude. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus arrived. Tentatively, I inched closer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the escalating rain. The stranger sat unperturbed, seemingly unaware of my presence. Taking a seat at the opposite end of the bench, I aimed to preserve a respectful distance. It was then I observed another disconcerting anomaly. While both sheltered under the same roof, raindrops near them swerved off course, as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's cadence shifted as it approached, emitting a subtle hiss. Time crept by agonizingly. I tried to divert my thoughts by scrolling through messages on my phone, yet the stranger's enigmatic aura continued to ensnare my gaze. Occasionally, from the corner of my eye, I detected a slight inclination of their head, as though beholding something distant and unseen. A gust of wind rattled the street lamp, casting deeper shadows momentarily. In that fleeting moment, the stranger inclined towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes should have been, only two faint orbs glimmered, akin to the moon's reflection on tranquil waters. My heart thudded in my chest, a steady yet fervent rhythm. An urge to flee gripped me, yet a curiosity more potent than fear rooted me in place. The stranger slowly reverted to their initial position, and the moment ebbed like a receding tide. In the distance, the familiar hum of the nearing bus shattered the silence. Its headlights pierced the darkness, elongating shadows on the rain-soaked street. As the vehicle halted before us with a screech of brakes, I rose swiftly. Casting a final glance at the bench, the stranger had vanished. No shuffle, no sound of footsteps, just an absence. I embarked on the bus, legs slightly quivering, seating myself near the driver. As the bus departed, I stole a glance through the misted window. The shelter stood vacant, yet fleetingly, I fancied a dark figure dissipating into the rain, akin to smoke carried by the wind. In the ensuing days, whenever I frequented that stop on rainy nights, it bore an altered ambiance. The street lamp's glow dimmed, and the rain's melody took on an eerie resonance, as though the air retained the essence of that mysterious presence. The stranger never graced my sight again, but since that night, on rainy eves, I occasionally observe certain raindrops meandering oddly, deviating from their course without reason. Story 12. The autumn mist draped the park in a gentle embrace, like a whisper of gray silk. Leaves pirouetted lazily in the cool evening breeze as I strolled along the gravel path, relishing the earthy scent that mingled with each step I took. The street lamps cast soft ethereal glows through the fog, casting a dreamlike aura ahead of me. And there, amidst the mist and shadows, lay a dark coat, neatly folded upon a weathered bench with a quiet grace that seemed deliberate. In the solitude of the park, with no other soul in sight, the coat beckoned to me. Its woolen fabric absorbed the moisture in the air, still warm to the touch, as if recently shed. Intrigued, I inspected the garment, admiring its elegance and the faint glimmer of mother-of-pearl buttons in the dim light. A sense of curiosity, rather than fear, washed over me. I ventured to search its empty pockets, save for a lone bus ticket from 1985, a relic frozen in time. Sitting beside the coat, enveloped in the thickening mist, I caught a whiff of lavender and pipe tobacco lingering in the fabric, stirring memories of bygone days, of sepia-toned photographs and forgotten tales. A closer examination revealed faded initials, JM, delicately embroidered in golden thread, a silent whisper of a forgotten identity. A distant melody, ancient yet familiar, wafted through the air, the haunting strains of a forgotten era. Rising from the bench, I sought the source of the music, but it eluded me, a phantom echoing through the fog. When my gaze returned to the coat, a subtle shift had occurred, a mere imperfection in its once perfect fold. a button catching the light in a new way. Though solitude remained my only companion in the mist-shrouded park. Time meandered languidly as I pondered the enigma of J.M., envisioning their story woven into the fabric of the coat left behind. Was J.M. a scholar seeking solace in the park's quietude, a musician drawing inspiration from nature's symphony, or a wanderer shedding a piece of their past? Lost in reverie, a gentle touch brushed my shoulder, a phantom caress from the unseen. Turning, I found only the swirling fog, the coat now weathered by an unseen hand, aging before my eyes. Respecting the mystery that enveloped it, I left the coat undisturbed, its secrets safe within the folds of time. As I retreated, the distant melody briefly crescendoed, a waltz of unfamiliar notes that tugged at my memory's edge. Returning to the park the following morning, curiosity tugged at my heart. The bench stood empty, save for the lingering imprint of the coat's presence upon the damp wood. Beside it lay a new bus ticket, dated for that very day. And so the mystery persisted, a dance between past and present, memory and reality. Even now, on mist-laden evenings, the echoes of that distant melody linger in the air, intertwined with the scent of lavender and tobacco. Sometimes, as the streetlights cast their spectral glow, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure, an elegant silhouette fading into the park's embrace. But upon closer inspection, only the leaves dance in the evening breeze, whispering tales of a coat, a melody, and a mystery lost to time. Story 13. The hush of the autumn night held a weight like no other. Walking along the gravel driveway to the ancestral home, my footsteps stirred a symphony in the stillness, amplified by the shroud of darkness. Dry leaves pirouetted lazily around my feet, guided by a gentle breeze that murmured secrets through the branches of ancient trees. The house, abandoned since Aunt Mary's departure, awaited my inspection. The antique key clicked in the lock, its metallic echo reverberating through the vacant porch. A distinct fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and a mysterious essence, evoking memories of childhood days spent within those walls. Stepping inside, the fading light filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. The silence within was profound, broken only by the steady rhythm of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet, beneath that silence lurked a subtle presence, unseen yet palpable. Progressing down the main corridor, my footsteps whispered familiar tales on the polished hardwood. The family portraits lining the walls, once familiar companions, now observed me with a newfound intensity. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a subtle change caught my eye. Her smile held a hint of enigma, a mystery unveiled. And then I heard it. A faint sound, initially dismissed as a figment of my imagination. A distant echo, akin to a lullaby, hummed in a far-off chamber. The melody, though recognizable, eluded my grasp. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal tune, tracing its origin to the upper floor. Each step on the staircase narrated a tale through its time-worn creaks. The melody grew more distinct, yet retained an elusive quality, like a fleeting dream upon waking. Upon reaching the landing, I discerned that the music emanated from the old playroom, where childhood memories were woven into the fabric of time. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to pierce the darkness. With bated breath, I pushed it open. The room unfolded before me, unchanged. The rocking horse in the corner, the bookshelf brimming with tales, the weathered toy chest. Yet a new addition caught my eye, a music box perched on the windowsill, unfamiliar yet beckoning. Approaching cautiously, I beheld the tarnished brass box, adorned with intricate floral motifs. Strangely, it lay silent, while the haunting melody continued to linger, as if the very walls held its echo. Observing the music box, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Its reflection in the window depicted the dancer atop twirling, despite the stillness of the object before me. A blink, and the illusion dissolved. Recollection dawned. The melody was my grandmother's lullaby, a cherished memory from bygone days. But how could her voice resonate in a place transformed long after her departure? Cradling the music box, its warmth a curious comfort, I discerned a nearly faded engraving on its base, revealing a date coinciding with my grandmother's birth. The melody gradually faded, merging with the house's silence until it vanished entirely. Seated atop the toy chest, the music box in my grasp, I watched the moonlight dance across the room, casting shadows that waltzed with the night. Since that fateful night, the music box accompanies me on each visit. Though it remains silent, on tranquil evenings, a faint echo of the lullaby lingers in the air, as if the house safeguards the melodies of yesteryears. Perhaps, I muse, closing the door behind me, certain places retain the echoes of love and care bestowed upon them, resonating softly through time, a reminder that all that is cherished endures in the tapestry of memory. Story 14. The old grandfather clock in my study announced the stroke of midnight with its deep, familiar chime, the sound rippling through the silent air like echoes on a calm pond. I was settled in my weathered leather armchair, a well-loved book resting on my lap, lulled by the soft patter of rain on the window panes. The house murmured softly, its aged timbers settling into the stillness of the night. My gaze drifted to the hallway door, its dark wooden frame illuminated by the warm glow of my reading lamp. There was a subtle difference tonight, a shift that eluded my grasp. Perhaps it was the way the brass handle caught the light, or the way the wood's grain seemed to dance in the shadows. Despite living in this house for 15 years, the door now felt like a stranger's presence. I rose from my chair, marking my spot in the book with a delicate silk ribbon. The floor felt cool beneath my feet, even through the warmth of my slippers. As I neared the door, a chill seemed to seep into the air, as if a breath of winter had settled in this corner of my home. My hand brushed against the handle, surprising warmth radiating from its metal surface, stark against the cool night. The door swung open effortlessly, revealing the familiar hallway beyond. Everything appeared unchanged. The faded wallpaper, the worn carpet, the framed photographs lining the walls. Shaking my head at my own fanciful thoughts, I closed the door, dismissing my unease as mere imagination. That night, my dreams were filled with doors. They materialized in improbable places, in lush gardens hovering in the sky, standing solitary on deserted shores. Each door bore the same brass handle as the one in my hallway, a touch of warmth amidst surreal surroundings. When morning arrived, I carried on with my day, scarcely sparing a glance for the enigmatic door as I passed by. It wasn't until dusk, as the sun dipped below the horizon, that I noticed a peculiar change. The door's hue appeared lighter, as if it had aged decades in a single night. The brass handle now bore a patina previously unseen. Approaching it with a photographer's eye, I scrutinized the wood, noting a new, unfamiliar grain pattern. The hinges, once iron black, now gleamed with a burnished copper sheen. Yet, upon opening the door, the hallway beyond remained as it always had been. Night after night, the door underwent subtle metamorphoses. Sometimes it seemed older, other times newer. The handle shifted position slightly. The frame gained or lost intricate carvings. Yet the hallway it revealed remained constant. The same wallpaper, the same carpet, the same photographs. I began to document these changes in a journal, capturing each transformation with meticulous sketches and detailed descriptions. The door never altered while under my watchful gaze. Its shifts occurred in the deepest hush of night, when the house held its breath and my focus wandered elsewhere. One evening, I resolved to stay awake and observe the door throughout the night. I positioned my armchair directly facing it, brewed a pot of strong tea, and settled in for my vigil. The grandfather clock counted the hours as I watched, my eyelids growing heavy, but my resolve unyielding. At 3:17 a.m., as per my watch, the lights in my study flickered momentarily. In that fleeting darkness, a subtle change rippled through the room's atmosphere. When the light steadied, the the door had transformed once more. The warm oak now boasted rich mahogany hues, delicate silver inlays tracing mesmerizing patterns that seemed to dance at the edge of vision. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, drawn to the door's newfound intricacies. My hand hovered over the handle, now crafted of shimmering crystal instead of brass, hesitating before making contact. The air hummed softly around the door, a lingering reverberation akin to a distant bell toll. And then the realization struck me. The door bore no keyhole, never had in any of its forms. Yet every morning as I passed through it, a keyhole had always been present, just below the handle. This certainty gnawed at me, a question lingering on the brink of understanding. The following day, I pored over my journal entries, searching for any mention of the keyhole. To my bewilderment, there was none. Had I overlooked such a fundamental detail, or was there something more enigmatic at play? The question lingered, a whisper on the edge of comprehension. Now, as I sit in my study each evening, I ponder the door and its nightly transformations. Sometimes I catch fleeting glimpses of other hallways through the slender gap beneath it. Hallways adorned with unfamiliar carpets, wallpapers, and photographs. Yet upon opening the door, it is always my hallway that beckons. I toyed with the idea of rearranging the framed photographs to test the reality of my perception. But an unseen force stayed my hand, a quiet warning from the depths of my consciousness, urging caution in the face of the unknown. The door continues to change, each night unveiling a new iteration. I have grown accustomed to its silent evolution, even finding solace in its mysteries. At times I wonder if it is the door itself shifting, or if my perception of it alters with each passing night. Perhaps both are true, or perhaps neither. What remains certain is the anticipation that stirs within me as the grandfather clock tolls midnight and the rain taps a soothing rhythm against the windows. I eagerly await the unveiling of the door's next form, curious about the secrets it might choose to disclose or conceal in the tranquil hours before dawn. Story 15. The night was cloaked in a hushed stillness, the snow descending softly to cloak every surface in a glistening shroud beneath the gentle glow of the streetlights. As a night watchman, I wandered through the winding corridors of the ancient museum, a solitary witness to this mesmerizing display of nature. The aged wooden floors whispered beneath my footsteps, harmonizing with the faint hum of the heating system. Pausing by a grand window on the second floor, I watched in awe as delicate snowflakes pirouetted through the air before alighting on the earth below. In the museum's inner courtyard, a peculiar sight drew my gaze, a figure moving amidst the skeletal trees. Yet it was not the presence of this mysterious being that captured my attention. Rather, it was the absence of any trace left upon the fresh snow in its wake. Curiosity piqued, I hastened to the control room to scrutinize the security cameras. The monitors bathed the room in an eerie blue light, revealing an obscured figure on one screen, as if a veil shrouded its image. Driven by a compelling urge to unravel this enigma, I ventured down to the ground floor, the silence of the museum enveloping me like a heavy cloak. My footfalls reverberated through the empty halls, mingling with the quiet breath of the artifacts nestled within their glass cases. An air of anticipation hung palpably, hinting at the imminent arrival of the inexplicable. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, I beheld the snowfall persisting, relentless and serene. And there, amidst the swirling flakes, the figure materialized once more, a being garbed in darkness, gliding noiselessly across the snowy expanse. His movements were ethereal, devoid of any earthly weight or sound. Trembling, I grasped my flashlight, its beam passing through the figure, as if he were but a specter cast upon the wintry landscape. Slowly he turned towards me, his countenance indistinct, as though fashioned from the same nebulous essence that composed his form. A conflict stirred within me, torn between professional duty and primal instinct. as I inched closer to the door separating us. The chill of the glass beneath my fingertips served as a stark reminder of the reality before me, an encounter beyond the realms of rationality or reason. The figure advanced, the frigidity in the air intensifying, my breath materializing in fleeting clouds. An icy veneer crept over the hallway, frost etching patterns upon the glass surface. A surreal realization dawned upon me as objects in the distance seemed to waver, their solidity wavering under the influence of the enigmatic presence. Leaves quivered upon the trees, suspended in an unseen current, defying the natural order of things. The figure halted mere steps away, his gaze penetrating, evoking a sense of ancient familiarity that defied logic. With a gesture that seemed almost reverent, he extended a hand towards the glass, the frost weaving intricate designs as if inscribing a cryptic message in an arcane tongue. Struggling to decipher the ethereal symbols, a distant chime of bells momentarily diverted my attention. And in that fleeting instant, the figure vanished, leaving behind only undisturbed snow and a fading trail of melting frost. In the days that followed, I revisited the security footage tirelessly, only to find emptiness captured on the screens, a stark contrast to the transcendent encounter etched in my memory. On nights veiled in snowfall, when the museum slumbers beneath a blanket of silence, I find myself drawn back to that same glass door, yearning for another glimpse of the inscrutable figure that defied the laws of nature. Sometimes, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and with snowflakes descending in a delicate dance, I catch a fleeting shadow among the flakes, a formless specter that whispers of mysteries beyond comprehension. In those quiet moments, I ponder if our encounter was a harbinger of greater truths, a reminder that some enigmas leave no tangible trace, much like the enigmatic figure upon the pristine snow. Story 16, The Mystery of Time Suspended. The grandfather clock in my study had always been a steadfast companion, its gentle ticking echoing through the room like a soft lullaby. One morning, as I sat surrounded by the quiet familiarity of my study, a subtle shift in the rhythm of time caught my attention. The seconds seemed to linger, stretching out in a dance of defiance against the ticking clock. At first, I brushed it off as a trick of the mind, a fleeting illusion in the early light of day. The sunlight filtered through the curtains, painting the room in hues of gold, casting a tranquil glow over everything it touched. My desk lay cluttered with old papers, my cup of tea sending wisps of steam into the air beside my worn journal. Outside, the autumn breeze whispered secrets through the leaves, but within the confines of my study, a peculiar stillness had descended. As I reached for my pocket watch, a heavy sensation gripped my hand, as if the very air had thickened around me. The watch's hands trembled in defiance of time, caught in a perpetual state of hesitation. Dust motes hung suspended in the sunbeams, frozen mid-dance, while the steam from my tea formed ghostly shapes that lingered in the air like forgotten memories. Moving through the room, each step I took sent ripples through the invisible fabric of time, distorting the reality around me. Outside my window, the world had transformed into a tableau of frozen moments. A bird poised mid-flight, leaves suspended in mid-descent. A cat perched on the garden wall, its tail curved in perpetual grace. Instead of fear, a sense of wonder washed over me, embracing the stillness that enveloped my world. I wandered through the house, observing the frozen details of everyday life with newfound appreciation. Water droplets hung in midair, clocks stood silent, and the morning newspaper lay abandoned, its headlines fading into irrelevance in the absence of time's relentless march. Returning to my study, I was drawn to the old mirror above the fireplace, where my reflection beckoned with an eerie familiarity. The image before me seemed to hold secrets, mirroring my movements with a subtle difference that sent a shiver down my spine. There was a depth to the mirror, a hidden world beyond its surface, that whispered of mysteries untold. Time stretched on, an endless expanse of stillness where hours melted into moments without measure. Lost in contemplation, I found myself back at my desk, pen poised over blank pages that held no meaning in a world without time. And then, with a gentle sigh, the world around me stirred, awakening from its frozen slumber. The dust motes began to dance, the steam dissipated, and the curtains swayed with a newfound life. The grandfather clock's pendulum swung once more, marking the return of time as if it had never left. Outside, the bird completed its flight, the cat resumed its leisurely stretch, and the leaves floated gracefully to the ground. Time had resumed its steady course, yet the lingering sense of mystery remained. In the quiet moments that followed, I often caught glimpses of that other self in the mirror, a reflection of a moment lost in time's embrace. And I wondered, as life flowed on in its predictable path, if somewhere beyond the veil of reality, another version of me still wandered through a world frozen in perfect, peaceful silence, discovering the beauty of each suspended moment. Story 17. The soft patter of rain against my bedroom window had been a constant companion as day melted into night. I lay in bed, teetering on the edge of consciousness when a low, steady hum cut through the soothing rhythm of the rainfall. Initially, I brushed it off as merely the distant hum of passing cars on the nearby road. Yet the sound persisted, unwavering, like a secret melody hidden within the night symphony. The digital clock on my nightstand blinked a gentle red, signaling the approach of midnight. Intrigued, I rose from my bed, drawn by an inexplicable curiosity to the window. Peering through the rain-kissed glass, I discerned a shadowy sedan parked across the quiet street. Its headlights lay dormant, but a faint bluish glow seeped from the dashboard, mingling with the mist that hovered around it. Wisps of exhaust spiraled into the damp air, adding an eerie aura to the scene. The world outside appeared suspended in a moment of eerie stillness. No movement emanated from the vehicle, no sign of life behind the rain-smeared windows. Yet the steady thrum of the engine persisted, a mundane yet unsettling presence in the hush of the night. The raindrops cascading through the glow of the street lamp painted shifting patterns on the car's sleek exterior, transforming it into a liquid mirage in the darkness. My breath fogged the window as I observed, framing the mysterious vehicle in a soft haze. I found myself captivated by the minutiae around me, the way water clung to the car's surface, how the exhaust intertwined with the mist, creating fleeting shapes that dissolved into nothingness. As minutes slipped by, questions unfurled in my mind like tendrils of mist. Why would someone leave their car running unattended at this late hour? What purpose brought it to this nondescript street under the cloak of night? In response to my musings, the engine's hum shifted subtly, sending a gentle vibration through the air, palpable yet elusive. I noticed then that the windows were completely fogged, concealing any glimpse of the interior. Yet the opacity hinted at a presence within, rather than emptiness. A flicker of uncertainty stirred within me, prompting me to reach for my phone, contemplating whether to alert someone, the authorities perhaps, though I struggled to articulate the nature of my unease. Plausible explanations flitted through my mind: a rendezvous, a weary driver seeking respite, a neighbor preparing for a late shift. But these rationalizations crumbled against the weight of the moment's peculiarity. Time seemed to warp as I stood transfixed at the window. The rain whispered its lullaby, and the car maintained its silent vigil. I noticed subtle shifts, condensation patterns morphing, the exhaust clouds assuming new forms. Yet the vehicle remained a static enigma, a frozen tableau on the canvas of the night. As drowsiness tugged at my senses, I reluctantly tore myself from the window, retracing my steps to bed. An inexplicable compulsion made me cast a final glance towards the car. It stood there still, engine murmuring, and in that moment, I fancied I glimpsed a shadow flit behind the misted windows. A trick of the light, perhaps, or a phantom conjured by the rain's dance. Beneath the covers, the hum of the engine seemed to swell, permeating the room with its hypnotic rhythm, merging with the rainfall in a surreal nocturne. My consciousness ebbed, carried away on the murmurs of the night. The last vestige of wakefulness clung to the image of those misted windows, concealing secrets unseen, hidden in the silent hours. With the break of dawn, I hastened to the window, half expecting the street to be devoid of all traces, the events of the night dismissed as mere phantoms of slumber. Yet there, etched in the glistening pavement, were clear tire tracks where the car had rested. Beside them, a small pool of water shimmered in the morning light, tinged with a peculiar luminescence, a residue of transmission fluid perhaps, its iridescence casting a strange beauty over the scene. The car never returned, vanishing like a wisp of mist with the daylight. But on tranquil, rainy nights, when the world hushes to a whisper, I catch faint echoes of an idling engine in the distance. And I ponder, as I lie awake, how many others listen in the darkness, peering through rain-dappled windows, yearning to uncover the mysteries veiled behind those foggy panes. Story 18. The soft patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient home in a comforting cadence. My task was to sift through decades of memories tucked away in the dusty attic, a duty that carried both a weight of enormity and an unusual tranquility. Each step I took on the creaking wooden stairs released a faint aroma of aged cedar mingled with forgotten recollections. Ascending, I found the attic bathed in a gentle, diffused light filtering through a small circular window. Dust particles drifted lazily in the pale beam, crafting ethereal patterns in the air. The space seemed alive with whispers from bygone days, with every box and trunk holding remnants of lives long past. As I meandered among the weathered cardboard boxes, my fingers tracing their edges, the rain's melody provided a serene backdrop to my exploration. In the far corner, partially concealed behind a pile of weathered photo albums, something peculiar caught my eye. A diminutive music box, its surface dulled by time, rested atop a faded pink blanket. What drew my attention was not its appearance or placement, but the fact that its metal key was slowly turning, as though it had been wound just moments before. The subtle motion, almost imperceptible, stood out in the attic's stillness. Approaching the music box, a shift in temperature was palpable, the air becoming slightly cooler. The lid of the music box, intricately adorned with carvings of woodland creatures, bore the marks of years gone by. Curiously, my grandmother had never spoken of this particular item, which struck me as odd given her penchant for narrating tales of her cherished possessions. Lifting the music box cautiously, I noticed a warmth to its touch, contrary to the attic's natural chill. The key continued its gentle rotation, defying all logic. With trembling hands I opened the lid, anticipating the familiar tinkling of a lullaby. Instead, a different sound emerged, the soft laughter of a child, distant and otherworldly, drifting through the air like a forgotten memory. The sound held no fear but carried an intense sense of solitude and longing that stirred something deep within me. Nestled beneath the music box was a petite porcelain doll, no larger than my palm. Its painted visage bore a tranquil expression, though one glass eye was slightly askew, lending it an oddly knowing gaze. The doll's dress, once white, had taken on the hue of aged ivory, its lace trim delicate as a spider's web. What struck me most were the doll's hands, positioned as if reaching upward, as if awaiting a tender embrace. While I studied the doll, the rain's rhythm seemed to alter, growing more deliberate, akin to footsteps traversing the attic floor. Dust motes in the air swirled in peculiar formations, resembling small handprints before dispersing into chaos. The temperature continued to drop, yet not unpleasantly. It felt akin to the gentle touch of a cool breeze on a summer night. Memories began to surface, not my own, yet vivid in my mind. I glimpsed a young girl playing in this very attic, her laughter resonating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. The scenes unfolded like watercolors, soft-edged and muted in color, yet bearing an undeniable truth. I realized I was witnessing my grandmother as a child, though I couldn't rationalize how I knew with such certainty. The music box's key ceased its turning, and the ghostly laughter faded into silence. Holding both objects in my hands, a strong urge gripped me to bring them downstairs, to infuse them with new life in the warmth of the lower living space. Yet an unseen force held me back. The doll's misaligned eye now seemed to gaze beyond me, fixed on something or someone unseen. Carefully, I returned both items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket meticulously. As I did so, a subtle shift in the air, akin to a sigh of contentment, was felt. The rain resumed its natural rhythm, and the dust settled back into its leisurely dance in the sunlit beam. Now I grasped a fundamental truth about this space. Some toys are not meant to be forgotten, even when they seem abandoned. They exist in a realm between memory and reality, between past and present, frolicking with spectral children in the quiet moments when no eyes are upon them. That evening, as I readied to depart, I fancied I heard the distant melody of a music box wafting down from the attic, accompanied by the sound of tiny feet pirouetting across creaking floorboards. I refrained from investigating. Some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, lingering in that serene realm between wakefulness and dreams, where the inconceivable becomes conceivable, and memories waltz eternal in the dust-kissed glow of aging attics. Perhaps that's why my grandmother had kept mum about the music box. Some treasures are meant to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their enchantment unveiled solely to those who chance upon them at precisely the right instant, when the rain whispers softly and the world hushes enough to catch the murmurs of yesteryears. Story 19. The snow whispered its descent on that winter night, a soft veil draping the windowsill in a quiet embrace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the delicate dance of snowflakes in the lamplight, my fingertips caressing a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the brew enveloped me, a tender shield against the chill seeping through the weathered wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's steady ticking wove through the air, a hypnotic melody that lulled me into a tranquil state. It was within this serene moment of hushed stillness that a peculiar sight captured my gaze in the window's reflection. Amongst the swirling snowflakes, a face materialized, ethereal and indistinct, as if sketched by the mist of my breath on the frost-kissed glass. The eyes, however, held a haunting clarity, deep, enigmatic pools that bore into my soul with an uncanny familiarity. Rising from my seat, the floorboards groaned beneath my weight as I approached the window. The phantom image wavered, dissolving into the night, yet the sensation of being observed lingered, a whisper on the edge of perception. A delicate jasmine fragrance now mingled with the aroma of tea, a subtle scent that stirred vague memories of a bygone summer eve. Reclaiming my seat, my eyes roamed the reflection, seeking that elusive apparition. The pendulum's swing persisted, its rhythmic cadence now murmuring unintelligible secrets. Retrieving my weathered journal from the nearby shelf, I leafed through its pages absent-mindedly, a faded photograph slipping from its confines. Trembling fingers grasped the aged image, revealing a group frozen in time, faces beaming at the camera during a sunlit picnic. Though unfamiliar, each visage carried a strange sense of recognition. Yet, it was one face that captivated me, a blurred figure in the background, gazing directly at the lens with those same haunting, dark eyes from the window's reflection. A slow thud echoed in my chest as I scrutinized the photograph. The young woman, draped in a white floral dress, clutched a bouquet of jasmine in her hands. Her smile, faint and wistful, tugged at forgotten heartstrings. Flipping the photograph, elegant script adorned the back. "Don't forget me." A sudden breeze tousled the curtains, though I knew the windows were shut tight. The jasmine scent intensified, enfolding me in its fragrant embrace. Eyes closed, memories stirred within me. A melodic laughter, the distant echo of a piano, the rustle of a white gown among leafy shadows. As my eyes reopened, the snow fell in hushed whispers, the window's reflection now mirroring only my weary form. Yet as the photograph nestled back into the journal, I sensed that haunting face would accompany me in slumber. Not a menacing presence, but a gentle melancholy, akin to a long-lost tune resurfacing in the mind. Cocooned in a cozy blanket on the couch, the pendulum's sway persisted, its hypnotic sway lulling me closer to dreams. The jasmine scent hung in the air, a fading memory blending with the descent into sleep. Before succumbing to slumber, I pondered the veiled memories awaiting rediscovery within the recesses of my mind. Perhaps, I mused, some faces are not meant to fade but instead linger as benevolent phantoms, custodians of obscured recollections. Drifting into the realm of dreams, the crystalline laughter echoed faintly, carried by the wind alongside the snowflakes that pirouetted through the tranquil night. Story 20. In the stillness of the night, I was roused by the gentle cadence of a pendulum ticking in the shadows. Its rhythmic pulse filled the air, a mechanical whisper counting the moments in this enigmatic realm. Slowly, my eyes fluttered open to a room bathed in the soft twilight's embrace. Nothing in the space felt familiar to me. Reclined on a plush burgundy velvet sofa, I sank into its comfortable yet weathered embrace. A fragrance lingered in the air, a harmonious blend of aged wood, dried flowers, and an elusive undertone that eluded my senses. Light seeped through thick brocade curtains, casting ethereal patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper. As my vision adjusted to the dimness, the room's details emerged from the shadows. Dark antique furniture stood solemnly in the corners, while a colossal bookshelf dominated one wall, its leather-bound tomes untouched by time. Beside me, a delicate porcelain teacup cradled steaming liquid, its aroma wafting through the air. Rising languidly, I felt the stiffness of slumber clinging to my muscles, as if I had been adrift in dreams for an eternity. Each footstep on the Persian rug echoed softly as I approached the window. Drawing back the heavy curtains revealed a misty garden, where ghostly shapes of foliage swayed in the nocturnal breeze. My reflection in the glass held a disquieting revelation. I was garbed in attire not my own. A linen shirt, a vest of brocade, and velvet trousers adorned my form, tailored to perfection yet belonging to a bygone era. Fingers trembling, I traced the fabric, marveling at its craftsmanship. A flicker of movement at the edge of my vision drew my gaze inward. Yet the room remained still, save for the unceasing pendulum, its metronome-like beat, measuring a time that flowed differently in this mysterious abode. Determined to unravel the enigma, I ventured beyond the confines of the room. The door groaned faintly as it yielded to my touch, unveiling a corridor dimly lit and lined with portraits of unfamiliar faces, their eyes seeming to track my every move. Each step on the creaking wooden floor reverberated in the silence that enveloped me. Ascending a chilling staircase, I found the banister icy to the touch, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Upstairs, a series of closed doors bore brass nameplates inscribed with cryptic labels obscured by shadows. It was then that a haunting melody reached my ears, a delicate piano tune, almost imperceptible, drifting like a whisper on the wind. The music beckoned from the final room at the hallway's end, its ethereal notes leading me closer, yet always just out of reach. Slowly, I pushed open the door. Inside, only a grand piano draped in white fabric greeted me. No soul occupied the seat, yet the melody lingered in the air, a spectral echo of a forgotten time. Approaching the instrument, I unveiled the keys beneath the shroud. Dust motes danced in the waning light, casting an otherworldly glow. Resting upon the ivory, an aged photograph awaited my discovery. Gently lifting it, I beheld a scene of the very room, captured in a distant era. Seated at the piano was a figure that mirrored my own reflection, attired in the same antiquated garments I now wore, though the image bore the weight of a century past. Descending the stairs, a strange serenity washed over me, despite the surreal circumstances. The pendulum's hypnotic pulse seemed to sync with the rhythm of my heart. Settling back onto the couch, I found the teacup still warm to my touch. Peering into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me that perhaps I had never truly awakened, or perhaps I had stepped into a dream woven by another long ago. The pendulum persisted in its count, marking a time that may have never been, within a house that seemed to hold more secrets than I could fathom. Sipping the tea, its familiar taste enveloped me. Beyond the window, the mist had veiled the garden entirely, blurring the line between reality and reverie. And in that moment, a certainty settled within me. I was destined to remain in this unfamiliar abode, a house that had awaited my arrival through the mists of time. Story 21. The soft glow of moonlight seeped through the sheer curtains, painting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the weathered wooden floor of the room. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I found myself enveloped in the hush of the night, a stillness so profound that even the gentlest of movements felt like echoes in a cathedral. It was then that my eyes landed on the ancient mahogany box perched delicately on the mantelpiece. This box had been a fixture in this house since the days of my grandmother, yet its contents remained a mystery to me, untouched and unexplored. The polished surface of the box caught the moon's shimmer, its intricate carvings almost coming to life in the dimly lit room. I couldn't recall ever seeing it open, not even in the days when my grandmother's presence filled these walls. It had always been a silent observer, a relic from the past that blended into the background of my daily life, much like a forgotten painting on a familiar wall. But on this particular night, a subtle shift in the air hinted at a change stirring within me. Was it the way the moonlight caressed the inlaid designs, or the profound silence that seemed to hold the room in its gentle embrace? Rising slowly from the comforting embrace of the armchair, I felt the wool of my sweater whisper against the worn fabric. Each step towards the mantelpiece echoed softly in the room, the creaking of the floorboards adding a sense of solemnity to the atmosphere. As I drew closer to the mysterious box, a strange heaviness settled around it, a weight of anticipation that hung in the air like a veil. My fingertips grazed the warm mahogany surface, and to my surprise, it felt almost alive beneath my touch. The intricate patterns etched into the wood depicted a dance of leaves and branches, their delicate forms seemingly poised to unfurl at any moment. In the midst of these carvings, a detail caught my eye, a tiny eye hidden amidst the intricate design on the lid. With a newfound curiosity, I examined the box more closely, and as I did, a faint, ancient scent wafted into the air. It carried hints of sandalwood, intertwined with a deeper, enigmatic fragrance that stirred something elusive within me. Closing my eyes, I allowed the scent to weave its spell, conjuring fragments of memories long forgotten. Images of a woman, her smile gentle, her hands placing something precious inside the box, whispered words lost to time. The distant echo of the wind against the window glass brought me back to the present, my hands trembling ever so slightly as they traced the edges of the box. Though there was no visible lock, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. It had never been opened. Or had it? Memories from my childhood flickered like distant stars, their once clear paths now obscured by the mists of time. Seating myself on the couch, I cradled the box in my hands, its weight lighter than expected, yet within it a presence stirred, intangible yet undeniable. A warmth seemed to radiate from within, growing stronger with each passing moment, as if the box held not a physical object, but a whisper of a memory, a ghost of a long-forgotten story. The tiny carved eye seemed to follow my every move, a silent witness to the unfolding mystery that lay before me. A sense of recognition washed over me, not born of fear, but of a connection that transcended the boundaries of time. In the stillness of the night, fragments of my grandmother's wisdom resurfaced, her cryptic words weaving a tapestry of understanding in my mind. Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them. With the weight of those words settling around me, I realized that not all mysteries were meant to be unraveled. Some were meant to be cherished, protected, and revered. Placing the box back on the mantelpiece, its carved eye seemed to twinkle in approval, a silent acknowledgement of my newfound understanding. Returning to the embrace of my armchair, a sense of calm unlike any I had known before washed over me, cradling me in its gentle arms. The moonlight continued to bathe the room in its ethereal glow, the silence of the night deepening, becoming a melody of tranquility. Lulled by the lingering scent of the box, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the embrace of sleep. In that delicate dance between wakefulness and dreams, a soft sound, almost imperceptible, drifted from the mantelpiece, a sigh, a whisper, a secret shared between the shadows. Or perhaps it was just the wind, a playful interloper in the night symphony. The box remained perched on its pedestal, a silent sentinel guarding its mysteries, a part of a tapestry of secrets that needed no unraveling. And in that acceptance, in that newfound peace, I found a serenity that had eluded me for so long, a tranquility that whispered of stories untold, of secrets kept, of mysteries preserved in the gentle embrace of the night. Story 22. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, crafting a natural lullaby that always soothed my soul. Returning after years to sift through her belongings now that she had departed, the aroma of aged wood and weathered books hung in the air. Twilight's soft glow seeped through the half-shut shutters, casting whimsical shadows on the vintage wallpapered walls. In a forgotten corner, cloaked in a thin film of dust, I stumbled upon Grandma's cherished brass record player, gleaming like a polished mirror. A relic from a bygone era, its ornate mechanical arm adorned with intricate floral patterns and the turntable impeccably preserved. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records, neatly encased in weathered cardboard sleeves. As I perused the records, my fingers paused on one in particular. A plain white cover, devoid of any title or author, save for a delicate golden border that shimmered in the dim light. Unfamiliar yet strangely alluring, unlike any record I had seen in Grandma Rose's collection. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I resolved to listen to it. The record player stirred to life with a faint, familiar hum. Carefully setting the record on the turntable and lowering the arm, I awaited the music. Initially, only the customary crackle of vinyl filled the room before the enchanting melody commenced. A waltz unfurled from the depths of the record, its notes weaving a tale of their own. Each revolution of the record seemed to subtly alter the music, rearranging the notes into novel harmonies. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the mysterious composition. Fragrances of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved bloom, wafted around me, though it was winter, an impossibility. Upon opening my eyes, I observed the shadows in the room moving in a peculiar rhythm, no longer swaying with the fading light, but dancing to the enigmatic melody. A silhouette materialized on the wall, dancing to the waltz, Grandma Rose's silhouette, unmistakably. Amidst the piano's notes, her laughter tinkled, a familiar sound from the depths of memory. A shiver traversed my spine, not of fear, but of a poignant nostalgia mingled with awe. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. A fleeting image in the glass momentarily depicted Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her dancing attire, twirling gracefully in the attic's center. Yet when I turned, she vanished, leaving only solitude in her wake. The waltz persisted until its final note dissolved into silence, leaving an altered atmosphere in its wake. The room felt warmer, more vibrant, as if that fleeting musical interlude had roused dormant memories within the house's very essence. That night, while returning the enigmatic record to its white sleeve, a detail caught my eye. A date inscribed in Grandma Rose's elegant script, her wedding day. Beneath it, barely discernible, a phrase emerged: "Music is the key to our most precious memories." Henceforth, each visit to the attic entailed a search for that peculiar record. At times, it revealed itself promptly. On other occasions, it eluded my grasp among the vinyls. Yet, with every listen, the melody subtly shifted, offering endless permutations of the same memory. The nature of this record, whether a special gift or a mystical phenomenon, remained an enigma. However, one certainty prevailed. On rainy evenings, as the record player spun that beguiling melody, the attic brimmed with a subtle enchantment, blurring the lines between present and past, reality and memory. In those fleeting moments, perhaps Grandma Rose danced on, eternally youthful, perpetually jubilant, in an eternal waltz. Story 23. The night lay in hushed stillness, veiled by a delicate mist that pirouetted through the air like a translucent wisp. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a plush burgundy velvet piece beside the grand antique-looking glass, I delved into a book under the gentle glow of a vintage lamp. The pendulum clock's steady beat echoed a hypnotic cadence, while the crackling warmth from the fireplace cocooned me in a snug embrace. Amid this serene moment, a peculiar sensation caught my attention. Initially fleeting, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in the corner of your eye. I lifted my gaze from the book, peering into my reflection within the antique mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered faintly in the flickering firelight. A subtle chill trickled down my spine as I beheld my mirrored self. Something felt amiss, imperceptibly so. Tilting my head ever so slightly, I noticed my reflection mirrored the motion with a near indiscernible delay, as if striving to mimic rather than naturally mirror my actions. I attempted to dismiss it as mere fatigue or the capricious interplay of firelight and shadows. Yet, the more I scrutinized, the more unsettling the reflection appeared. Raising my right hand, the mirrored image hesitated a fraction before mirroring the gesture. When I smiled, the reflection's lips curved with a barely perceptible lag. The crackling of wood in the fireplace now carried an ominous undertone, as if seeking to convey a message. The room's atmosphere thickened, imbued with a subtle tension that prompted me to inhale with deliberate slowness. The scent of candle wax mingled with an ancient aroma, reminiscent of forgotten tomes and faded memories. Rising from the armchair, I moved with deliberate languor. The reflection mimicked my motions, yet its movements flowed unnaturally, as if executing a rehearsed choreography rather than mirroring my spontaneous gestures. The mirrored eyes seemed to hold depths beyond my own, veiling secrets I ought not to know. Drawing nearer to the mirror, I discerned further disquieting nuances. The reflected room bore subtle discrepancies from mine. Books on the shelves arranged in a different order, unfamiliar objects occupying space. An aged framed photograph, depicting a seascape in my realm, portrayed a blurred visage in the reflection, as though observing me. While the clock's pendulum maintained its unyielding sway, in the reflection its swing appeared sluggish, as if time flowed divergently on the other side of the mirror. Shadows danced upon the walls cast by the fireplace, forming silhouettes hinting at silent entities. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the cool surface of the mirror, and my reflection extended a seemingly beckoning hand. Our fingertips met on the icy glass, yet while I felt the chill of the crystal, the expression on my mirrored self suggested a wholly different sensation. Retreating from the mirror, my reflection lingered momentarily, as if contemplating whether to follow. When it did move, its actions grew increasingly autonomous, as if gradually asserting its own volition. Retrieving an old velvet cloth from a drawer, I veiled the mirror's surface. A fleeting glimpse before the concealment hinted at an enigmatic smile on my reflection's countenance, an expression foreign to my own. As the fabric draped over the mirror, obscuring that disquieting doppelganger, I felt a semblance of relief. Since that fateful night, I have left the mirror shrouded. At times, in the stillest hours, whispers of movement seem to emanate from beyond the velvet, as though someone treads in a parallel realm identical to mine. And during the tranquil moments, when the house lies steeped in profound silence, I ponder whether that reflection lingers, whether it leads a mirrored existence parallel to mine in a realm of glass and silver. The truth eludes me, whether what transpired that night bore substance or sprang from the depths of my mind. Yet each time I pass a looking glass, I cannot help but question the reflection before me, uncertainty lingering like a phantom, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Story 24, I awaken as I always do, feeling the weight of the world draped over me like a leaden shroud. The room is aglow with a gentle luminescence, a pearlescent sheen casting no discernible origin. The walls bear an elusive hue, shifting shades every time my gaze falters. The ceiling soars high above, stretching far beyond the confines of a typical bedroom, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless expanse. The bed beneath me yields, almost excessively soft, its silk sheets whispering hypnotically against my skin with every subtle movement. A fragrance lingers in the air, sweet and redolent of familiarity, evoking elusive memories that slip through my grasp like elusive shadows. Perhaps it's the essence of lavender, or maybe vanilla, yet each attempt to pinpoint it results in a fleeting transformation. Time meanders peculiarly within these walls. The shadows ebb and flow, animated by a rhythm of their own, pirouetting on the walls in a languid ballet. Silence, though never absolute, is accompanied by a distant murmur akin to a deep slumbering breath, or the echo of my own heart pulsing in the vast emptiness. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a plush carpet reminiscent of walking upon billowing clouds. The room is sparsely adorned, featuring only an aged dark wood desk, a plush burgundy velvet armchair, and an oval mirror encased in a gilded frame. The mirror remains perpetually misted, as if veiled by steam from a recent shower, though no bathroom lies within view. Approaching the desk, an array of disparate items greets me. A weathered leather-bound diary, a fountain pen laden with midnight blue ink, and a steaming cup of tea exuding a delicate vapor. The tea remains warm, though its origins elude my memory. The diary's pages lie blank, yet under my touch, phantom words seem to materialize on the paper, etched in invisible ink. The armchair beckons me, its velvet yielding warmth as if recently vacated. Seated, my gaze is drawn to an anomaly in the wall before me, a faint pulsing akin to the rhythmic breath of slumber. Standing to investigate, the wall presents an unyielding facade, devoid of movement. My hands search for a door, a familiar quest. Tracing the walls, every imperfection, every minute crevice is catalogued by my fingertips. Occasionally, the semblance of a handle teases my grasp, only to dissipate like morning mist. The misted mirror captures my attention anew. Through the haze, my reflection appears distorted, movements lagging as if hesitant to mirror my actions. At times, amidst the clearing fog, a fleeting glimpse of another figure materializes behind the glass. Time ebbs erratically, light fluxing in a cadence divorced from day or night. Hours seem to slip by as I pore over the blank pages of the diary for what feels like mere minutes. Returning to the bed, I gaze upwards at the seemingly infinite ceiling. The sheets envelop me, a tender embrace with a life of its own. The fragrance in the air intensifies, evoking memories of my grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, or the scent of rain on summer grass. Eyes closing, I sense the familiar cycle awaiting my awakening. The room ensnares me in this realm betwixt dream and reality, where time coils upon itself like a Mobius strip. Uncertainty lingers. Am I dreaming of the room, or is the room dreaming of me? Drifting into slumber once more, a fragment of my consciousness contemplates the elusive exit, wondering if I truly seek liberation, or if, perhaps, I have always been content within this enigmatic space. The room intertwines with my essence, blurring the boundaries between wakefulness and reverie, merging reality and imagination into a tapestry of shifting hues, an eternal dance where I'm both captive and creator in a timeless continuum of dreams. Story 25. The gentle evening breeze whispered through the open windows, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers that perfumed the air. Nestled in the cozy embrace of my favorite armchair, I found myself entranced by the mesmerizing play of shadows flickering across the walls, cast by the dancing flame of a solitary candle. Beside me, resting on the small table, lay my cherished possession, an old Polaroid camera handed down to me by my grandmother, a relic of a bygone era. Though it had been ages since I last held it in my hands, a mysterious urge compelled me to reach for it that very night. The familiar weight of the camera brought a sense of comfort as I ran my fingers over its worn surface, the dim light painting it in a soft, ethereal glow. Almost instinctively, my hand gravitated towards the shutter button, a motion repeated countless times in the past. Without deliberation, I aimed the lens towards the shadowed recesses of the room and clicked. In an instant, the room was bathed in a fleeting flash of light, followed by the familiar mechanical hum of the photograph developing. As I waited in quiet anticipation, the image slowly materialized before my eyes, revealing a peculiar sight. Nestled in the corner of the photograph was a vague, indistinct figure, its form blurry and enigmatic, akin to a wisp of smoke taking on a semblance of human shape. A curious tingling sensation coursed through me, prompting a glance towards the corner of the room, only to find emptiness shrouded in darkness. Intrigued by this enigmatic presence, I captured another image in the same direction. This time, the figure appeared more defined, as if drawing nearer to the lens with each snapshot. Though its features remained obscured and hazy, a semblance of a face emerged, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. A subtle shiver traced down my spine, not born of fear, but rather a profound sense of wonder. Driven by an inexplicable compulsion, I continued to snap photographs, each successive image revealing the figure drawing closer, gradually gaining clarity and substance. It was as though the very act of capturing its essence on film allowed it to materialize, bridging the gap between our world and the unseen realm. The outlines began to sharpen, unveiling a silhouette clad in a garment reminiscent of a bygone era, perhaps from the 1940s. A hushed stillness enveloped the room, thick with an unseen presence that lingered in the air, tangible yet elusive. The atmosphere grew weighted, the candle's flame flickering in a dance untouched by any breeze. Entranced by this silent exchange, I continued to photograph, each click a gateway to a world beyond our own. In the final photograph of that fateful evening, the figure loomed so close it nearly filled the frame. A gentle smile graced the woman's countenance, her eyes seeming to pierce through the glossy surface of the Polaroid, locking with mine in an unspoken communion. A sense of familiarity washed over me, stirring dormant memories from the depths of my being. It was only when I rose to retrieve an old photo album that I noticed the tremor in my hands. Leafing through the faded pages, I stumbled upon a portrait of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the same Polaroid. The mirrored smile in the photograph mirrored the one I had just immortalized, a poignant link between past and present. Arranging the photographs in a silent tableau, I traced the evolution of a spectral encounter, a spectral dance captured through the lens of an ancient camera. I refrained from attempting to replicate the experience, allowing the Polaroid to rest undisturbed on its perch. Even now, on tranquil evenings suffused with the golden hues of twilight, I find myself drawn to those photographs. At times, it appears as though the smile captured on film shifts imperceptibly, as if my grandmother seeks to convey a message across the veil of time. In those fleeting moments, the boundary between memory and reality blurs, akin to the fragile surface of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 26. The night draped the ancient house in a soft cloak of quiet, broken only by the gentle patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of warm tea, I gazed absently at the painting hanging across from me. A piece passed down from my grandmother, it depicted a woodland scene at dusk. Though not a valuable work of art, it held me captive with its melancholic tranquility. As the golden glow from the lamp cast dancing shadows around the room that evening, I noticed something peculiar. The painting appeared slightly askew to the right, though I was certain it had always hung perfectly straight. Rising slowly, I set the cup down on the nearby table. The wooden floor whispered beneath my cautious steps as I approached the wall. Gently, I straightened the painting, feeling the rough texture of the aged frame under my fingertips. Settling back into my chair, I resumed reading the book I had momentarily abandoned. The warmth of the tea and the soothing rhythm of the rain outside lulled me into a peaceful drowsiness. It was only after some time, when I looked up, that I saw the painting was once again tilted, this time to the left. A subtle chill crept down my spine as I tried to dismiss it as fatigue or a trick of light and shadow. Rising again, more hesitantly this time, I approached the painting. What I saw then was entirely new to me. The colors of the sunset seemed to pulsate with vivid intensity, the tree shadows elongated compared to before. Trembling, I reached out and touched the canvas. It was warm, as if it had absorbed the room's heat, yet the paint seemed to catch the light in a different way. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the painting, noticing subtle changes each time I entered the room. Sometimes the shift was barely noticeable, while other times it was stark. Not only did its tilt vary, but the details within the painting itself seemed to subtly transform. Trees grew denser, clouds shifted shape, and hidden elements emerged and vanished within the landscape. I began documenting these changes with photographs, comparing them meticulously. The alterations were slight but undeniable. The painted world seemed to evolve in its own quiet way, with hidden nuances waiting to be discovered. One tranquil evening, while seated in my armchair, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. The painting was tilting on its own, a slow and almost imperceptible motion. Curiosity mingled with a surreal calm as I watched. Approaching the painting once more, I felt a gentle vibration emanating from the canvas. In the glass reflection protecting the painting, I glimpsed a fleeting image, a blurred figure resembling my grandmother, smiling as if adjusting the painting. Since then, I've embraced these changes as a part of the house's enchantment. Each night, before retiring to bed, I spend a few moments studying the painting, eager to uncover its hidden secrets. Perhaps it's my grandmother's way of reassuring me she's still near, watching over me through this mysterious canvas that breathes like a living entity. I've kept this tale close to my heart, sharing it with no one, cherishing the sweet mystery. The painting continues to shift, but now it does so less frequently, as if it has found a delicate equilibrium between revealing itself and preserving its enigma. And so, every evening, I sit in my armchair with my tea, listening to the rain's gentle cadence against the windows, communing with the painting that lives a life of its own, a silent bond only we two can fathom. Story 27. In the hushed embrace of the night, the solitary symphony of the train wheels echoed through the stillness. Nestled in the final carriage, bathed in a soft, gentle glow that barely chased away the shadows, I found myself enveloped in a cocoon of warmth. The rhythmic sway of the train cast a spell, a hypnotic dance that beckoned me towards slumber. Peering through the window, I beheld the mist waltzing lazily in the moonlit darkness, shaping ephemeral forms that dissolved into the night's embrace. I believed myself to be the sole voyager in that domain of solitude, until a peculiar sensation crept upon me. My reflection on the glass seemed to merge with the obscurity beyond, birthing an illusion of an enigmatic presence observing me from the veiled realm. The melody of the tracks bore a soothing cadence, akin to a mechanical lullaby coaxing me towards rest. Yet amidst this nocturnal reverie, a disquieting anomaly caught my eye. A shadow loomed behind me, a figure seated a few rows distant. I could not recall their entrance, yet there they sat, a silent sentinel in the carriage. As the train whispered ancient sagas with its ceaseless churning, I turned discreetly, cautious not to disturb the silent interloper. A golden aura bathed the carriage, casting elongated shadows upon vacant seats. The enigmatic figure, shrouded in a cloak of darkness, remained motionless, their countenance veiled beneath the brim of a wide hat. Time seemed to falter as I beheld this spectral presence, the air thickening with whispers of bygone recollections foreign to my own. The passenger lingered in stillness, a silent specter melded with the essence of the train itself. Compelled by a curious impulse, I rose, feigning a visit to the rear lavatory. Drawing nearer to the enigmatic entity, I discerned their garment, a fabric that absorbed light rather than reflecting it, exuding an eerie chill. A delicate fragrance, a blend of lavender and aged pages, lingered in their wake, weaving a tapestry of intrigue. Passing by the vacant seat occupied by this mysterious traveler, I sensed time momentarily halt, the reverberations of the rails fading into a distant realm. An unsettling revelation dawned upon me. Beneath the somber cloak, no breath stirred, no semblance of life betrayed beneath the fabric. Arriving at the end of the carriage, I hesitated, torn between advancing to the next car or retracing my steps. The corridor stretched infinitely before me, the dim lights crafting mesmerizing patterns upon the floor. Upon casting a glance back, the seat once inhabited by the enigmatic figure stood deserted. In its stead lay an aged train ticket, its parchment yellowed with the passage of time. Trembling fingers retrieved the relic, its date a relic of 50 years past, on this very day. The ticket bore a residual warmth, as if clasped by ephemeral hands mere moments prior. Returning to my seat, the ticket a fragile tether to the surreal encounter, the train resumed its nocturnal journey. The fog outside thickened, veiling elusive figures moving in parallel to our path, as if silent companions in the night's procession. Drifting into the arms of weariness, I pondered the unknown souls who might have encountered the enigmatic passenger on the final train of Eve. The ticket, a spectral keepsake, dissolved into the ephemeral fabric of dreams, fading like mist at dawn. The train bore its enigmatic secrets and spectral passengers, visible and invisible, through the night's shroud. As slumber beckoned, a ghostly hint of lavender and retreating footsteps whispered through the carriage, a haunting melody lulling me into the realm of dreams. Story 28. Winter nights have always held a certain enchantment for me, especially when the fog blankets the world in a hushed embrace. Picture me in my cozy study, snug in a wool blanket, as outside, a sea of silvery mist veils everything in mystery. The soft glow of the lamp on my desk casts a warm, inviting light, sending shadows dancing along the walls adorned with shelves of books. It was in this tranquil moment that a curious sight caught my eye in the reflection on the glass. A small, dark wooden box, intricately carved with ever-shifting patterns that seemed to defy my gaze. I couldn't recall ever owning such a thing, yet there it sat that evening, perched on the edge of my desk as if it belonged there all along. The wood of the box pulsed faintly in the dim light, as if alive with a hidden energy. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, the rustle of the blanket falling to the floor mingling with the soft creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet. Drawing closer, a nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax wafted towards me, stirring up long-forgotten memories from my past. My fingertips brushed the box's surface, finding it strangely warm to the touch. The carvings on its exterior seemed to weave a tale that shifted and transformed before my eyes. Now a moonlit forest, now a raging sea, then a sky filled with endless stars on a timeless night. Seated once more, bathed in the comforting glow of the lamp, I examined every intricate detail of this enigmatic object. It dawned on me then, with a shiver down my spine, that this box, its carvings in perpetual flux, had been a recurring presence in my dreams over the past weeks. It had appeared to me in various forms, yet always carrying that same veil of mystery that now enveloped it in the real world. In the stillness of the room, the ticking of the grandfather clock seemed to slow, as if time itself held its breath. The shadows cast by the lamp elongated across the walls, performing a silent, mesmerizing dance. Taking the box into my hands, I was surprised by its weight, far heavier than its diminutive size suggested. Though lacking a visible lock, I felt a certainty that something of great importance lay hidden within. As I inspected it, I noticed the carvings gradually converging towards the center of the lid, forming a pattern unfamiliar to my eyes. The wood pulsed beneath my touch, responding to my presence. The fragrance of beeswax intensified, mingling with a deeper, more arcane scent that eluded my recognition. Then, a sound, soft and melodious, emanated from within the box, a gentle hum reminiscent of a forgotten lullaby. Unbidden, my eyelids grew heavy, and I found myself battling a sudden wave of drowsiness. The light of the lamp pulsed in time with the hypnotic melody. Hours later, I awoke at my desk. The fog outside dissipated to reveal a star-studded night sky. The box had vanished, leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the wooden surface, as if it had always been there. Was it all a dream? As I prepared for bed, a strange discovery awaited me. A small carving on the back of my hand, mirroring those on the box, faintly glowing in the dim light. Since that fateful night, the box has continued to visit me in my dreams, each time with a new purpose. It seems to beckon, to impart a message beyond my comprehension. Each morning, the carving on my hand appears subtly altered, as though crafting a message that only time will decrypt. I ponder if others have encountered this mysterious box in their dreams, if they too bear the invisible imprints of a riddle that unravels solely in the realm of slumber. The line between dream and reality blurs, perhaps never truly existing at all. Could the box serve as a conduit between two worlds that have forever been intertwined, closer than we perceive? As I pen these words, the scent of beeswax lingers in the air, a whisper of the mysteries that await me in the dream world. Tonight, as I drift into slumber, I know the box will be there, ready to disclose new secrets that only the realm of dreams can reveal. Story 29. The gentle moonlight seeped through my bedroom window, painting delicate shadows on the wooden floor. A light sleeper, I often found myself awakened in the hushed moments when the world held its breath. That particular evening, the autumn wind whispered melodies outside, a soothing cadence against the window panes. During one of my midnight explorations within the old house, I noticed a curious alteration in the hallway's wallpaper pattern. Initially, I dismissed it as a play of light, shadows dancing in the night. Yet, as my fingers trailed along the wall, the texture shifted beneath them, transforming into smooth, polished wood instead of the familiar textured wallpaper. This discovery became a nightly ritual. Each dusk, as daylight faded and silence enveloped the world, I awaited the subtle shift in the air, a drop in temperature, carrying hints of cedar and an ancient presence reminiscent of dusty books and forgotten chambers. Slowly, the door materialized, like a photograph developing before my eyes. An ornate wooden door emerged against the wallpaper, with intricate carvings that seemed to sway and transform as I gazed upon them. The brass doorknob emitted a warm, inviting glow from within. Night after night, I sat in the hallway, observing the door's gradual formation. Sometimes I brought a cup of chamomile tea, its fragrance mingling with the mysterious scents accompanying the door's appearance. Though my fingers hovered near the doorknob, I refrained from touching it, sensing that opening it would alter everything, and I hesitated to embrace that change. Subtle changes in the house revealed themselves during these nocturnal vigils. Shadows deepened, moving with purpose. The old house's familiar creaks and settling noises adopted a rhythmic quality, akin to a distant lullaby. The air thickened with potential, laden with the weight of untold tales awaiting discovery. On silent nights, I fancied I heard sounds emanating from beyond the door, not menacing, but intriguing. Pages turning in an unseen book, the gentle ticking of a phantom grandfather clock, and at times a faint hum of an unfamiliar melody. Research into the house's history yielded no information about the door, yet tales of previous inhabitants spoke of strange dreams and tranquil nights. A former resident, an elderly lady who had dwelled in the house for 50 years, chronicled in her journal about a path to peaceful sleep that only appeared in the darkest hours. Initially dismissed as the musings of a solitary widow, her words now made perfect sense to me. The door became my nocturnal companion as weeks turned into months. When sleep evaded me, I sat near it, feeling its comforting presence. At times, I read by its soft radiance. Other times I sat in contemplation, attuned to the subtle sounds emanating from beyond. The door exuded serenity, a guardian of something precious rather than a harbinger of malevolence. One memorable night, as I sat by the door, the carvings in the wood appeared to narrate a tale, figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, sailing seas. Yet whenever I sought the story's conclusion, the patterns shifted, embarking on a new narrative. The door itself seemed a storyteller, sharing endless chronicles with patient observers. Years drifted by since my initial encounter with the door, and still I had not turned its handle. I pondered if this restraint prolonged its manifestation, my reverence for its enigma, allowing it to retain its secrets. The door stood as a reminder that certain queries are best left unanswered, some mysteries more enchanting when unexplored. On restless nights, I gravitated to the hallway, tea in hand. Without fail, the door materialized, radiating warmth and solace. In its gentle glow, I comprehended that perhaps the door's true purpose was not to be opened, but to offer tranquility to those who appreciated its presence in the nocturnal stillness. With the dawn's light and the door's retreat into ordinary wallpaper, doubts sometimes crept in, questioning its existence. Yet, nightfall brought the familiar change in atmosphere, a subtle shift in reality, reaffirming that some marvels in this world are reserved for those willing to linger in darkness and await magic's manifestation. Story 30. Night cloaked the house in its soothing embrace, as the wind whispered secrets through the ancient tree's leaves in the garden. Nestled in the cozy armchair of my bedroom, I watched shadows waltz on the walls in the soft, flickering lamplight. It was that magical hour when sleep beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance lingered within me. Night after night, a dream of eerie precision haunted me, refusing to release its grip. The room's warmth and the steady pendulum's rhythm swayed me gently. My gaze shifted to the open diary on the desk, where each detail of the recurring dream was meticulously transcribed. The pages overflowed with neat handwriting, chronicling the familiar sequence, a gray stone spiral staircase descending into unknown depths, the distant melody of water droplets, and a grand wooden door adorned with enigmatic symbols. As I delved into the diary's entries, a previously unnoticed detail caught my eye. With every descent down the stairs in the dream, the chill in the air deepened gradually. Cold stone greeted my touch, and my breath materialized in wisps of mist. Yet what truly set this dream apart was the inexplicable sense of recognition that accompanied me, as if the staircase led to a place known only to my subconscious. The closed door at the staircase's base tantalized me, its cryptic symbols beckoning with a mysterious allure. Fluid shapes danced on the wood, their essence seeming to shift and pulse with life under my scrutiny. In the dream, my fingers traced the intricate carvings, eliciting a subtle vibration that resonated through the timber, as if the door itself were sentient. On that particular evening, a peculiar object caught my attention in the room. Nestled beside the lamp on the nightstand lay an ancient bronze key. its ornate design strangely reminiscent of the door's symbols in my dreams. I lifted it, feeling its weight and the icy chill it exuded. Though its origin eluded me, its presence felt oddly natural, as though it had always belonged in my possession. Drifting into slumber, a premonition whispered that this night held significance. The dream unfolded as usual, the spiral staircase, the rhythmic droplets, the numbing cold intensifying with each step. But this time, as I approached the door, the key in my hand thrummed in harmony with the engraved symbols. With bated breath, I inserted the key into the hidden lock. A soft, melodious click echoed through the air, akin to an ancient, forgotten tune. The door creaked open slowly, revealing not a new chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirror's reflection, the steps ascended instead of descended. Awakening in the soft dawn light filtering through the curtains, the key still rested in my palm, now radiating a gentle warmth, almost as if it possessed a life of its own. On the desk, the open diary displayed a new page, not inscribed in my handwriting. The characters resembled the symbols on the door, their shapes undulating like waves on an ink-black sea. Since that transformative night, the dream has not revisited me. The key remains on my nightstand, occasionally emitting a subtle vibration on tranquil evenings. I often ponder the mysteries awaiting at the summit of that mirrored staircase, wondering if one day I will summon the courage to ascend. For now, I find solace in observing the symbols in the diary, their dance unfolding in the deepest hours of night, spinning a tale that perhaps my mind is not yet prepared to unravel. Story 31. The enigmatic night silence draped the narrow streets of the quaint hillside town like a velvety shroud. It was a tranquil autumn evening, infused with the scent of smoldering wood and wet leaves, as wisps of fog slithered through the alleys like silent phantoms. From my perch on the third floor of the apartment building, I gazed out at the warmly lit windows of the neighboring houses, each glowing with an inviting amber hue. It struck me as odd to see so many lights aglow at such a late hour, yet there was an eerie absence of movement behind the misted panes. The distant church bell chimed 10 times, its toll resonating with an unusual hollowness, as though the sound itself was swathed in a cloak of cotton. Having only recently relocated to this enigmatic town 3 weeks prior, I found myself captivated by the deserted streets below. Normally, even at this late hour, a solitary figure would amble by walking a dog, or the faint chatter of young bargoers would linger beneath the flickering streetlights. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I observed the absence of even the usual stray cat that frequented Mrs. Miller's windowsill. The tendrils of steam curling from the cup waltzed through the air, weaving ephemeral shapes that dissolved into the darkness of the room. Opting to keep only a soft reading lamp aglow, it cast gentle shadows upon the cream-colored walls. A sudden rustling disrupted the stillness, emanating from the hallway that led to the bedroom. Intrigued rather than frightened, I turned my gaze towards the source of the sound. It repeated at regular intervals, akin to the soft drag of paper across a floor. Rising from the armchair, I gingerly placed the cup on the wooden side table before cautiously making my way towards the hallway. As I neared, a chill permeated the air. Not the harsh bite of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of stepping into an ancient church. The familiar creak of the hardwood floor underfoot offered a strange sense of comfort. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, I hesitated. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a mysterious bluish light to filter through, unlike any other illumination in the house. Pushing the door open gently, it emitted a faint creak. The window was shut tight, yet the curtain swayed as if stirred by a gentle breeze. Nestled on the floor, directly beneath the window, lay a solitary sheet of paper. Drawing closer, I realized it was a yellowed newspaper page, its date boldly declaring October 15, 1954. The headline of the article seized my attention. Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article recounted a night when the town's inhabitants had remained sequestered in their homes, as if bound by an unspoken pact with origins lost to time. Engrossed in the text, a movement beyond the window snagged my focus. Across the street, lights flickered out one by one, akin to candles extinguished by an unseen hand. Yet within the shadowed interiors, motionless silhouettes stood, their gazes seemingly fixed upon the deserted street. A vibration in my robe pocket heralded a message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, no one ventures outdoors. It is of utmost importance. Peering out the window once more, I discerned that all lights had now dimmed, leaving mine the sole beacon in the enveloping hush. In the deepening silence, the cadence of my heartbeat slowed, harmonizing with an ancient, enigmatic rhythm. Perching on the edge of the bed, clutching the newspaper clipping, the paper felt impossibly soft, as though imbued with a myriad of untold stories. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, ensconcing the streetlights in a luminous haze. Surveying the deserted main street, I reflected on the words within the article. Witnesses from that bygone era had no recollection of the events of that silent night. Life resumed as usual the following day, shrouded in a veil of collective forgetfulness, though sporadically the phenomenon would recur. Standing, I ambled towards the light switch. Before extinguishing the glow, I stole one final glance at the fog-shrouded street. The mist undulated in sinuous, almost mesmerizing patterns, briefly revealing shadowy figures drifting within, like phantoms adrift in a sea of milk. With the room plunged into darkness, I settled upon the bed, fully clothed. The silence, absolute now, was punctuated solely by the rhythmic tick of the clock on the nightstand. Drifting into a profound slumber, I pondered whether the events of this night would linger in my memory come morning, or if I, like the town's denizens, would remain oblivious to the cyclical mystery that enshrouded our lives. The final echoes that resonated in my mind before succumbing to sleep were the distant tolls of midnight bells, their chimes muted as though heralding from a realm where silence reigned as the universal tongue of its inhabitants. Story 32. The rain whispered its gentle lullaby that evening, draping a shimmering veil over the pavement, kissed by the soft glow of the street lamps. Tired from a long day's work, I strolled homeward, cherishing the earthy fragrance of dampness in the air and the soothing pitter-patter of raindrops on rooftops. It was in that tranquil moment that a peculiar sight caught my eye. A small, dark-covered book lay forsaken on the sidewalk. The rain had caressed it tenderly, leaving no trace of damage, almost as if it had been placed there mere moments ago. Bending down, I retrieved the book, its leather cover yielding beneath my touch, exuding a sense of hidden secrets. There were no markings on the cover, no name to claim ownership, only a black satin ribbon nestled within, marking a spot amid the yellowed pages. Curiously, the weight of the book in my hand hinted at a mystery far weightier than its size suggested. Nestling under the shelter of a nearby balcony, I carefully opened the book, shielding its delicate pages from the rain's persistent caress. The handwriting, elegant and precise, inked in a timeless black, bore witness to a date from the year 1887, aligning with the current day. The opening lines seized my attention, whispering of a forbidden discovery. I have unearthed the existence of the impossible. Shadows transcend their essence, and time, untethered, eludes its course. I must chronicle all before the veil descends. A shiver, not of fear but of intrigue, tiptoed down my spine. Turning the page, the narrative unfolded, weaving a tapestry of enigmatic occurrences. The author's words painted a vivid picture of repeating instances, objects in motion under the cloak of night, mirrors reflecting with a subtle delay. As I delved deeper, the rain's melody shifted, harmonizing with the tale. Each droplet fell in a rhythmic pattern, orchestrated like a celestial symphony. Glancing around, I noticed the street had emptied, cloaked in an eerie solitude. The street lamps cast perfect circles upon the glistening ground, intertwining into intricate geometries previously unseen. Much like the diary's revelations, intricate patterns veiled in the mundane, unveiled only to the perceptive eye at opportune moments, expanding one's perception beyond the ordinary. The author's journey into these anomalies began with a peculiar artifact, an ancient brass key etched with cryptic symbols. As the tale unfolded, I sensed a metallic presence in my pocket. Retrieving it, I beheld a key identical to the one described in the diary, antique, brass, symbols of forgotten lore etched upon its surface. My heart, a steady drumbeat, echoed in time with the rain's nocturnal serenade as I inspected the key under the lamplight's glow. The subsequent pages unveiled a revelation of a door, not of wood and iron, but a threshold betwixt realms, visible only when light caressed reflective surfaces at the precise angle. The key, not a mere tool for locks, but a catalyst for bending reality to its possessor's will. Glancing up from the pages, I witnessed the streetlight shadows contort into impossible shapes, weaving ancient scripts in their dance. The rain's melody deepened, a hypnotic lullaby sung by a distant muse. The final page bore a cryptic warning. If these words meet your gaze, the diary has chosen you. Chance holds no sway in this realm. The key shall reveal truths untold, but heed this. Some doors, once ajar, refuse closure. Reverently, I closed the diary, the key's weight a tangible reminder in my pocket. The rain persisted, each droplet now a note in a grander opus. The streetlights' dance painted shadows on the walls, a silent theater of figures in motion. With the diary cradled against my chest and the key's muted pulse in my pocket, the world blurred, a canvas of dreams and reality intertwined. How many before me had stumbled upon this tome, discovered the key's enigmatic presence. Approaching home, I spied upon the wall a shadowy semblance of a door, unseen until that very moment. Or had it always lurked, veiled from mortal sight until now? The key, a heavy weight against my hip, seemed to recognize its purpose. Standing amidst the nocturnal rain's melody, I faced that spectral portal, a gateway to the unknown. The diary had found its new guardian, ushering in a chapter yet unwritten, a tale woven between realms of reality and reverie. But that, my dear listener, is a story for another night, a moment suspended in the embrace of twilight's mystery. Story 33. In the quiet of the night, the hush amplified the sound of my footsteps as they traversed the ancient, echoing wooden corridor. Each step I took caused the floorboards to emit a soft, rhythmic creak, harmonizing with the gentle pitter-patter of raindrops against the window panes. A sweet, nostalgic fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of aged wood and weathered paper. My journey led me to a door at the hallway's end, a door I had chosen not to unlock for many moons. The lock on the door gleamed faintly in the dim light cast by the wall sconces, almost as if it beckoned me with a subtle allure. I vividly recalled securing it tightly the last time, turning the key thrice and confirming the handle's stability. It was a customary practice, a ritual that instilled a sense of reassurance within me. That particular evening, however, an inexplicable shift hung in the air. The space surrounding the door felt colder than usual, a thin veil of dust having settled on the brass handle, forming intricate patterns that captured my attention. Drawing nearer, I discerned that the dust had arranged itself in delicate concentric circles, as though an unseen hand had painted a cryptic message. To my surprise, when I laid my palm on the door's surface, a faint warmth greeted me, an anomaly given the room's prolonged solitude and lack of heating. Intrigued, I pressed my ear against the wood, straining to catch any faint sounds. In the profound stillness, a distant, almost imperceptible rhythm reached my senses, akin to the quiet breaths of one in slumber. Retrieving the key from the folds of my robe, its unexpected warmth against my skin sent a shiver down my spine. With deliberate care, I inserted the key into the lock, its movements deliberate and unhurried, as if respecting the sanctity of the moment. The key slid in smoothly, Yet as I attempted to turn it, a resistance met me, as though the lock had undergone a clandestine alteration. My heart quickened its pace within my chest, not out of fear, but a potent blend of curiosity and anticipation, akin to the thrill of an impending discovery. Trying the opposite direction, the key yielded with surprising ease, emitting a soft, satisfying click. As the door swung open, a waft of warm, inviting air enveloped me, redolent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonbeams filtered through gossamer curtains, casting a silver luminescence upon the room's contents. Everything appeared unchanged, yet subtly transformed. The books on the shelves seemed to have rearranged themselves into intricate patterns previously unnoticed. The plush velvet armchair had shifted slightly, now angled towards the window, while an empty porcelain cup sat upon the adjacent table, a detail that eluded my memory. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingertips traced the uneven distribution of dust, as if invisible hands had inscribed fleeting messages. Beside the inkwell lay a yellowed sheet of paper bearing a single sentence penned in a handwriting eerily similar to mine, though unfamiliar in its origin. The words inscribed read, "Time flows differently here." As I absorbed the cryptic message, I realized my breath had synchronized with the gentle billowing of the curtains, devoid of any external breeze. The room's silence reverberated with a pulsing energy, hinting at innumerable muted whispers that danced on the edge of perception. Sinking into the velvety embrace of the armchair, I caught a glimpse of the room's reflection in the window's glass. Fleetingly, a blurred figure seemed to move in the shadows behind me. Yet when I turned, only the moon's radiance greeted me, casting intricate patterns upon the floor. Closing my eyes momentarily, I surrendered to the encompassing tranquility. Upon reopening them, a subtle shift had transpired within the room. Every object appeared minutely displaced, as if rearranged by an unseen force. The warmth emanating from the once empty cup, accompanied by a delicate wisp of steam, added to the enigma pervading the space. Rising slowly from the chair, I bore the weight of the room's enigmatic allure as I made my way towards the door, my footsteps now silent upon the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I stole one last glance. The room exhaled softly, akin to a slumbering entity. With a gentle hand, I closed the door, the soft click of the lock echoing like a melodious lullaby within the hallway's silence. Since that fateful night, a subtle hint of vanilla tea lingers near the door, accompanied by the faint rustle of pages turned by invisible hands. Though the door remains unopened, I sense the room continues its clandestine existence, safeguarding mysteries best left undisturbed in the embrace of silence. Story 34. The heavy rain on the roof played a hypnotic tune as I readied myself for another solitary evening in my rustic country home. The drops trickled down the window panes, weaving intricate patterns that swirled in the soft glow of the candlelight I had ignited to combat the encroaching darkness. Outside, the gentle wind danced through the garden trees, creating a soothing rustle that mimicked a natural lullaby. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a warm cup of tea, I absent-mindedly observed the steam spiraling delicately into the air. The house murmured its usual symphony, the faint creaking of the aging wood, the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the foyer, the gentle whistle of the wind seeping through unseen crevices. All seemed ordinary, yet an undefined unease had begun to stir in the tranquility of the evening. It was while savoring my tea that I detected something out of the ordinary. The upstairs bedroom window, visible through the mirror in the hallway, emitted an unusual glow, as though a candle flickered within. But I knew without a doubt that no light illuminated that room. Slowly rising, I set down my cup on the small table beside the armchair and made my way towards the staircase. The wooden steps groaned underfoot, a familiar sound from years of inhabiting this abode. However, that night, each creak carried a distinct resonance, as though the house itself sought to convey a message to me. As I ascended, the air grew chillier, a thin veil of dampness clinging to the walls of the upper corridor. Upon reaching the bedroom door, I hesitated for a moment before turning the handle. The brass felt unnaturally cold, nearly icy to the touch. With a slight squeak, the door swung open, revealing the room shrouded in shadows. The window, the same one I had glimpsed in the mirror, was shut. Yet as I observed, the lock began to shift on its own, inching open as if guided by unseen hands. To my astonishment, the window started to slide ajar, without any visible force propelling it. The breeze that entered was not forceful enough to warrant such movement, and the air that seeped in carried a sweet, ancient fragrance of dried flowers and aged wood. Approaching cautiously, I watched as raindrops pirouetted into the room, forming tiny pools on the wooden sill. To my amazement, the drops did not simply fall in a straight line, but twirled in the air, creating intricate circular patterns before softly alighting on the floor. Amid this inexplicable display, my attention was drawn to a subtle motion. On the glass pane, words began to materialize as if an invisible hand were inscribing them on the misty surface. The script unfolded slowly, too blurred to decipher clearly. The curtains swayed gently, though no draft stirred them, their movement akin to the serene, deep breaths of a slumbering being. Moonlight, filtered through rain-laden clouds, cast dancing shadows on the walls, whispering silent tales. Extending my hand towards the window, I felt the cool outside air caress my fingers. Just as I was about to touch the glass, the window closed softly, with the same unhurried grace with which it had opened. The latch clicked faintly, and the ancient aroma that had permeated the room began to fade. I stood motionless for several moments, listening to the persistent patter of rain outside. The room had returned to its normal state, yet a subtle shift had occurred. It was as though the house had offered me a glimpse of another realm, a world existing parallel to our own, visible only in those rare moments when the boundary between reality and mystery thins to a delicate veil. Since that fateful night, whenever the rain descends, I settle into my armchair and gaze at the window's reflection in the hallway mirror. Sometimes it remains motionless, while on other occasions it opens gradually in a silent ritual that has woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The source of this phenomenon remains a mystery to me, but I have come to embrace it as a part of the enigma that envelops my home, a secret shared solely between myself and these ancient walls. And on the hushed nights, when the wind murmurs through the trees and the rain whispers softly, I can almost sense a familiar presence watching over me, an invisible guardian who has chosen to coexist within this space, revealing itself through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 35. Autumn nights hold a whisper of magic in our quiet residential neighborhood. The air is crisp, carrying the fragrance of fallen leaves and the hushed echo of footsteps on the damp pavement. Lately, on my evening walks home from work, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention. At the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue, there stands a streetlight unlike the others. While its companions cast a steady yellow glow, this particular light behaves mysteriously. As I draw near, it begins to dim, as though concealing a secret from my eyes. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, an aging fixture in need of repair. However, with each passing night, my curiosity deepened. The light's dimming was not random, it only occurred in my presence. Intrigued, I decided to investigate further. Standing 60 feet away, I observed the light's unwavering beam illuminating the surroundings. The shadows lengthening, the dew on the grass glistening. Stepping closer, the light flickered subtly. With each stride, its radiance diminished, almost as if the light itself held its breath. At a mere 15 feet away, the once brilliant glow had faded to a mere shimmer, casting a faint halo around me. The silence of the night felt denser beneath that dim light, as if even the city noises dared not intrude. Peering up at the streetlight's glass, I discerned peculiar markings etched upon its surface, barely visible in the dimness. Attempting to illuminate the markings with my phone's flashlight, a sudden gust of wind stirred the leaves, and I sensed a shift within the glass enclosure. Curiosity piqued, I altered my route to pass beneath the enigmatic streetlight each evening. The ritual repeated, the light dimming, the silence deepening, an unshakable sensation of being watched. With each encounter, new revelations unfolded. The light's color subtly shifted, communicating in silent hues. One moonlit night, within the circle of dim light, a melodic hum resonated from within the pole, vibrating against my palm as I touched its cool metal surface. It was as though the streetlight sought to convey a message, a tale whispered through its subtle vibrations. Documenting each visit meticulously, I discerned patterns tied to lunar phases, the light's behavior mirroring the moon's cycles. During the new moon, it almost extinguished upon my passing, while on full moon nights, it retained a steady glow. The time it took to regain full brightness after my departure followed a precise rhythm, always 23 seconds, unwavering. The streetlight's influence began to shape my nightly routine, drawing me into a silent communion. I found myself slowing my pace, participating in this peculiar dance of light and shadows. At times, I lingered beneath its dimmed glow, captivated by the faint hum that seemed to narrate tales of bygone eras. I never sought a rational explanation for this enigma, for perhaps some mysteries are best left unsolved. In this corner of the city, a secret lingers, a small enigma that has chosen me as its confidant. Every dusk, as I make my way home, I anticipate our silent encounter, the streetlight waiting to envelop me in its twilight embrace. Night after night, the dance continues, the light dimming as I draw near. Whether an electrical anomaly, a cosmic phenomenon, or something beyond comprehension, I find solace in the fleeting darkness, where shadows and light intertwine, revealing glimpses of a greater mystery. Story 36. The autumn breeze delicately brushed against the tree leaves, creating a soothing symphony that harmonized with the gentle hum of the surrounding crowd. Seated on my cherished bench in the park, I observed the steady stream of people strolling along the paved pathways. The air held a crispness that carried the fragrance of moist earth and damp wood. Though I held a book in my hands, my focus was captured by a subtle, nearly imperceptible feeling that had lingered with me for days. It all commenced in the subtlest of ways. One morning, while making my way to work, a tingling sensation crept up my neck, as if eyes were fixed upon me. I turned around, yet only the usual flow of commuters rushed past towards their destinations met my gaze. In the days that followed, that sensation grew more frequent, more tangible. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, even at my preferred coffee haunt. People continued to pass by my bench, some solitary, others in pairs. A woman in a scarlet coat paused to check her phone. An elderly gentleman ambled leisurely with his polished cane. Yet amidst those familiar figures, I sensed a difference I couldn't quite pinpoint. I closed my book and rose, opting to take a stroll. The sky gradually shifted to amber hues, and the first street lamps flickered to life one by one. I sauntered along the main avenue, listening to the rhythm of my footsteps on the gravel. The sensation lingered, akin to an unseen shadow trailing me at a constant distance. Halting before a shop window, feigning interest in the displayed wares, I surreptitiously scrutinized the passers-by's reflections. It was then that I discerned something peculiar. A face in the throng that seemed ever present, indistinct, slipping through the crowd with seamless fluidity. Resuming my walk, now more observant, I veered onto side streets, then another. The crowd thinned, yet the presence endured. Settling upon a bench in a tranquil square, enveloped by antiquated edifices with glowing windows, the air turned chill, and the evening sky unveiled its initial stars. And then it dawned on me, disquieting in its revelation. It wasn't a solitary gaze tailing me, but many, as if varied individuals took turns, passing the unseen baton in a silent, impeccably orchestrated ballet. Some faces recurred more frequently. A young woman with a cerulean scarf, a middle-aged man sporting glasses, a boy with a knapsack. Rising slowly, I made my way home, feeling the weight of those gazes upon my back. The streets were now deserted, yet the sensation didn't wane. If anything, it deepened in the nocturnal hush. Upon reaching my apartment, I perched by the window, gazing at the street below. People continued to traverse, some pausing fleetingly, others continuing their journey. I pondered how many were truly bound for a destination, and how many were part of that enigmatic choreography where I unwittingly held center stage. Most unsettling was that they appeared entirely ordinary, blending seamlessly into the throng. As the city lights flickered to life, one by one, I contemplated the essence of this silent scrutiny. Who were these people? What sought their gaze? And above all, why me? Queries that lingered in the air as night slowly enshrouded the city in its velvety cloak. Since then, I've grown accustomed to this awareness. At times I endeavor to pinpoint my observers, while at others I feign ignorance, yet they persist, akin to shadows flitting at the peripheries of my daily existence. In the hush of night, whilst peering from my window at the diminishing streets, I ponder if they, too, think of me, concealed within their abodes, preparing for another day of this enigmatic dance of gazes and apparitions. Story 37. The hotel corridor glowed in a soft, amber light streaming through glass lampshades resembling liquid honey. It was the late hours of the night, and the only sound breaking the silence was the gentle hum of air conditioners. With my suitcase in tow, its wheels gliding noiselessly on the deep burgundy carpet, I made my way towards the elevator. The weariness from a day filled with endless business meetings weighed heavily on my shoulders. Pressing the elevator button, I watched my reflection blur in the metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator ticked by slowly. 6, 5, 4. The display emitted a soothing green light that cast an ethereal glow on the walls. As the doors slid open with a soft chime, I stepped into the small space adorned with mirrors and rich dark wood. My destination was the 7th floor, the pinnacle of the hotel. Pressing the button, I leaned back against the wall, closing my eyes momentarily. The elevator began its ascent with a seamless, unhurried motion. The mechanical sounds were barely audible, akin to a deep, rhythmic breath. Upon opening my eyes, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror's reflection before me. It appeared as though my image moved with a subtle delay, as if mimicking my gestures with a momentary lag. Shaking my head, I attributed this odd sensation to sheer exhaustion. As the elevator came to a gentle stop and the doors parted, I stepped out into the corridor, only to sense that something was amiss. The carpet beneath my feet had transformed into a deep emerald shade, diverging from the burgundy on the lower floors. The wall lamps exuded an antique charm, their Art Deco design catching my eye, a detail I had not previously noticed. Glancing at the elevator display, still indicating the 7th floor, I realized the ambiance had shifted entirely. The corridor appeared elongated, constricted, and a peculiar scent permeated the air, reminiscent of aged books and ancient wood. The room doors bore unconventional numbering, 7A, 7B, 7C, deviating from the standard sequence I had seen during booking. Turning back to the elevator, I found the doors had silently sealed shut. Pressing the call button yielded no response. The display above darkened as if erasing any trace of the elevator's existence. The silence grew dense, almost palpable. Slowly making my way down the hallway, I attempted to reorient myself. The light seemed to pulsate gently, as if drawing breath. Each door I passed appeared identical, yet each emitted a unique aura, hinting at untold tales veiled behind their somber wooden facades. Near the corridor's end, a figure caught my eye, seated in an antique armchair. He resembled an elderly doorman, his period uniform immaculate, his snow-white hair impeccably styled. Raising his gaze from the book he held, he offered a kind smile. "Are you lost?" His voice, calm and familiar, resonated as though he had anticipated my arrival. "I believe so," I admitted. "I was bound for the 7th floor, but this place—" "Ah, this is indeed the 7th floor," he interjected with a mysterious smile. "Simply not the one you sought. You see, this elevator possesses a quirk. It guides weary travelers not to where they wish to be, but where they truly need to go." Surveying my surroundings anew, I discerned subtler details. Golden frames adorning the walls held monochrome photographs of period-clad individuals, their smiles frozen in time, while the clock on the wall ticked backwards, its hands moving contrary to convention. "Fear not," the doorman reassured, closing his book gently. "The elevator shall return in due time. Meanwhile, why not rest a while? Time is but a fleeting companion here." Seating myself beside him, the wariness that had burdened me gradually dissipated. The once unsettling silence now cradled me in a reassuring embrace, akin to a warm caress. The doorman resumed his reading, and I found myself entranced by the shadows dancing playfully on the walls, weaving hypnotic patterns. Time seemed to elude me as I lost myself in the tranquil rhythm of the backward-ticking clock, its cadence morphing into a soothing melody, a lullaby of sorts. At some indeterminate point, the familiar chime of the elevator resonated through the air. "There," the doorman remarked without glancing up from his book. "I believe it is time for you to return to your designated floor." Rising to my feet, a sense of inexplicable rejuvenation enveloped me. Heading towards the elevator, I turned to express my gratitude to the doorman, only to find the armchair vacant. His book lay on the armrest, its time-worn leather cover gleaming faintly in the ambient light. As the elevator doors slid open soundlessly, I entered, embarking on a notably brief journey this time. Stepping out, I found myself back in the familiar corridor, adorned with burgundy carpeting and modern lamps. Reaching my room, I inserted the key into the lock. Prior to entering, I cast a final glance towards the elevator. In a fleeting moment, the digital display flickered, revealing not a number but an unfamiliar symbol, before reverting to its usual 7. Since that enigmatic night, each elevator ride in a hotel instigates a pondering within me. Will it transport me to my intended destination or lead me to where my soul truly yearns to be? And on the hushed nights, a faint rustling of pages echoes in the recesses of my mind, turned by unseen hands in a corridor existing betwixt one realm and another. Story 38. The night lay hushed, veiled in a cloak of mist that turned the street lamps into faint, distant stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows pirouette across the walls of my study, choreographed by the dancing flame of a solitary candle on the side table. The time-worn wooden floor exuded that nostalgic fragrance unique to well-loved homes, while the quietude was punctuated by the steady rhythm of the pendulum clock. In a moment of contemplation, a peculiar sight captured my attention. Amidst the familiar shadows cavorting on the wall, there was one that moved to its own silent melody. While the others swayed in harmony with the flickering flame, this particular shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, tracing an unseen path along the surface. Initially dismissing it as a trick of my weary mind, I closed the book in my lap and rose to investigate further. Startled by my scrutiny, the shadow timidly retreated to a corner of the room. Drawing closer, I scrutinized the wall's textured surface. Though the irregularities naturally cast small shadows, the one that intrigued me stood out, darker, more defined, almost tangible. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall where the shadow had paused. The chill that met my fingertips was far colder than the surrounding plaster. In the ensuing days, I began to notice other anomalies. The shadow manifested at varying times, always in solitude, always in the dim glow where shadows thrived yet did not overpower. It appeared in the hallway, in the kitchen, with a consistent air of curiosity and bashfulness. One evening, as I sat at my desk, engrossed in writing, a presence brushed against me. Not a disquieting gaze, but rather akin to the silent observation of a cat. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow projected upon the closed door of my study. Unlike before, it held its ground, as though studying me in return. It was then that I realized a peculiar detail. The shadow lacked the source. Every shadow we know emanates from something tangible, be it an object, a person, or an animal. This one existed in solitude, independent, as if a sentient entity unto itself. Engaging in a silent dialogue, I communicated with gestures and movements. The shadow responded in kind, weaving intricate shapes on the wall, fleeting as whispers in the night. At times, hints of a message teased my senses. At others, they dissolved into mere whimsical patterns. Over time, its presence became a comforting constant, a nocturnal companion. During restless nights, I sought its familiar dance among the ordinary shadows, as if awaiting a sentinel of the dark hours. The shadow's origins remained shrouded in mystery. Despite delving into research, consulting ancient tomes, and seeking counsel from paranormal experts, no definitive explanation emerged. Speculations range from physical anomalies to residual energy manifestations, yet none encapsulated the essence of its enigmatic presence. Now seated in my armchair penning these words, I glimpse the shadow's gentle movement in my peripheral vision. It has woven itself into the fabric of my daily existence, a riddle embraced without full comprehension. I ponder if it, too, contemplates my essence, if I am as much an enigma to it as it is to me. The candle nears its end, signaling the shadow's imminent retreat into the cloak of darkness, only to re-emerge with the birth of new light. And so, I await its return, engaging in this silent communion between man and bodiless shadow. Story 39. Night had draped the ancient countryside, dwelling in a cloak of profound serenity. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the hearth, I observed the shadows pirouette on the walls as the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The warmth enveloped me like a cozy embrace, while outside, the autumn breeze tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. In that moment of absolute stillness, a peculiar sound caught my attention. A crystalline, childlike laughter wafting from the upper floor of the house. It was a laugh as delicate as silver bells. Pausing to listen, I allowed the sound to intertwine with the crackling of the fire. There was no hint of menace in it. Instead, it was a joyous laughter, almost melodic. Yet, having dwelled alone in this abode for over 2 decades, I had never welcomed children within its walls. Intrigue began to trickle through me like a gentle stream, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that had nearly overtaken me. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation as my feet met the worn Persian rug. The floorboards murmured softly as I made my way toward the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm and inviting glow, casting my silhouette on the walls in a silent waltz. Ascending the stairs, I noticed the air growing cooler with each step. It was not a harsh chill, but rather a caress on the skin, akin to the breeze near the ocean's edge. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom frequented, adorned with antiquated furniture cloaked in white sheets that swayed gently, stirred by an unseen draft. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a silvery light unlike any other in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor the glow of electric lamps. It was a different light, pulsating gently, like a tranquil heartbeat. Upon pushing the door, the ancient wood sang a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that ethereal luminescence. The draped furniture formed soft, reassuring shapes, resembling clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a distinct figure, but a play of light and shadow that mimicked a child's form. The laughter rang out once more, clearly emanating from that luminous presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe. The light child seemed to frolic with the rays it emitted, crafting luminous patterns on the walls as if painting with light itself. I approached cautiously, and with each step, the room's temperature gently oscillated between cool and warm, like waves lapping at the shore. Drawing nearer, I discerned a familiarity in the figure. In its fluid movements, I recognized echoes of my own childhood gestures when playing alone in my room. The realization dawned upon me with the sweetness of a long-forgotten memory. That laughter, so pure and crystalline, belonged to my own childhood. Time seemed to stretch as I observed that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, occasionally punctuated by that melodious laughter, now reverberating like an echo from the past. I refrained from speaking or engaging, fearful of shattering the tranquility and nostalgia. Gradually, the silvery light began to wane, akin to the sun setting on a winter eve. The child's form grew increasingly ethereal until only a faint glow remained. The final laughter I heard was a mere whisper, a tender farewell before dissipating into darkness entirely. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a serene silence. The sheets on the furniture ceased their sway, and the air reverted to its usual temperature. Yet, something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now seemed to harbor a precious secret. Returning to my armchair beside the hearth, where the fire smoldered gently, I settled amidst the cushions. It dawned on me that I would never truly unravel the mystery of that night. Was it a dream, a recollection, or perchance something deeper, a message from the past that chose to manifest through a child's laughter in the shadows? Since that night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. Sometimes on the stillest nights, I catch a faint echo of that crystalline laughter, akin to a soothing lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I allow the enigma to endure, a tender secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the darkness. Story 40. The hush of the night enveloped me, broken only by the soft whir of the refrigerator and the steady tick-tock of the clock on the kitchen wall. Seated on my cozy couch at 2 a.m., I relished the rare tranquility that nestled into the world at this hour, as if time itself paused just for me. The gentle glow of the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea pirouetted lazily in the air. In the midst of this peaceful interlude, a peculiar detail caught my eye in the neighboring apartment. It had gone unnoticed until that moment. For 6 months, not a soul had crossed its threshold, no sounds had escaped, and no lights had flickered within. Yet on that particular night, a faint light seeped from beneath the door, akin to the gentle flicker of a candle. Compelled by curiosity, I rose from the comfort of my couch, leaving my cup on the table, and drew closer to the wall that divided our spaces. Pressing my ear against its cool surface, I strained to detect any hint of activity. The silence engulfed me, but an unspoken heaviness lingered in the air. Returning to my routine, I found myself increasingly drawn to the mystery next door. Details that had previously eluded me now captured my attention. The absence of piled-up mail, the pristine doorknob amidst dusty surroundings, and the occasional soft rustling that whispered through the night. Like a creeping vine, curiosity coiled tighter within me. Delving into the building's history, I unearthed that the enigmatic apartment had been leased for 2 decades, yet the inhabitants remained a ghostly enigma. The elderly janitor, with a face etched by time, recounted receiving rent in anonymous envelopes left in his mailbox like clockwork. One fateful night, as if in a dream, a haunting piano melody wafted through the wall. The notes, ethereal and distant, evoked a sense of longing and remembrance. Driven by an inexplicable urge, I pressed my ear to the wall, only to have the music abruptly cease, leaving my own heartbeats to resonate in the void. The following day, a chance encounter with a resident from the upper floor unraveled more mysteries. Her revelation that the apartment was architecturally unsuitable for a piano only deepened the enigma. Rather than dissuading my curiosity, her words ignited a fervor to unearth more anomalies. The absence of warmth on wintry nights, the perpetually dry doormat on rainy days, and the enigmatic flicker of light that danced through the darkness. One evening, the door was left slightly ajar, an unprecedented invitation into the enigmatic realm beyond. My heart raced as I stood before the threshold, bathed in the same ethereal glow that had beckoned months prior. A conundrum unfolded before me, torn between the allure of discovery and the dread of the unknown. In the end, I chose to retreat, sensing that some enigmas are best left undisturbed, their secrets veiled in the comforting shroud of mystery. As morning light filtered through my windows, the neighboring door stood closed, concealing its secrets once more. Since that night, a silent vigil has taken root within me. Each late-night return home beckons me to pause before that mysterious door. Sometimes a faint melody drifts through the air, other times a flicker of light dances in the shadows. Yet I resist the urge to unravel the enigma, finding solace in the enigmatic presence that dwells just beyond the divide. Amidst a world fixated on explanations and classifications, perhaps there is solace in embracing the unknown, in cherishing the enigmatic corners that defy our understanding, offering a gentle respite from the relentless pursuit of answers. Story 41. As the autumn afternoon unfolded, the doorbell remained silent, replaced by a gentle knock that mimicked the soft flutter of a moth's wings against glass. Wrapped in a warm blanket, I sat on the couch, engrossed in a book, while the rain outside created a soothing melody as it tapped against the window panes. Rising slowly, I attributed the faint knock to the wind stirring something on the landing. Opening the door revealed an empty porch, save for a neatly squared brown package resting at the threshold. Unmarked and label-free, it bore only my name, inscribed in a rich, ancient calligraphy, reminiscent of an era long past. The cardboard felt smooth and dry to the touch, defying the persistent rain that fell outside. Curious, I brought it indoors, the silence now amplified, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock and the whisper of raindrops. Seated once more, I examined the package closely, noting its flawless edges and absence of visible openings. It exuded a subtle fragrance, a blend of old books, black tea, and a hint of sandalwood, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Holding it in my lap, I sensed a delicate movement within, as if the very air inside was alive, dancing in unseen patterns. The fading daylight cast elongated shadows in the room, bathing everything in a soft twilight glow. Opting for the natural light, I refrained from switching on any lamps, allowing the package to absorb and play with the diminishing light in its own mysterious way. After a contemplative pause, I attempted to unravel its enigma. Running my fingers along the seams, I discovered warm spots on the cardboard, seemingly following an inexplicable rhythm. A distant memory surfaced, hazy and indistinct, of a similar package encountered in my childhood at my grandparents' house, bearing the same elegant handwriting. The rain outside intensified slightly, its patter harmonizing with the warmth I felt on the package's surface. Lost in contemplation, the room's temperature seemed to reach a harmonious equilibrium, neither too warm nor too cold. The familiar scent emanating from the box intensified, mingling with the fresh rain scent seeping through the window. Remarkably, wherever my skin touched the cardboard, faint luminous imprints appeared, glowing briefly before fading away like fleeting stars in the night sky. Entranced by this phenomenon, I lost track of time, only to realize that evening had descended when I looked up. The room was bathed in a serene bluish hue, with the package emitting a subtle, almost imperceptible glow, the sole source of light in the dimness. Deciding to postpone the unveiling, I placed it gently on the coffee table and illuminated the room with a lamp. In the artificial light, the package appeared ordinary once more, a mere brown cube with my name etched on its surface. In the days that followed, the package remained on the table, its aura shifting subtly with each passing hour. The mysterious scent evolved, always familiar yet elusive, refusing to be fully identified. The enigmatic package, a symbol of perfect mystery, remained unopened, inviting contemplation rather than resolution. Even now, on rainy autumn evenings, thoughts drift back to that silent presence, pondering the possibility of someone else, in another home, encountering a similar package with their name inscribed in that same elegant script. The choice to unravel its secrets or preserve its mystery, a decision left to the whims of fate, continues to linger in the air, like a silent dance waiting to be observed. Story 42. The gentle glow of my desk lamp draped delicate shadows over the worn surface of my grandfather's vintage writing desk. Rain tapped a calming melody on the window panes, serenading the quiet evening hours. I sifted through ancient correspondence, my fingers skimming the fragile paper of aged letters, until something peculiar seized my attention. Amidst the faded postcards and yellowed envelopes lay a pristine white envelope, its paper pristine and untouched by time. The texture of the paper felt strangely familiar yet subtly altered, like the sensation of recognizing something long known but subtly transformed. The envelope bore no stamp, only my name inscribed in elegant cursive with deep blue ink that seemed to shimmer in the lamplight. What caught my breath wasn't the absence of postal marks or the quality of the paper. It was the date inscribed in the corner, December 27, 2025, precisely 1 year from today. My fingers trembled slightly as I flipped the envelope over. The seal remained unbroken, imprinted with dark red wax, bearing an intricate pattern that eluded my understanding. The design appeared to shift under my gaze, resembling ripples in a pond slowly settling. The fragrance of old books and leather from my grandfather's desk mingled with another scent, a faint trace of lavender and something metallic, akin to the air before a storm. Placing the letter on the desk, I observed as shadows from the rain-streaked window waltzed across its surface. The grandfather clock in the hallway struck 9 times, each resonant toll seeming to linger in the air longer than usual. Amidst the chimes, I could have sworn I heard the whisper of paper gliding against paper, though the envelope remained motionless before me. The wax seal seemed to warm beneath my touch as I delicately broke it. Enclosed within was a single sheet of paper, folded meticulously. The same blue ink adorned this page, yet the handwriting, my handwriting, appeared hurried, urgent, compared to the elegant script on the envelope. The paper carried that same peculiar scent of lavender and ozone, now intensified, causing a tingling sensation in my fingertips as they grazed the page. The letter commenced simply, "By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice." The words pulsed gently on the page, as if imbued with a life of their own. Subsequent lines spoke of decisions yet unmade, paths untrodden, and consequences unencountered. The letter depicted moments that had not transpired, conversations that had not taken place, and choices that awaited my decision. As my eyes traversed the page, the lamp's light seemed to fluctuate in synchrony with my reading, though I recognized it as a trick of my weary mind. The rain's cadence against the windows altered, harmonizing subtly with the words I perused. Each paragraph unveiled a future that felt both inevitable and implausible, narrated in a voice unmistakably mine, yet influenced by experiences I had not yet lived. The final paragraph concluded abruptly, mid-sentence, as if the writer, my future self, had been interrupted or purposely left something unspoken. Below the unfinished line, a postscript materialized in different ink, darker and somewhat smudged. "Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once." Glancing up from the letter to check the time, the grandfather clock displayed 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a profound silence punctuated solely by the gentle ticking of passing seconds. As I clutched the letter, the paper began to feel weightless, almost ethereal, as though it might dissipate at any moment. Rising gradually, I approached the window, letter in hand. The night sky had cleared, unveiling a moon that bathed the room in silver light. I witnessed the ink on the page begin to fade, words vanishing one by one like stars at daybreak. By the stroke of midnight, the paper had turned blank, leaving behind only a faint hint of lavender and the residual warmth of possibilities. I never stumbled upon the envelope again, despite countless searches of the desk. Occasionally, on tranquil rainy evenings, I catch a whiff of lavender and ozone, and my fingers tingle with the memory of that paper. I often ponder the choice alluded to in the letter, whether it was already made or if it awaits me in the future. Perhaps both scenarios coexist, simultaneous like the letter itself, suspended between what was and what could be. The grandfather clock persists in its steady march of seconds, each tick a reminder that time flows in a singular direction, or so we assume. Yet on nights like this, when the rain returns and shadows pirouette across my desk, I find myself gazing at the door, awaiting midnight, and contemplating if somewhere in a future instant, I am penning a missive to my past self, endeavoring to bridge the chasm between actuality and possibility. Story 43. The rain cascaded down in a gentle, hypnotic cadence onto the roof of the old house, weaving a natural lullaby that harmonized with the silence of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a forgotten cup of chamomile tea resting cool between my palms, I found myself entranced by the tranquil symphony surrounding me. Yet, amidst the soothing patter of raindrops, a subtle anomaly stirred my senses. A faint, nearly imperceptible sound, a delicate echo blending with the rain's rhythm, soft footsteps as if emerging from the depths of the basement. Initially, I brushed it off as mere echoes of the house settling in its aged bones. Every old home possesses its own language, a language of creaks and sighs that resonate especially on damp, rainy nights. However, on this particular evening, there was a peculiar quality to those sounds, a precision in their cadence that hinted at a familiarity too close to human footsteps. With deliberate movements, I rose from my seat, setting the cup down on the nearby table. The wooden floor beneath my feet radiated a residual warmth, a lingering embrace from the day's fading heat. As I advanced towards the basement door, a chill crept into the air, a frigid draft ascending from the depths below. The brass handle, icy to the touch, yielded with a soft click that reverberated through the stillness of the house. Descending into the darkness, each step echoed with a symphony of my own footfalls intermingled with the enigmatic ones that had beckoned me. The familiar scent of the basement enveloped me, a blend of aged wood, damp soil, and an elusive essence. Shadows danced on the walls, their movements choreographed by the intermittent flashes of lightning seeping through the small skylight above. Amidst the flickering shadows, a curious sight greeted me. Faint footprints etched on the dusty floor, not solid imprints, but ethereal traces of moisture, as if a figure with damp soles had treaded a circular path at the heart of the room. Intrigued, I approached the enigmatic marks, pondering their origin. The skylight remained intact, ruling out any water seepage from above. While scrutinizing the mysterious imprints, a subtle motion in the darkest corner seized my attention. There, in the shroud of shadows untouched by light, a slow, almost imperceptible movement stirred. A tinge of curiosity mingled with a strange sense of recognition quickened my pulse as I ventured towards the obscure recess. As I drew closer, the air grew colder, the ambient footsteps now surrounding me, a spectral chorus of unseen wanderers. A revelation dawned upon me. The footprints, rather than random, traced a deliberate spiral toward the room's center. The freshest prints, closest to the core, glistened with moisture, as though born of the moment. In a moment frozen in time, I stood transfixed, watching as the prints slowly dissolved, evaporating into the chill of the basement. The phantom footsteps faded into oblivion, melding seamlessly with the relentless rain outside. Ascending the stairs once more, a profound serenity enveloped me, as if I had glimpsed an ancient, enigmatic ritual woven into the fabric of the house. That night, as I prepared for slumber, the rain's melody took on a new timbre. No longer a mere symphony of droplets, it echoed the rhythmic cadence of the basement footsteps. Drifting into sleep, I pondered the enigma of the footprints and wondered if they would grace the dust once more, beckoning me to unravel the mystery that lay hidden within the heart of the old house. Story 44. The rain whispered its gentle lullaby against the windows of the cozy establishment, harmonizing with the soft clinks of cups and the hushed conversations of the lingering patrons. Seated at the polished bar counter, I observed the dance of dim lights reflected on the dark, gleaming wood. Jack, the enigmatic bartender, meticulously polished glasses with a slow, almost trance-like rhythm. Tonight, a mysterious aura enveloped him, a subtle shift from his usual demeanor that intrigued me, a regular visitor. His deep, contemplative eyes held secrets untold as he prepared my customary lavender tea. Though his hands moved with practiced precision, a faint tremor betrayed an underlying tension when he placed the steaming cup before me. The delicate fragrance of lavender mingled with the rich scent of coffee and the aged wood, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and intrigue. Jack's surreptitious glances towards a solitary figure seated in the far corner hinted at a silent narrative unfolding. Approaching to refill my cup, his controlled breath carried a subtle unease, reflected in the tension of his voice as he inquired about my desires. It was then that my keen eye caught a peculiar detail. A small, crimson stain marred the pristine white cuff of his shirt, barely discernible in the dim ambience. As the hours drifted by, the rain's hypnotic cadence persisted, accompanying the departure of other patrons, leaving behind vacant chairs and forgotten cups. Only the enigmatic figure in the shadowed corner remained motionless, a silent sentinel awaiting an unknown arrival. Jack meticulously tidied the bar, his meticulous actions betraying a mounting disquiet, while the pendulum clock marked the passage of time with relentless precision. Amidst the meticulous arrangement of bottles and glasses, a weathered notebook clandestinely nestled beneath the counter caught my attention. Its yellowed pages adorned with intricate, minuscule script chronicled a meticulous record of names, dates, and cryptic symbols. The final entries intrigued me the most. Numbers devoid of conventional meaning, paired with meticulously drawn symbols, hinting at a cryptic narrative concealed within the bar's walls. The subtle cadence of footsteps drew my gaze upward, revealing the mysterious figure rising from their secluded table, poised to depart into the rainy night. A significant exchange of glances between them, and Jack bore an unspoken weight, a tension that lingered briefly before the stranger vanished into the obscurity of the storm-laden night. Jack resumed his tasks, yet a subtle shift in his demeanor was palpable. His once steady hands trembled imperceptibly as he arranged the glassware, his distant gaze hinting at a tumult of inner turmoil, a battle waged within. As I readied to depart, Jack halted my movement with a gentle gesture, his voice a mere whisper in the dimly lit space. There are truths witnessed by bartenders that dwell in the shadows of these walls, secrets best left undisturbed by the light of day. But sometimes the burden of these concealed narratives becomes too heavy to bear alone. His words hung in the air, laden with unspoken revelations, as the flickering lamplight dancing shadows upon his weary countenance. The notebook, a silent witness to clandestine tales, lingered among the bottles, a repository of untold mysteries. A faint, melancholic smile played upon Jack's lips, failing to reach his eyes as he uttered, "Return tomorrow, and perhaps a story shall be unveiled, or perhaps not." Stepping out into the nocturnal downpour, the rain's soothing melody continued its gentle descent. Through the misted windows, I glimpsed Jack resuming his ritualistic cleansing, a solitary guardian of enigmatic narratives. Yet beneath the facade of routine lay a profound enigma that eluded complete comprehension. As I distanced myself from the establishment, veiled in darkness, I pondered the countless untold stories concealed behind bar counters, the silent sentinels like Jack safeguarding secrets too weighty to divulge. The enigma of their existence, shrouded in the night's embrace, remained an enigmatic enigma, lost amidst the rain's steady rhythm in the starless expanse of the night. Story 45. The gentle night wind whispered secrets, carrying the earthy scent of night-blooming flowers through the air. Nestled in my beloved armchair, I tuned into the symphony of the old house's breath around me. The wooden frames murmured softly, as if harboring untold tales within their ancient fibers. And then, in the hush of that moment, a peculiar sound drifted down from the upstairs hallway, a rhythmic, hypnotic beat, like a wind-driven door knocker tapping out a mysterious code. The warm glow of the reading lamp painted shifting shadows on the wallpaper, giving life to phantasmal figures that danced in the flickering light. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, captivated by the persistent rhythm that filled the air. It wasn't a nuisance. Rather, it held a melodic quality that drew me in. Rising from my seat, my slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug, I embarked on a silent journey towards the source of the enigmatic sound. Each step on the creaking wooden staircase seemed to elicit a response from the ancient house, as though it too was curious about the unfolding mystery. The beat continued its steady pulse, leading me through the dimly illuminated hallway where moonbeams filtered through the tall windows, casting ethereal patterns on the floor. Upstairs, the air carried a cool whisper of antiquity, tinged with the scent of aged wood and beeswax. Tracing the sound, I found myself standing before the closed door of the old library. The brass knocker hammered against the wood, its movement persistent and unyielding. There was no draft, no wind to account for the rhythmic knocking. Mesmerized, I watched as the heavy knocker swung back and forth, as if propelled by an unseen force, its cadence following a mysterious pattern that eluded my understanding. Approaching cautiously, I reached for the cold metal handle, worn smooth by the passage of time. Though the door was unlocked, it resisted my gentle push, as if an invisible presence on the other side held it shut. The knocker continued its dance, indifferent to my presence, as if engaged in an ancient ritual of its own. Sinking to the floor, I leaned against the wall beside the door, allowing the rhythmic beat to envelop me in its lulling embrace. Time lost its meaning as I surrendered to the wordless story woven by the persistent sound. Drifting on the edges of consciousness, my thoughts meandered through realms of forgotten knowledge and ancient lore. As dawn painted the hallway in pale hues, I stirred from my reverie, limbs stiff from hours spent in silent contemplation. The knocker hung still, its song silenced with the arrival of morning light. Rising slowly, I approached the door once more. This time, it yielded to my touch without resistance, swinging open to reveal the familiar library bathed in the soft glow of daybreak. On the antique desk, illuminated by the first rays of sunlight, lay an open book I did not recall placing there. Its pages gleamed pristine and untouched, beckoning as if waiting for a story to be inscribed upon them. The brass knocker had fallen silent since that mysterious night. Yet on quiet evenings, a faint echo of its rhythmic beat seems to linger in the air, as if the house itself were whispering a forgotten melody into the stillness of the night. Story 46, the soothing melody of autumn rain tapped gently on my office window, a lullaby for the night as I immersed myself in my study. The world outside seemed to hush, cocooned in a quilt of raindrops, creating a tranquil and almost hypnotic atmosphere. The warm glow from my desk lamp cast a golden hue on the aged paper of historical manuscripts I was meticulously organizing for the city's archive. It was on one of those serene evenings that she appeared, a solitary figure moving gracefully across the square beneath a vibrant scarlet umbrella. In a canvas of autumnal grays and browns, she was the singular splash of vivid color, drawing my gaze with an air of mystery. There was a peculiar rhythm to her steps, a melody in her movement that harmonized seamlessly with the gentle rainfall. Every evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella traversed the square, her presence becoming a part of my nightly ritual, a moment I anticipated with a growing sense of intrigue. Her face remained veiled beneath the shadow of the umbrella and the misty rain that faithfully trailed her every step. One night, as I observed her customary passage, a subtle shift caught my attention. The woman paused in the center of the square, and for a fleeting instant, she turned towards my window. My heart skipped a beat as I thought I caught a glimpse of a smile on her ethereal face, illuminated faintly by the street lamps. But the moment was fleeting, and she soon resumed her silent journey, vanishing into the evening fog. In the days that followed, subtle disturbances began to unsettle my tranquil sanctuary. Water droplets appeared mysteriously on the documents I handled, as though touched by rain-dampened fingers. The delicate yet persistent scent of antique roses lingered in the study during the twilight hours, even when all windows were tightly shut. One evening, a forgotten relic surfaced on my desk, a weathered black and white photograph depicting the square from 50 years past. Amidst the crowd frozen in time, a figure with a red umbrella stood out, the sole burst of color in the faded image. Inscribed on the back in elegant handwriting was a date, October 15, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who once inhabited the same walls I now occupied. Known for her crimson umbrella and love for ancient tomes, her life met a tragic end in that very square on a rain-soaked night, much like the present. As I pored over the records of her life, the fragrance of roses intensified, and the rain outside seemed to serenade me with a gentle, haunting melody. The pages of the manuscripts I perused stirred as if brushed by an unseen breath, and when I lifted my gaze to the window, there she was, closer than ever before. The red umbrella was folded this time, revealing her visage clearly. Her eyes exuded kindness, her smile carried a serene wisdom. In her presence, I felt not fear, but a profound sadness mingled with understanding. After that fateful evening, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nightly crossings of the square. Yet on rainy nights, when the archive was cloaked in silence and shadows danced along the walls, I could still sense the echo of her footsteps and the faint perfume of antique roses. Occasionally, while sifting through aged documents, I would discover fresh water droplets on the pages, as if someone had just traced them with rain-sodden fingertips. I often pondered whether Sarah lingered still, watching over her cherished books, her spirit continuing to wander in the rain with her red umbrella. This tale I kept close to my heart, a whispered secret between myself and the shadows of the library. And each time the rain whispered on the windows, a smile would tug at my lips, knowing that somewhere, amidst the folds of time, a woman with a red umbrella embarked on her eternal journey. Story 47. Time appeared to freeze on that autumn evening, the rain tenderly tapping on the roof of the ancestral home. Nestled in my beloved armchair, I observed the gentle glow from the floor lamp bequeathed to me by my grandfather. This lamp held a certain allure, with its stained glass lampshade casting whimsical patterns on the walls. Yet, on that particular evening, a peculiar occurrence within the shadows captivated me in a manner previously unknown. The silhouettes dancing on the walls seemed to possess a vitality of their own, weaving intricate designs I had never before perceived. Initially dismissing it as a trick of light induced by the wariness of the day, I soon realized that these shadows defied the laws of physics. When a breeze caused the lampshade to sway, the shadows did not mimic its movements, but adhered to their own enigmatic cadence. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the lamp, drawn by its peculiar warmth, almost pulsating as though harboring a concealed secret within its geometric design. Tracing my fingertips over the glass surface, I discerned subtle imperfections in the artisanal craftsmanship. It was then that my gaze fell upon a detail previously unnoticed: the faint symbol etched into the lamp's metallic base, softly aglow in the light. As the shadows continued their silent waltz, more defined shapes emerged before me. Graceful human forms, swaying trees, and elusive creatures materializing and dissipating like fleeting recollections. It felt as though the lamp was not projecting mere shadows, but rather memories, narrating tales of a bygone era through the mute language of light and darkness. Enthralled, I settled on the floor, captivated by the surreal spectacle. The shadows seemed to respond to my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding as I withdrew. Occasionally, a distant melody, akin to a whispered serenade, accompanied their enigmatic dance, an embrace of gentle wonder rather than fear. As the night progressed, the projected figures grew more intricate, blending snippets of everyday life with flights of fancy. A child's play, transforming into avian flight, a seamstress morphing into a fluttering butterfly. It was as though the lamp sought to converse through the dialect of light and shadow, recounting stories existing in the liminal space between reality and reverie. Then a revelation struck me. Certain shadows depicted scenes from my own childhood, memories presumed forgotten but now vividly resurrected on the room's walls. I beheld my younger self frolicking in the backyard, my grandfather unveiling the lamp's magic for the first time, and other reminiscences surfacing from the recesses of my mind. Outside, the rain persisted, composing a melodic backdrop to this intimate and mysterious exhibition. The droplets drumming on the window pane seemed to harmonize with the shadow's motion, as if all components of a harmonious silent symphony. Temporal constraints dissolved, leaving me adrift in a tranquil reverie. Gradually, the figures tapered their movements, akin to dancers weary from an extended performance. The shadows softened, their edges less defined, yet no less enchanting. It was as though the lamp murmured the concluding verses of a bedtime story, preparing to resume its guise as an ordinary fixture. Upon rising from the floor, I observed the rain had ceased, enveloping the room in a serene quietude, the shadows reverting to mere projections. Nevertheless, a subtle shift had occurred. Gazing at the aged family heirloom, I recognized it would forever hold a transformed significance. I pondered how many more narratives this lamp harbored, how many untold memories and dreams awaited projection on my home's walls during nights of tranquility like this one. Settling on the couch, I surrendered to the lamp's gentle radiance, lulling me into slumber. In my dwindling wakefulness, I fancied witnessing one final shadow pirouetting on the wall, a visage of my grandfather, wearing a smile as if to impart that some enigmas are best appreciated without resolution. Story 48. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its resonant tones filling the ancient house with a soothing melody. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cocooned in a cozy wool blanket, I savored the soft whispers of the winter wind dancing through the window crevices. The warm radiance of my reading lamp enveloped me in a tranquil oasis, while the room's corners cloaked themselves in comforting obscurity. My nightly routine of reading had evolved into a treasured interlude of solitude, particularly on these elongated winter nights. The house harmonized into its customary symphony of gentle creaks and sighs, akin to a dear friend murmuring in slumber. However, this evening bore a subtle shift in the silence that interlaced those familiar sounds. Lowering my book, I raised my gaze, allowing my awareness to stretch beyond the circle of lamplight. The atmosphere had transformed, not drastically, but in that delicate manner that prickles one's skin with consciousness. A faint chill lingered, reminiscent of the hushed moments before snowfall, though the night sky outside remained clear. Unconsciously, my eyes gravitated to the partially ajar hallway door, always positioned to catch the comforting chimes of the clock. The door stood precisely as I had left it, offering a wedge of darkness beyond. Yet, as my focus settled, I discerned an anomaly within that shadowed slice. It appeared denser, as if the darkness had coalesced into a tangible presence. The longer I observed, the more I detected a subtle play of depth, like cascading layers of silk suspended in tranquil air. While the radiator murmured softly, dispersing warmth throughout the room, it seemed to skirt around that specific corner, as though something gently redirected its flow. Leaning forward in my chair, not out of fear, but captivated by a serene fascination, I noticed the shadow responding to my attention, becoming more defined yet elusively vague, akin to a word hovering at the edge of memory. Carefully marking my place with a silk ribbon, I set the book aside. The leather armchair emitted a soft creak as I shifted, but I remained seated, allowing my eyes to acclimate fully to the interplay of light and shadow. As I observed, the darkness behind the door adopted a subtle undulation, reminiscent of curtains swayed by an imperceptible breath. Despite the room's stillness, the shadow exhibited a gentle motion, akin to sunlight filtering through tranquil water. The grandfather clock maintained its steady tempo, its ticks synchronizing with the shadow's fluid transformations. I realized my breath had synchronized with this peaceful rhythm, slowing naturally. The shadow swayed delicately, as if breathing, weaving patterns akin to sunlight dancing beneath deep waters. An inexplicable warmth enveloped the room, distinct from the radiator's artificial heat, more akin to the comfort of proximity to a slumbering feline. Its movements grew deliberate, hinting at a form of communication transcending language. It evoked the sensation of deciphering a message through rhythmic motion, akin to watching someone communicate through frosted glass, meaning conveyed through gestures rather than words. Time unfurled in a fluid dance, stretching and contracting like honey stirred in warm tea. Engaged in a tranquil dialogue of observation and response with the shadow, I witnessed its subtle gestures. At times, it extended tendrils into the room, only to retract them with graceful ease. Other moments saw it compacting into a dense mass before unfurling like a nocturnal blossom. Intricate details emerged within the shadow, impossible in ordinary darkness, swirls and patterns suggesting unfathomable depths, shifting and dissolving like ink in water, defying categorization. Yet there was no menace in these manifestations. They felt akin to bestowed gifts, secrets shared in the language of shadow and silence. When the grandfather clock struck 1, its chime seemed to alter the atmosphere. The shadow began to thin, not dispersing entirely, but receding, akin to a friend bidding farewell after a serene visit. Observing as it melded back into the mundane darkness of the hallway, a sense of tranquil fulfillment lingered. As the shadow dissipated, a subtle transformation imbued the room, not physically altered, yet infused with a newfound significance, as if quietly blessed by the nocturnal visitor. The door remained ajar, framing ordinary darkness. Resuming my book, I refrained from opening it, relishing the peculiar tranquility left in the shadow's wake. Drowsiness crept upon me, welcomed with anticipation, knowing my dreams would be enriched by the memory of darkness flowing like water, breathing like a companion. Since that night, I habitually leave my door slightly open, inviting that wedge of shadow. On serene evenings, a familiar darkness gathers behind it. I simply smile, sinking deeper into my chair, prepared to share another tranquil hour with my gentle visitor from the depths of shadow. Story 49. The autumn mist enveloped the streets like a soft, gray shroud, casting a mysterious veil over the night. It was after a long day at work that I first caught sight of it, a pair of headlights piercing through the fog, trailing behind me at a steady distance. A subtle unease crept over me, a whisper of something peculiar about the way that car stuck to my path, never faltering, never drawing closer. The hum of its engine was a constant companion, a rhythmic echo of my own journey. As I slowed, it slowed. As I sped up, it matched my pace. Through the misty rearview mirror, I could only discern a shadowy figure, a sedan looming like a watchful presence, its headlights resembling unblinking eyes fixed on me. The residential streets slumbered peacefully, their quiet interrupted only by the soft patter of rain on my windshield, a soothing soundtrack to the eerie situation unfolding behind me. I made a decision to deviate from my usual route, testing the car's resolve. Followed suit, mirroring my every turn with a familiarity that sent a shiver down my spine. Raindrops cascaded down the windows, distorting the silhouette of my silent follower. I navigated through side streets, alleys, and bends, the car a constant companion in this strange nocturnal tango. The headlights cast a gentle glow, never encroaching, never lagging behind. The neighborhood slumbered on, oblivious to our peculiar dance in the shadows. At a red light, I stole a glance through the rain-splattered glass, catching a glimpse of a figure in the motionless driver's seat, as still as stone. When I finally made my way home, the car lingered faithfully behind me, a ghostly presence in the night. I parked, cutting the engine, and in the hush that followed, all I could hear was the rhythmic drumming of rain on the car roof and the frantic beat of my own heart. Through the mirror, I watched as the car halted a few yards away, headlights piercing the darkness like a silent sentinel. Minutes stretched into eternity before the headlights dimmed, plunging the street into an inky blackness, the silhouette of the car still looming in the distance. Summoning my courage, I stepped out into the rain, shielded by my jacket. But when I turned back to peer into the night, the street lay deserted, devoid of any trace of the car that had trailed me through the labyrinth of the city. Since that fateful night, every drive after dusk is tinged with a heightened vigilance, an extra glance in the rearview mirror. And on misty evenings, a spectral image of those familiar headlights lingers in the distance, a patient specter awaiting its next partner in the nocturnal waltz. I often wonder if that elusive car still prowls the night, trailing another unsuspecting soul, or if it bides its time, waiting for the opportune moment to rejoin me in a dance through the shadowed streets of the city. Story 50. The soft glow of the candlelight painted ethereal shadows on the ancient stone walls as I descended the worn steps of the cellar. Each creak of the wooden stairs was a familiar melody, a tune that had accompanied me on countless journeys to retrieve Grandma's cherished preserves. The air in the cellar was cool and musty, carrying with it the comforting essence of earth and aged wood that whispered of days gone by. Yet on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air, a whisper of change that stirred the stillness. It was not the flickering of the candle flame, dancing without a breath of wind, nor the thin blanket of dust that draped every surface, despite my visit just the day before. No, it was something deeper, something unseen but felt. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, reaching out towards the darkness that beckoned from the depths below. Halfway down the stairs, a peculiar sensation halted my descent, a tingling of the senses that urged caution. The wooden shelves, usually finite in their reach, now appeared to stretch endlessly before me, disappearing into the unknown. The candle's light could not penetrate the farthest reaches, as if the corridor itself defied logic and extended beyond perception. The silence enveloped me, broken only by the rhythm of my own heartbeat and the distant echo of water trickling through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that eclipsed my fear, I continued forward. The jars of preserves, normally familiar and comforting, now bore labels of ages past as I journeyed deeper. 1980, 1960, 1940, and some so faded that time had erased their legibility. The air grew colder, carrying with it a scent of damp earth intermingled with the faint whisper of forgotten histories. The shelves continued their mysterious expansion, revealing walls adorned with intricate patterns of ancient bricks. Strange symbols, foreign to my eyes, adorned the stone with a precision that defied the era of the cellar's construction. Pausing before a particular shelf, a single jar captured my attention. Crafted from dark glass that seemed to swallow light, its label bore a date that defied reason, 1820. With trembling hands, I lifted the jar, its label miraculously preserved despite the centuries. In the cellar's hushed embrace, a subtle sound reached my ears, a whisper not of words but of time itself, a soft murmur like the turning of ancient pages in a forgotten tome. Slowly turning, the darkness seemed to stir with phantom figures, ephemeral memories dancing at the edge of perception. A sense of unease settled upon me, and I knew it was time to depart. Turning towards the stairs, a disquieting realization dawned upon me. The distance I had traversed had multiplied, the light above now a distant beacon in the velvety shadows. With measured steps, I ascended, each footfall a heartbeat in the silence, each breath a prayer for sanctuary. As I climbed, the cellar shifted once more, returning to its familiar visage. The jars bore contemporary dates, the walls reverted to rough stone, and the ancient symbols faded into obscurity. The 1820 jar remained in my grasp, a tangible reminder of the unearthly journey I had undertaken. Emerging into the warm embrace of the kitchen, I placed the jar on the first step, casting a final glance into the abyss below. For a fleeting moment, a specter seemed to stir in the depths, a shimmer of temporal distortion that defied comprehension. That night, cradling a cup of steaming tea, I pondered the events that had unfolded. The jar now sat innocuously, labeled Blackberry Jam 2023, yet when opened, it exuded an aroma unlike any before. A fragrance of time itself, ancient and sweet, a memory woven with threads of yesteryears. Since that enigmatic evening, every descent into the cellar is tinged with anticipation. The stairs remain unchanged, the shelves laden with familiar preserves, yet beneath the veneer of normalcy, a whisper of mystery lingers. In moments of dim light and profound silence, I sense the cellar's quiet invitation, a promise of temporal enigma waiting to be unraveled. And perhaps one day, I will summon the courage to venture once more into that infinite corridor, to explore the depths where time loses its hold, and to discover the secrets that lie at the heart of the cellar's timeless embrace. Story 51. The gentle flicker of candlelight cast a soft glow, painting intricate patterns on the walls of my bedroom as I prepared for another serene evening in solitude. The rain outside whispered a soothing lullaby, its gentle taps against the window creating a harmonious rhythm that synchronized with each breath I took. I found solace in these quiet moments, enveloped by the familiar embrace of vintage wooden furniture and the comforting aroma of well-loved leather-bound books. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in the air hinted at something out of the ordinary. Seated at my antique writing desk, a peculiar noise caught my attention, a faint scratching emanating from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the usual settling of an aged house, I couldn't ignore the curious cadence underlying the sound. It felt deliberate, as though someone unseen was tracing secret messages within the wall. Intrigued, I leaned in, pressing my ear against the weathered wallpaper. The scratching morphed into a rhythmic dance, each pause pregnant with meaning, before seamlessly continuing in a sequence that seemed to beckon me closer. Running my fingers over the wall's surface, I detected a subtle warmth in a particular spot. With cautious curiosity, I peeled back a section of the wallpaper, revealing a hidden tableau that took my breath away. Etched into the plaster lay a series of enigmatic markings, meticulously crafted with purposeful precision. These were no random scratches, but a collection of symbols that seemed to pulse with a silent energy. Some resembled ancient runes, while others bore resemblance to complex equations, weaving a tapestry of mystery that begged to be unraveled. In the flickering candlelight, I retrieved my notebook and painstakingly transcribed the symbols, each stroke unveiling a pattern that felt oddly familiar, like a half-remembered dream on the cusp of consciousness. Time ebbed away as I delved deeper, the rain outside providing a gentle backdrop to my clandestine exploration. The symbols, ever elusive, shifted in meaning, morphing into celestial maps or cryptic verses depending on how they were viewed. The house murmured softly, the candle's flame swaying in response to unseen whispers that seemed to permeate the room. As I continued my scrutiny, more sections of the wallpaper revealed themselves to be harboring secrets. Each new discovery expanded the intricate web of symbols, radiating outwards like ripples on a tranquil pond. Tracing the markings with trembling fingers, I swore they radiated warmth, as if imbued with a latent power waiting to be unleashed. The rain intensified outside, its cadence mirroring the pulsating rhythm of the symbols, creating an otherworldly symphony that enveloped me in a cocoon of wonder. As the midnight hour loomed, a hush descended, replacing the scratching with a faint melodic hum that seemed to echo from the very walls themselves. It was like ethereal song, distant yet intimate, weaving a tapestry of sound that eluded comprehension. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I transcribed the symbols, the pages of my notebook filling with their enigmatic beauty. The candlelight cast eerie shadows, animating the symbols as they danced across the exposed plaster, a silent testament to the mysteries that lay just beyond reach. Exhaustion eventually claimed me, and I reluctantly retired to bed, the rain's gentle serenade lulling me into a restless slumber. In the quiet of the night, rain still whispering outside, I fancied I heard murmurs emanating from the wall, soft, reassuring whispers that felt like long-lost confidants sharing age-old secrets. With the first light of dawn, the room took on a different hue, the symbols now subdued yet pregnant with untold tales, patiently awaiting the veil of night to reveal their hidden truths. Running my fingers over the symbols one last time before concealing them behind a painting, I understood that some mysteries were not meant to be deciphered, but rather embraced in their enigmatic allure. On rainy nights, a familiar scratching sound still occasionally graces the air, a reminder of the enigma that once danced within my walls. The symbols, veiled behind the artwork, remain a silent testament to the notion that even the most ordinary of walls may harbor extraordinary secrets, waiting for a willing soul to uncover their cryptic messages in the stillness of the night. Story 52. The ancient house had always murmured in its own quiet language, but on that wintry night a subtle shift occurred. Snowflakes drifted down soundlessly outside, glistening under the soft moonlight before settling on the earth below. Nestled in my cozy reading nook, enveloped in a well-loved woolen throw, I found myself attuned to the delicate crackling of the fireplace. The familiar creaks and sighs of the dwelling, usually a source of solace, now carried a new cadence, a whispering tone that beckoned my attention. Initially, the murmurs were mere echoes, blending with the gentle draft that meandered through the time-worn walls. Setting my book aside, I strained to decipher the elusive voices that seemed to hover just beyond reach. Like distant conversations muffled by heavy drapes, the words eluded comprehension, yet their human rhythm was undeniable. With a curious touch, I traced the rough texture of the vintage wallpaper beside me, sensing a subtle vibration akin to a slumbering cat's contented purr. The wall, strangely warm against the winter chill, seemed to pulse faintly beneath my fingertips, resonating with hidden life. Pressing my ear against the surface, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the enigmatic sounds that emanated from within. The voices, though still shrouded in mystery, grew clearer, weaving through the corridors like subterranean streams flowing unseen. They ebbed and surged, meandering from room to room, at times fading into silence, only to resurface from a different direction. Devoid of menace, these whispers evoked the intimacy of a late-night family gathering, where loved ones share secrets in hushed tones. Driven by a silent compulsion, I embarked on a ghostly journey through the house, guided by the ethereal voices that led me on a wordless dance. My bare feet tread noiselessly on the antique carpets as I followed the elusive whispers. In the kitchen, they seemed to emanate from behind the gleaming copper pots. In the hallway, they reverberated beneath the faded landscapes adorning the walls. Each time I neared deciphering their message, the voices shifted like elusive shadows, teasing my understanding. The stroke of midnight, tolled by the grandfather clock in the study, merged with the spectral murmurs, casting a spell of enchantment upon the night. Standing in the dimness, shadows flickering from the street lamp outside, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar anomaly in the corner of the room. A subtle bulge had formed in the wallpaper, as if a hidden presence sought release. Approaching cautiously, I felt the voices intensify, the wall pulsating as if alive with a heartbeat. With trembling hands, I reached out to touch the warm, throbbing surface, and for a fleeting moment, I believed to hear my name whispered with tender affection. The bulge receded gradually, leaving the wall unmarred, yet the residual warmth lingered, a ghostly imprint of the unseen presence. Throughout the night, I traversed the house, encountering more of these enigmatic bulges that appeared and vanished like ripples on a pond, each leaving behind a lingering warmth and the echo of murmured secrets. Laughter, fragments of songs in unknown tongues, and a sense of shared memories drifted through the air, cloaking me in a cocoon of otherworldly comfort. The voices, never rising to a crescendo, maintained their hypnotic, soothing lilt as the night waned. At the brink of dawn, the whispers began to fade like mist dissipating under the sun's gentle caress. The final murmurs enveloped me in a tender embrace, emanating from all directions, as if bidding me farewell. The walls gradually cooled, returning to their slumbering state as the first light of day seeped through the windows. The enigma of the voices within the walls remained unsolved, yet they revisited on quiet, snowy nights, a reminder of the house's unseen inhabitants from days long past. Perhaps the dwelling harbors the memories of former residents, their conversations and laughter imprinted in its very essence. Or maybe, on certain nights, the barriers between realms thin, allowing us to catch a fleeting glimpse of the unseen spirits that dwell alongside us. One thing remains certain: the whispers have become a peculiar comfort, a lullaby from a forgotten realm that assures me of the unseen connections that bind us together. In the silence of winter nights, when the world holds its breath, the walls of my abode share their secrets in hushed whispers, blurring the line between reality and imagination like the fragile veil of old wallpaper. Story 53. The weariness of a long workday clung to me like a shadow as I entered my study. The soft amber glow of the desk lamp painted gentle shadows on the walls adorned with shelves of books. The familiar scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me in a soothing embrace as I sank into my worn leather armchair. Resting on the polished wooden desk was my cherished old diary, a gift from my grandmother, its brown leather cover and yellowed pages holding the secrets of my soul. As I reached for it, I noticed a peculiar sight. The last page I had penned was no longer blank. Delicate, unfamiliar handwriting adorned the once empty space, weaving a tale I had no recollection of writing. The ink appeared fresh, as if it had just been set to paper. Intrigued, I leaned closer, my breath slowing to a tranquil rhythm. The words unfolded a scene of an autumn evening, intricately detailing the very room I now occupied. The soft patter of rain against the window pane created a hypnotic melody that merged with the rustle of unseen pages turning in an ethereal breeze. The flickering light of the lamp cast dancing shadows, beckoning me to read on. As my eyes traced the mysterious prose, it seemed to anticipate my every movement. Curiosity spurred him to turn the page, the script whispered, and as if compelled by an unseen force, my fingers obeyed, unveiling a cascade of new words materializing before me. An invisible hand seemed to guide the pen, capturing my sensations in real time. The warmth of the lamp on my skin, the deepening rhythm of my breath, even the subtle shiver down my spine. Mesmerized, I rose from my chair, unable to tear my gaze from the unfolding narrative. The sentences now described books on the shelves, titles I did not recall owning, but that stood before me in reality. The words flowed with a rhythmic cadence, akin to a clock's pendulum marking time in a silent chamber. Seated on the corner couch, I watched as the diary continued its silent storytelling, the rain outside intensifying to form a barrier of sound, cocooning me in a realm apart from the world. The room exuded a newfound warmth, an aura of mystery carving out its own space within the study. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the soothing symphony of rain, only to find upon opening them that the diary had undergone a subtle transformation. The words now delved into my most intimate memories, unearthing moments long buried in the depths of my mind. With measured steps, I approached the desk, each word a whispered echo of a past thought or feeling. The dialogue between me and the book transcended mere storytelling, morphing into a profound exchange of shared recollections. As the night deepened, the enigmatic conversation unveiled layers of understanding I had yet to grasp. Without fear, but with a blend of curiosity and tranquility, I allowed the diary to guide me through the recesses of my own history. When the midnight hour struck, I realized I had been ensnared in this silent communion for hours, each word a stepping stone towards a revelation I could not quite articulate. The final words on the page, "Some mysteries don't need to be solved to be understood," resonated within me as I gently closed the diary, feeling the familiar touch of the leather beneath my fingertips. The rain outside had transformed into a soothing backdrop, an accompaniment to the profound shift that had taken place within me. As I readied for bed, a lingering glance at the study revealed the diary resting innocuously on the desk, its pages now silent. Yet, an intangible transformation had occurred, not in the external world, but deep within my being. The night cloaked the study in a hush, the lamp casting its amber glow as a silent witness to a mystery that defied explanation. Closing the door behind me, I pondered that perhaps some mysteries held more value in their enigmatic guise. The study remained a sanctuary of secrets, and as I drifted into slumber, I wondered if the morning light would reveal the words anew, or if they would vanish like a wisp of a dream. Embraced by the night, I carried with me the knowledge that some mysteries, like whispers in the dark, were meant to be cherished in their unanswered state. Story 54. The gentle hues of sunset filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm embrace over my study walls. This room, adorned with ancient tomes and treasured memories, had always been my sanctuary, a place where time seemed to stand still. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air, a quiet whisper of change that set my senses on edge. The autumn light, draped in hues of amber and gold, painted the world outside my window in a dreamlike glow, as if time itself had slowed to a tranquil crawl. My gaze drifted to the newest addition to my collection, a portrait of a mysterious woman from the Victorian era, her presence dominating the space above my antique writing desk. Clad in a deep burgundy gown, her enigmatic expression left me unsettled, a riddle I could not decipher. The elderly dealer who had sold me the painting spoke of its intriguing past, but my mind was preoccupied with its exorbitant price, brushing off his words like dust on a forgotten shelf. Settling into the plush embrace of my leather armchair, a cup of steaming Earl Grey tea in hand, wisps of steam dancing in the air, I noticed a peculiar shift in the portrait's gaze. Those eyes, once fixed on a distant point, now seemed to pierce through the veil of time, meeting mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. Dismissing it as a trick of the light in my weary mind, fatigued from a day of endless scribbling, I turned my attention back to the task at hand. The grandfather clock in the corner marked the passage of time with its rhythmic ticking, a familiar sound that usually brought solace to my restless soul. But on this night, each tick seemed to draw me back to those haunting eyes, pulling me into a silent conversation with the painted woman. Between the lines of my work, I found myself stealing glances at the portrait, each time discovering subtle alterations, a tilt of the head, a curve of the lips, a shift in the gaze that defied logic. As darkness descended and the flickering light of the brass lamp illuminated the room, the portrait transformed before my very eyes. Shadows danced across its surface, imbuing the painted figure with a lifelike depth, while the once static background now stretched into an abyss of infinite darkness. The gilded frame caught the warm glow, casting ethereal reflections that seemed to stir within the confines of the canvas. In the quiet stillness of my study, I began to notice peculiar occurrences. Books left closed would mysteriously open to pages filled with tales of lost art and enigmatic disappearances. My pen would roll across the desk of its own accord, and the room's temperature would fluctuate, a chill settling near the portrait and warmth enveloping me as I moved away. One fateful evening, on the brink of leaving my study, a hidden detail within the portrait captured my attention. Nestled in the background, obscured by the woman's shoulder, was another canvas on an easel, a painting within a painting. Squinting in the dim light, I discerned a familiar setting, a study bearing a striking resemblance to my own. Heart pounding, I leaned in closer, tracing the lines of a tiny desk, a leather armchair, and a figure that mirrored my own form, engrossed in a painting. With a sense of foreboding, I realized the truth. The figure in the miniature study was me, captured in intricate detail, mirroring my every move. Startled, I recoiled, feeling the weight of the woman's gaze upon me, her expression now tinged with a knowing smirk. Her eyes followed me across the room, abandoning the facade of a mere painting, as a subtle chuckle echoed in the stillness, like the rustle of ancient parchment. That night, I sealed the door to my study, yet her presence lingered, a spectral specter haunting the corridors of my mind. In the hush of darkness, as I lay in bed, thoughts wandered to the previous owners of the portrait, their untold tales and shared encounters with the enigmatic painting. Did they too bear witness to these uncanny changes, to the weight of those unblinking eyes that watched from beyond the canvas? With the light of dawn, I returned to my study, finding it unchanged save for a single detail. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with elegant script from a bygone era, not my own. Art is a living entity, dear observer, the words whispered, transcending time and space. The boundaries between watcher and watched blur in the dance of perception. Despite the unsettling revelations, I chose to leave the portrait undisturbed, a silent sentinel in my study. Curiosity, my eternal vice, urged me to unravel the mysteries that lay within those painted depths. As the days passed, I often caught her watching me, that enigmatic smile lingering on her lips, a silent testament to the symbiotic bond between artist and subject. In the tranquil embrace of my study, where the grandfather clock maintained its steadfast rhythm and shadows waltzed upon the walls, I came to a profound realization. Perhaps we are both observer and observed, entwined in a timeless tango of reflection and interpretation. The painting within the painting revealed new secrets with each passing glance, the scene ever shifting, a testament to the fluidity of perception. And so the portrait remained a mystery, a conundrum I embraced with open arms. In the silent hours of the night, when the house slumbered and the world held its breath, I found solace in the dance of shadows and light, in the eternal question of who truly watches whom. As the curtain of night fell once more, enveloping my study in a cloak of mystery, I surrendered to the enigmatic allure of the painted woman, a silent witness to the endless play of art and reality. Story 55. The autumn breeze whispered tenderly through the rustling leaves as I meandered down the quiet country road, bathed in the warm hues of a setting sun. The GPS had long abandoned its guidance, yet my heart remained calm, for I believed I knew these lands like the back of my hand, or so I thought. The dirt path snaked leisurely amidst hills adorned with barren vineyards, inviting me to lose myself in its tranquil embrace. A gentle draft seeped in through the cracked window, carrying the earthy perfume of moist soil and fallen foliage. In moments like these, time itself seemed to slow, granting me the rare chance to relish each passing second. Turning right at the weathered wooden sign, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. This road did not align with my mental map of the area. Pausing briefly, I endeavored to reorient myself amidst the lengthening shadows that weaved mystical patterns among the tree limbs. The road beneath my wheels felt unnaturally smooth, devoid of the usual scars of neglect that marked forgotten paths. No potholes marred its surface, only a seamless ribbon of asphalt vanishing into the encroaching dusk. Dancing leaves pirouetted lazily in the air, as if time itself waltzed at a slower pace in this enchanted realm. Proceeding at a cautious pace, I found myself increasingly captivated by the shifting scenery. The trees flanking the road appeared ancient and twisted, their canopies interlocking above me to form a natural archway through which the dwindling twilight filtered. In the distance, faint lights flickered like misplaced fireflies, meandering gracefully amidst the tree trunks, ephemeral whispers of forgotten memories. The silence enveloped me like a tangible veil, broken only by the soft hum of the engine and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. With each passing yard, the road underwent a subtle transformation, its borders blurred as if painted by an unseen hand. The shadows deepened, yet not in a menacing manner. Rather, reality itself seemed to soften, its edges melting into a dreamlike haze. My gaze was drawn to an unexpected sight, an ancient brass mailbox resting by the roadside, its polished surface gleaming as if untouched by time. Though devoid of any inscription, a complex compass rose adorned its facade. Reaching out to trace its intricate design, a faint warmth seemed to radiate from the metal, defying the chill of the gathering night. Continuing my journey, I noticed increasingly peculiar details. Dimly glowing stones lined the path's edge, emitting a soft light that appeared to emanate from within rather than from an external source. Above me, the sky donned a hue impossible to name, a color seemingly unique to this forgotten realm. As twilight deepened, stars timidly emerged, casting a peculiar glow upon the heavens, as if peering into a different time or world altogether. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps a mere heartbeat, I crested a hill and arrived at a small, circular clearing lined with weathered stones. At its heart stood an ancient wrought iron lamppost, its light beckoning me like a warm embrace. Alighting from my vehicle, I found myself enveloped in an eerie stillness, as if time itself held its breath in anticipation. From this vantage point, the distant city lights shimmered like a distant mirage, disconnected from the reality of this secluded haven by an unseen veil. Observing my surroundings, I noticed a curious transformation. The road behind me had morphed into a path paved with ancient stones, worn smooth by the passage of countless wanderers. Yet, only moments prior, I had traversed a modern thoroughfare. Retrieving my map from the glove compartment, I scrutinized its every detail beneath the lamppost's gentle glow. As expected, this mysterious road remained absent from its pages, as if existing solely within the realm of dreams. Folding the map, a sudden gust of wind caused it to quiver in my grasp. For a fleeting moment, golden lines seemed to materialize upon its surface, tracing a faintly glowing path before fading into obscurity. Blinking in disbelief, I watched as the ephemeral image dissipated into the night. Remaining in this surreal oasis a while longer, I savored the profound tranquility it exuded before resolving to depart. It was then that I noticed the lamppost had extinguished its light, leaving the road ahead shrouded in darkness. Yet an unspoken certainty assured me it would guide me home. Driving back towards the city, I stole glances in the rearview mirror, witnessing the lamppost reignite, its glow diminishing with each passing mile. A golden luminescence danced in the air, as if stray stardust had been scattered upon a road that defied conventional maps. In the days that ensued, I tirelessly searched for that elusive road, traversing the countryside in pursuit of its elusive path. Yet the solitary lamppost and its radiant stones remained as intangible as a dream upon waking, leaving me with naught but a faint golden trace upon my aged map, a silent testament to a secret longing to be rediscovered. Story 56. The autumn garden lay cocooned in a delicate mist that morning as I collected the fallen leaves from the night before. The crisp air tenderly kissed my cheeks, carrying the fragrance of moist soil and chrysanthemums I had carefully planted a few weeks prior. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the gentle sigh of dry leaves underfoot and the sporadic melody of an early bird's song. It was while I was tending to the leaves near the weathered stone bench that a glimmer amidst the foliage caught my eye. A faint silvery sheen beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. Kneeling down, I delicately brushed away the damp leaves, unveiling an antique necklace. The piece was a work of art, adorned with an oval pendant intricately etched with floral motifs and a small azure gem at its heart, radiating light in a mesmerizing dance. As I cradled the necklace in my palms, sensing its ethereal weight and cool touch against my skin, I knew it belonged to none familiar to me. Dwelling alone in that abode for over 2 decades, I could not recall any acquaintance or neighbor possessing such a magnificent piece. The blue gem continued to gleam with a peculiar luminosity, almost as if it held its own inner glow. That night, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I set it on the nightstand beside my bed. Falling asleep, I watched the moonbeams filter through the window, casting enchanting shadows on the walls from the pendant's metallic surface. Throughout the night, I stirred from slumber multiple times, sensing a distant melody, a delicate tune akin to a music box softly serenading within the house. Sweet and wistful, it dissolved whenever I endeavored to focus on it. Come morning, I observed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as if subtly relocated during the night. In daylight, the blue gem appeared less radiant, yet upon touching it, a faint warmth emanated from the metal, divergent from the chill it exuded the day before. Curiosity piqued, I resolved to investigate its origins. In the ensuing days, subtle alterations unfolded within the house. Objects on the kitchen table seemed displaced each morning, as though scrutinized by an unseen presence during the night. Family photographs in the hallway appeared askew daily. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer, more recognizable, yet remained elusive in its origin. One evening, as I read in my armchair with the necklace resting nearby on the side table, I distinctly heard light footsteps ascending from above. Soft and cautious, like a child tiptoeing, the steps beckoned me to investigate. Quietly ascending the stairs, I found no one in sight. However, in the guest room repurposed as a storage space, an unfamiliar wooden box caught my eye. Adorned with the same floral motifs as the necklace, the box cradled a time-worn photograph on a faded velvet cushion. The image depicted a young woman donning an identical necklace. Inscribed on the back in faded ink was a date and a poignant message, to remember the happy days in the garden. From that night onward, the music box melody permeated the house more frequently, its once unsettling presence now soothing. It was as though the very essence of the house hummed a lullaby, a gentle tune that graced the quietest hours of the night. Occasionally, as I lingered in the garden on autumn evenings, a vague figure seemed to flit among the trees, a specter of a memory endeavoring to materialize. The woman in the photograph remained an enigma, as did the necklace's origin in my garden. I embraced the mystery, much like one embraces the ebb and flow of seasons or the inexorable march of time. The necklace still rests on my nightstand, and on tranquil nights, when the moon is full and the breeze whispers through the leaves, faint laughter mingles with the music box melody, a reverberation of joyous days lost to the passage of time. Story 57. The night had draped the house in a cloak of profound tranquility, broken only by the soft patter of rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls, moving in harmony with the flickering firelight from the hearth. The warmth enveloped me like a snug embrace, while the fragrance of burning wood mixed with the sweet scent of vanilla tea cradled in my cupped hands. In that moment of utter calmness, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, peeking through the slightly open door. An ancient porcelain music box, a keepsake from Grandma, seemed to radiate a faint bluish luminescence. I couldn't recall ever seeing it glow like that before. Slowly, I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took on the floor created a gentle creak, blending with the rain's rhythm, weaving a nearly hypnotic tune. As I drew closer to the door, the glow intensified yet remained soft, resembling moonlight glimmering on tranquil waters. The toy room was a haven of recollections and marvels. Weathered wooden shelves housed Victorian-clad porcelain dolls, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with gentle gazes. The music box occupied a central spot on the shelf, encircled by tiny crystals my niece had gathered during her strolls in the garden. The porcelain ballerina perched atop the music box, typically frozen in her eternal stance, swayed ever so slightly, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. I neared, noticing the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized in small vapor clouds, while the crystals surrounding the music box seemed to react to its glow, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost hear a faint melody in the distance, akin to a musical whisper from a bygone era. I extended my hand toward the music box, and at that instant, the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to tilt their heads slightly in my direction, but when I blinked, they were back in their original poses. The melody grew more distinct. It was Grandma's cherished lullaby, a tune I had believed faded from memory. The music box commenced rotating on its own, at a glacial pace. The ballerina pirouetted with an unearthly grace, her motions fluid like those of a living dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, depicting designs that seemed to narrate tales of eras long gone. The air in the room thickened with memories, as if time had condensed around that small enchanted object. I stood transfixed, entranced by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music box's melody intertwined with the rain's cadence, crafting a symphony that whispered of longing and concealed enigmas. The shadows in the room appeared to sway to the music's beat, and for a fleeting moment, I sensed I was not alone in bearing witness to this private exhibition. Slowly, the melody began to fade, akin to a dream slipping away upon waking. The blue light from the music box dimmed to a nearly imperceptible glow, and the ballerina slowed her dance until she stilled completely. Silence returned to the room, yet it was a different silence, laden with significance and enigma. I retraced my steps to the armchair, lifting my now cooled tea. As I gazed at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, my thoughts drifted to Grandma and her fondness for objects steeped in tales. I pondered whether she had experienced something akin, if the music box had always harbored such magic, or if it was a special gift reserved for specific moments and observers. Since that night, whenever I passed by the toy room, I stole a glance at the music box. Sometimes I fancied I glimpsed a fleeting blue shimmer or caught the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet, perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 58. The gentle glow of my reading lamp painted soft shadows on the mahogany shelves that cradled my personal library. Raindrops tapped a soothing melody on the window, a nightly companion to my solitude. Nestled in my cherished leather armchair, I inhaled the comforting scent of old paper and polished wood that lingered in the air. An unfamiliar shift in the atmosphere tugged at my senses, a subtle change that eluded immediate recognition. My gaze wandered over the meticulously organized volumes, each one a piece of my carefully constructed world. The leather-bound treasures shimmered under the warm light, their golden titles winking in the shadows. And then, a deviation caught my eye. A gap, a void between two books where none should exist. The exact size of a single volume, as if plucked away with surgical precision. Rising from my chair, the aged leather murmured beneath me as I approached the altered shelf. The wooden floor whispered underfoot as I reached out, tracing the empty space with a curious fingertip. A faint chill crept from the void, a whisper of the unknown. The neighboring books stood undisturbed, my collection of supernatural tales from centuries past. But the missing book, a rare find added just a month prior, had vanished without a trace. Puzzling, for I lived alone, and my library remained securely locked when I was absent. I distinctly remembered the book in its place that very morning during my routine inspection. Contemplating this enigma, another detail emerged. The books flanking the gap were pristine, untouched by dust, while a fine layer coated the rest. Drawing closer, a subtle fragrance teased my senses, a blend of aged parchment and a mysterious undertone. Perhaps vanilla, or the essence of well-worn leather, with a hint of floral notes dancing on the edges of recognition. I cautiously slid out a neighboring book, expecting to uncover the missing volume hidden behind, yet only the solid back of the bookcase greeted my search. As the book returned to its place, a flicker of movement caught my attention. Within the gap, a shimmer of light danced, akin to moonbeams on water. An impossibility, as no windows adorned that wall. Intrigued, I reached into the space, encountering a warmth that hummed with unseen energy. The rain outside whispered a cryptic lullaby, forming patterns that almost resembled spoken words in a language beyond my grasp. Entranced, I fixated on that vacant space, a silent witness to its mystique, as if awaiting the sudden reappearance of the vanished volume. The lamplight seemed to bend and swirl around the void, creating intricate patterns that teased the edges of my vision. Throughout the night, I found myself drawn to that empty space, each glance revealing a new facet of its enigmatic depths. At times, it yawned wider, defying the physical confines of the bookshelf. Other instances, faint motes of light drifted out, only to dissolve into nothingness when I tried to focus on them. Lost in contemplation, I lingered in my chair, torn between reading and observing the captivating absence before me. The rain softened into a misty whisper, the night deepening its embrace. As fatigue tugged at my eyelids, I noticed a subtle shift in the room's shadows, a gradual movement towards the void between the books. A slow, imperceptible flow, as if liquid shadow sought equilibrium in the absence. I questioned the reality of this spectacle, the boundaries of my perception blurring in the dim light. Before retiring for the night, I checked the windows and doors, a habitual ritual before slumber. As my hand hesitated over the lamp's switch, a pause seized me. Within the gap, a single page materialized, ancient and glowing softly. Not from the missing volume, but a relic of time past, its script unfamiliar and elegant. Before I could decipher the words, they faded, leaving behind aged paper that dissolved into the ether. The missing volume remained elusive, a phantom in the night. Yet I continued to seek it, night after night, in the quiet company of rain and lengthening shadows. In those hushed moments, I almost catch the whisper of pages turning, though the gap remains stubbornly vacant. And on rare occasions, the elusive perfume drifts through my sanctuary, a reminder of mysteries unsolved, nestled in the spaces between reality and imagination. The gap endures, rejecting all attempts to be filled. Any book placed there mysteriously returns to its rightful place by morning, as if the void itself craves its original occupant. I've grown fond of this enigma, this fragment of uncertainty in my orderly haven. Perhaps some stories are destined to wander, carrying their secrets beyond our reach, leaving behind only questions and the faint scent of what could be. Story 59. The ocean that night lay tranquil, a serene expanse stretching out beneath the moon's watchful gaze. Nestled snugly on the wooden porch of my home, a cozy wool blanket enveloped me, shielding me from the cool night air. The rhythmic melody of waves gently caressing the shore played in the background, a soothing lullaby that beckoned me to surrender to its embrace. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the full moon, its silver beams painted a shimmering path across the water, a pathway leading to the enigmatic horizon. Lost in contemplation, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a soft, green luminescence flickering amidst the undulating waves, a mysterious presence dancing just beyond the shore. With a deliberate slowness, I rose from my rocking chair, the aged wood protesting with a faint creak, and ventured down the weathered steps, guided by an inexplicable curiosity that tugged at my soul. The salty breath of the sea brushed against my face as I crossed the warm sands beneath my bare feet, the late hour failing to cool their lingering heat. Drawing nearer to the water's edge, where the tide whispered its ancient secrets to the earth, the ethereal glow revealed itself more clearly. A vintage glass bottle, its elongated form exuding an air of antiquity, cradling within its confines a weathered parchment tinged with age. Gingerly, I lifted the heavy vessel, its surface encrusted with a patina of salt that obscured its depths in places. As the moonlight danced through its translucent walls, casting hypnotic reflections upon the surroundings, I marveled at the tiny crystals nestled within, gleaming like celestial fragments ensnared in the glass. Returning to the porch, the warm glow of an oil lamp illuminated my find, casting a soft radiance upon the weathered table where I placed the bottle, settling into my favorite armchair with a sense of anticipation. The symphony of the sea now resounded with a newfound intensity, as if nature herself sought to impart a message to me. With deliberate care, I began to unseal the cork, the ancient wax yielding beneath my touch like delicate ash, unveiling the surprisingly well-preserved stopper within. A peculiar fragrance wafted through the air as I withdrew the cork, a heady blend of seaweed, aged ink, and an elusive essence that defied description. Within the bottle, a parchment awaited, meticulously rolled and secured with a faded ribbon of blue silk. Hands trembling slightly, I untied the knot, revealing a resilient paper that bore the marks of time in its sepia hues. As I unfurled the scroll, the ink, now aged to a sepia tint, rendered some passages nearly illegible, the words dancing upon the page in a script that felt both familiar and foreign. Elegant yet distorted, the handwriting hinted at a profound agitation within the writer, their message veiled in mystery. Among the faded lines, fragments of phrases emerged. Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same. Intertwined with these cryptic words, intricate sketches of unknown constellations and lunar cycles wove a tapestry of enigma. But it was a singular drawing at the page's conclusion that captured my gaze, a perfect spiral, seemingly in motion when glimpsed from the corner of one's eye. As I delved into the text, the oil lamp flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows that danced to the rhythm of the waves, the sea's symphony shifting into a melodic whisper, a chant in a forgotten tongue. A palpable weight descended upon the air, time itself seeming to slow in its passage. As the final paragraphs of the message emerged with startling clarity, the ink preserving these words with an eerie precision. They spoke of a realm where dreams and reality intertwined like threads of silk, where time flowed fluidly as water between cupped hands. The missive culminated in a chilling revelation. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look to the sea tonight, behold its transformation, for it is no longer as it once was. Raising my gaze from the parchment, I beheld a moon grown larger, its reflection upon the water assuming a geometric symmetry that defied nature's laws. The bottle on the table pulsed with the same green radiance that had captivated me, its glow a gentle heartbeat in the still night. Reverently, I folded the message and returned it to its glass confines, leaving the cork aside. Casting my eyes to the horizon, I pondered the possibility of others discovering similar vessels, of heeding the silent call of the sea that echoed through the ages. The night unfolded in tranquil reverie, a seamless tapestry woven with whispers of ancient truths carried on the breeze. The bottle stood sentinel upon the table, its verdant luminescence waning with the approach of dawn. Uncertain if I would ever unravel the enigma of that missive, I sensed a profound shift within me, a subtle transformation wrought by the mysteries of the night. Sometimes, beneath the full moon's glow, I catch glimpses of that spectral green light pirouetting amidst the waves, an invitation to delve into secrets better left undisturbed in the ocean's depths. Story 60. The rain outside danced its hypnotic dance on the roof of the ancestral home, a soothing melody that echoed through the empty rooms. Among the lingering scent of aged wood and dust, I delved into the final remnants of my grandmother's legacy, sifting through boxes of memories. The sun dipped low, casting a warm glow through the cream curtains, painting the scene with a nostalgic hue. Fingers tracing the soft leather of a weathered photo album, I uncovered a treasure trove of black and white snapshots. Each image whispered tales of bygone eras, weddings, birthdays, lazy summer days. Smiling faces of kin long gone stared back at me, connecting the dots of our shared history. But it was a particular photo, taken in the garden decades ago, that caught my eye. Amidst familiar faces sat an enigmatic figure, cloaked in mystery. Her presence felt out of place, a puzzle piece missing from our family lore. A chill crept into the room, stirring the curtains in a ghostly waltz. Turning on a soft table lamp, I scrutinized the photo anew. Shadows played tricks on the faces, but it was the unknown woman who drew me in. Her shadow defied logic, a silent anomaly in the captured moment. Memories floated back to me of hushed conversations, of a woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving only whispers behind. The rain outside grew stronger, a steady backdrop to my growing unease. Fixated on the photo, I noticed faint markings in the corner, barely legible under the lamplight. "She always sees," the words whispered from the past, sending a shiver down my spine. What did she see? What secrets lay hidden within these walls? Unable to tear myself away, I left the album open on the table, a silent invitation to unravel the mystery. Night descended like a soft blanket, wrapping the house in a cocoon of stillness. Lost in contemplation, I pondered the enigmatic woman, her story begging to be told. As I retired to bed, a lingering glance back at the photo revealed a subtle shift. Had she moved? Or was it a mere trick of the light, a figment of my imagination? The answer eluded me, slipping through my grasp like a whisper in the wind. And so the mysterious figure remained, a silent guardian of forgotten tales, her secrets veiled in the sepia tones of a bygone era. The rain sang its lullaby, cradling the house in its watery embrace, as I drifted into dreams haunted by the enigmatic presence of the woman who always sees. Story 61. The night embraced me in its tranquil arms, shrouded in a velvety silence only broken by a distant, ethereal melody. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a cozy woolen blanket draped over my knees, I gazed up from the book resting in my hands. The remnants of a cup of chamomile tea, now cool and forgotten, lingered on the side table beside me. The delicate notes drifted through the air like whispers of a secret, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. It was the melancholic tune of a piano, its somber chords weaving a tapestry of unknown memories in the shadowed room. The dim light of a small lamp cast a warm glow, creating a circle of tranquility around me, while shadows danced playfully on the walls in time with the mysterious music. With a gentle rustle, I rose from my seat, allowing the blanket to slip to the floor as I tread softly on the creaking wooden floor towards the living room window. Outside, the world slumbered under the watchful gaze of the full moon, its silvery beams caressing the garden where trees swayed in a nocturnal dance. The neighboring houses stood silent and still, veiled in darkness. Yet the haunting melody persisted, its origin a tantalizing mystery that beckoned me on a silent journey through the corridors of my home. Room by room, I followed the elusive music, its ethereal tendrils guiding me with a hypnotic allure. Each corner I turned, each threshold I crossed, the melody shifted and transformed, leading me deeper into a labyrinth of sound and shadow. As I ascended the staircase to the upper floor, a glimmer of moonlight seeped through the cracked door of my bedroom, painting intricate patterns on the floor. The music swelled in clarity, drawing me closer to its elusive source. Standing at the doorway, I beheld a sight that stirred memories long forgotten. On the bedside table, my old music box, a relic of bygone days gifted by my grandmother, gleamed in the pale light. Its once dormant mechanism now sprang to life, the delicate ballerina twirling in a silent pirouette, casting a dancing shadow on the wall. The familiar melody resonated with a poignant familiarity, echoing through the room like a bittersweet lullaby. Approaching with reverence, I felt a symphony of emotions stir within me, my heart pulsing in rhythm with the haunting tune. The music box, once dormant and neglected, now exuded a warmth that belied its mechanical nature. As I reached out to touch its surface, a surreal realization dawned upon me. The porcelain visage of the ballerina had transformed, morphing into the likeness of my beloved grandmother, her gentle smile frozen in time. Her eyes, mirrors of the past, met mine in a fleeting connection, and the melody shifted, transforming into a tender lullaby from my childhood. Enveloped in a cocoon of nostalgia and tranquility, I stood transfixed, allowing the music to weave its spell around me like a comforting embrace. No fear tainted the serenity that enveloped me, only a profound sense of peace and longing. The notes ebbed and flowed, cascading like a gentle stream until, with a soft sigh, the music faded into the hush of the night. The music box closed with a soft click, sealing the moment in a cocoon of silence pregnant with significance. Returning to my armchair below, I retrieved the fallen blanket, cocooning myself once more in its warmth. The book lay open before me, its words a mere blur as my thoughts lingered on the enigmatic music box and the spectral presence it harbored. In the stillness of the night, when the moon bathes the garden in its silvery glow, a familiar melody occasionally drifts through the air, a whispered secret of bygone days. No longer do I seek its origin, content to close my eyes and let the music wash over me. For some mysteries are best left unsolved, their truths whispered in the language of the heart. Story 62. The autumn breeze whispered secrets through the deserted avenues as I journeyed home after a long day's work. The street lamps scattered pools of golden light on the damp pavement, casting shimmering reflections like scattered treasures. In the hushed evening, sounds took on a surreal quality, with each footfall resonating longer than usual, and the gentle rustle of fallen leaves composing a haunting melody that hung in the still air. It was on an unassuming Tuesday that I first encountered him. He stood unmoving at the bend where Main Street veered past the ancient bookshop, cloaked in layers of weathered garments. Yet what struck me was not his stillness or tattered appearance, but the way others navigated around him, forming a perfect circle of emptiness as if guided by an unseen hand. My usual path home led me directly past his corner, and as I drew near, I found myself swept into that same orbital dance, my steps tracing a wider arc without conscious intent. It was then that he turned his gaze towards me, revealing eyes that were not the expected hues of brown or blue, but entirely black. They gleamed like polished onyx under the streetlight, absorbing its glow rather than reflecting it. Each evening thereafter, he stood there, always in the same place, always unmoving. At times, I would deviate from my route, taking lengthy detours to evade that corner. Yet, even blocks away, I could sense those obsidian eyes trailing me. Strangely, he never begged for alms or sustenance. Never did he proffer a cup or reach out a hand. He simply observed, his dark gaze fixed on each passerby with a mesmerizing intensity that was both gentle and disquieting. On quiet nights, when the wind stilled and the traffic dwindled, I fancied I could discern a faint hum emanating from him. It was a melody unlike any I had heard before, a soothing lullaby that resonated deep within my being, evoking visions of distant stars and age-old songs sung before humanity's time. One rainy evening, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing for another encounter, I noticed a change. He had moved slightly, his hand raised not in supplication or salutation, but pointing skyward through the veiled clouds. Without conscious thought, I halted, following his gesture. The raindrops felt weightier on my skin, each one carrying a significance beyond mere moisture. Lowering my gaze, I met his stare, and for the first time, I saw his lips move. His words, whispered softly amidst the rain's patter, bypassed my ears to echo directly in my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, a statement that was also a question. His voice bore the same ancient, ethereal quality as his humming, a sound that was both alien and strangely comforting. That night, I dreamt of black-eyed sentinels watching over slumbering cities, of silent guardians stationed on countless corners throughout time. I dreamt of melodies shaping the world and rain carrying messages from realms beyond the stars. Upon awakening, my window bore intricate frost patterns, despite the autumn air's warmth being unsuitable for ice. The following evening, he was absent from his usual spot, nor did he appear the subsequent days. Yet the space he occupied remained vacant, imbued with a significance surpassing the surrounding sidewalk. Sometimes, on tranquil nights when the streetlights flickered just so, I glimpsed what might be his reflection in puddles gathering at that corner. The black eyes still observed, but now seemed to gaze outward from beneath the water's surface. Other pedestrians continued to avoid that particular spot, unknowingly creating that perfect circle of vacancy. And occasionally, when the wind carried that familiar tune, I paused to gaze skyward, contemplating the messages borne by the rain. I have not encountered another beggar with black eyes, but I now understand he was more than a beggar. He was something else. Something that chose that corner to observe, to await, and perhaps to remind us that certain enigmas are destined to elude our comprehension. Each evening, I continue to pass by that corner on my homeward journey. Sometimes I halt and listen for that ancient lullaby, and on occasions when the light dances on the puddles, I perceive those black eyes reflected back at me from every surface. And in some inexplicable way, it brings solace, knowing that whatever he was, whatever he symbolized, persists in watching over our tranquil streets as the world turns towards night. Story 63. The gentle, rhythmic lullaby of raindrops tapping against my window had become a nightly ritual, a soothing melody that accompanied my solitary writing sessions. Each droplet traced a shimmering path down the glass, painting the night with liquid light. The soft glow of my desk lamp enveloped me in a warm amber embrace, while the rest of the room slumbered in tranquil shadows. I found myself captivated by the dance of the raindrops, my eyes tracing the patterns they weaved on the window pane. In those meandering trails, I sought solace and inspiration, letting my mind wander into the realms of imagination. But on this particular night, the rain held a mysterious allure, a whisper of something beyond the ordinary. As I observed the rain, a sense of wonder crept over me. The droplets seemed to move with purpose, as if guided by an unseen hand, painting intricate designs on the glass. At first I dismissed it as a trick of the tired mind, the gentle patter of rain almost coaxing me into a dreamlike state. Yet the patterns persisted, growing more defined and deliberate. Dry spaces emerged on the window, forming the faint outline of a figure, a shape that seemed to materialize before my eyes. Intrigued, I leaned closer, peering into the reflection that mingled rain and room behind me. To my astonishment, I noticed a subtle discord in the reflection of myself. It mirrored my movements with a delay, a fraction of time out of sync. The rain's soft murmur filled the room, a gentle symphony that serenaded my senses. I watched in awe as my reflection's hand reached out to touch the glass, a motion so fluid and graceful it felt almost surreal. A warmth enveloped me, a caress in the chill of the night air. The features of my reflection began to shift, transforming into a visage both familiar and enigmatic. The eyes that met mine held a wisdom that transcended time, a gaze that spoke of untold stories and ancient knowledge. In stillness, I observed as my reflection underwent a subtle metamorphosis, transcending the boundaries of gender and age. It became a portrait of eternity, a being outside the constraints of mortal existence. The rain painted silver circles around it, defying gravity in a mesmerizing display. A flicker of my desk lamp briefly dimmed the room, casting a momentary shadow. In that ephemeral darkness, a presence stirred beside me, gentle and comforting as a mother's touch. When the light returned, my reflection mirrored me once more, a perfect mimicry of my movements. Yet the rain continued its dance of impossible circles, a reminder of the extraordinary encounter that had transpired. I sat by the window for hours, lost in contemplation of the enigmatic visitor that had graced my solitude. The presence lingered like a fond memory, a whisper of magic in the ordinary world. As dawn approached, the rain ebbed away, leaving behind only faint traces on the window. Now on rainy nights, I find myself drawn to that window, the pen and paper forgotten on my desk. In the stillness of the night, under the silver veil of rain, I catch glimpses of that other self, a silent companion in the dance of reflections. We share a silent understanding, my reflection and I, knowing that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled. The rain continues to fall, a symphony of whispers, each drop carrying the promise of another encounter. And in those moments of quiet contemplation, I wonder if somewhere, in a parallel world beyond the rain-soaked glass, another version of myself watches, seeking connection through the veil of water and light. Story 64. The night possessed a unique flavor, a taste of autumn seeping into your very bones, whispering promises of elongated nights. Seated in the cozy embrace of my study armchair, I tuned into the soft caress of the wind outside, gently swaying the leaves and crafting a serene natural symphony. Within that tranquil moment, a noise stirred from the depths of the basement, a delicate rustling akin to the whisper of aged paper. Initially dismissing it as the usual settling of the house, those familiar nocturnal murmurs every abode emits, I rose from my seat, driven more by intrigue than alarm. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I ventured towards the basement door. The wooden steps beneath my feet uttered soft creaks, as if imparting ancient secrets in hushed tones. Descending, the air grew cooler, carrying a faint fragrance of damp earth and forsaken books. In the basement, shadows pirouetted on the walls to the flickering rhythm of the light bulb. A space I knew well, adorned with neatly arranged boxes and shrouded furniture resembling slumbering phantoms. Yet that night, a subtle shift in the atmosphere captivated my attention. Nestled in the darkest corner, where light struggled to penetrate, stood a door. Simple in design, crafted from dark wood, devoid of embellishments. What struck me was its unfamiliarity, despite spending countless hours organizing my belongings in that basement. The brass handle gleamed unusually bright, as though recently polished. Approaching tentatively, I sensed the pulse of the cold floor beneath my feet, a heartbeat of its own. Nearing, I discerned a chill emanating from the door, the air around it frosty. My fingertips grazed the weathered surface, tracing its ancient, irregular texture. The door seemed to quiver at my touch, as though sentient. The silence deepened, interrupted solely by the reverberations of my own heartbeat. With caution, I grasped the handle. Surprisingly warm against the icy backdrop, it turned smoothly, revealing a breathtaking sight. Instead of a wall or another room, a thin, silvery mist undulated beyond, swaying as if stirred by invisible currents. Emitting a soft, entrancing light, not foreboding but beckoning, akin to a fading dream upon waking. A delicate melody wafted from within, like a distant piano tune unheard. The air carried a sweet, familiar aroma of spring blooms or freshly brewed tea. Standing at the threshold, torn between curiosity and restraint, the mist wove shapes that materialized and dissipated before recognition. Sometimes familiar faces emerged, other times landscapes foreign to my eyes. It felt like peering through a veil separating reality from a deeper, enigmatic realm. Stepping back, I closed the door gently. The click of the lock dispelled the enchantment. The commonplace sounds of the house resurged, the clocks ticking upstairs, the wind's rustle in the trees, a distant dog's bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs slowly, I carried with me the sense of an extraordinary discovery. In the subsequent days, I revisited the basement, yet the door had vanished, replaced by an impenetrable brick wall. However, on the still nights when wakefulness and sleep intertwined, I perceived that distant melody, pondering if the door lingered hidden, awaiting another seeker. Some doors yield only at specific junctures, when time and space meld in incomprehensible ways. Perhaps it is best so, for the enigma of that basement door illuminated that not all queries necessitate answers, and certain mysteries are lovelier shrouded, akin to ephemeral dreams brushing reality before dissolving into the silver mist of memory. Story 65. Snow drifted down silently that evening in my cozy vintage shop. The flakes pirouetted behind the windows, bathed in the soft glow of classic lamps, casting a warm and inviting aura. The aged wooden shelves murmured gently, harmonizing with the unhurried cadence of the pendulum clock's hands. The air carried the comforting scents of well-loved books and beeswax, a fragrance unique to items steeped in history. As I arranged a stack of volumes, the doorbell sang out with crystalline clarity, announcing a visitor. A rush of chilly air slipped inside, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved instantly on the wooden floor. I turned to greet the guest, only to be momentarily transfixed. Standing at the threshold was a tall, enigmatic figure cloaked in darkness, seeming to absorb the light around them. A broad-brimmed hat shielded their upper face, while a gray wool scarf obscured the lower half. "Good evening," I murmured, striving to maintain a composed demeanor despite a subtle shiver creeping down my spine. The visitor remained silent, moving with grace among the shelves, their gloved hands skimming delicately over the displayed treasures. There was a mesmerizing quality to their motions, as if they danced to an unseen melody. I found myself captivated by their every gesture, noting the peculiar behavior of light around them. Shadows deepened and thickened, almost possessing a tangible presence of their own. Pausing before an antique mirror from the 18th century, a recent addition to my collection, the guest's gloved fingertips traced the gilded frame with deliberate care. The silence in the shop grew weighty, punctuated solely by the clock's measured ticking, each beat stretching languidly. I attempted to catch their reflection in the mirror, only to realize with mounting unease that the glass merely reflected the shelf behind them, as if they existed beyond its reach. Approaching cautiously, I could hear the floorboards whisper beneath my steps. "May I assist you in finding something specific?" I inquired in hushed tones. Slowly, the visitor pivoted towards me, their features obscured by shadows beneath the hat. In a fluid motion, they produced a weathered piece of paper from their coat pocket and unfurled it on the counter beside the register. The list, penned in elegant, archaic script, detailed peculiar items. A mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that unlocks forgotten doors. Reading through the list, I perceived a chill settling in the shop, my breath materializing in small puffs in the frigid air. The objects on the shelves seemed to quiver imperceptibly, as if attuned to the presence of the visitor. "I regret to inform you," I whispered, "that I do not possess these particular items." The visitor remained motionless for a prolonged moment before nodding slowly. Retrieving the paper, they tucked it away with the same fluid grace as before. Drifting towards the exit, they paused before departing. Turning slightly, a sound, more akin to a whisper of thought than a voice, emanated from the scarf. "You will." It wasn't a question, but a statement of absolute certainty. The bell tolled once more as they exited, its resonance deeper, as if echoing from a distant realm. Outside, the snow continued its descent, yet for a fleeting instant the flakes appeared suspended, frozen in time. That night, after securing the shop, I gazed into the antique mirror. Its reflective surface seemed to hold secrets within its silvery depths, and the pendulum clock, the faithful timekeeper, had halted at the precise moment of the visitor's arrival. Since that night, as twilight descends and the light wanes, I find myself drawn to the door, anticipating the chime of the bell. Every object in the shop, too, seems to anticipate, as if we all share the knowledge that the visitor will return in due time. In an antique shop, every item harbors a tale to recount, and perhaps, just perhaps, some objects await the commencement of their own narratives. Story 66. The first time I witnessed the enchantment was on a serene autumn evening. Nestled in my study, engrossed in the pages of an ancient tome, a peculiar shift in the fading daylight caught my attention. Raising my gaze, I beheld an extraordinary sight. The sky above my dwelling slowly dimming, while the surroundings basked in the golden glow of dusk. A subtle yet undeniable contrast unfolded before my eyes. It felt as though an unseen veil had chosen to cloak itself solely over the expanse above my roof. The scent of moist earth and fallen leaves wafted through the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze that set the lace curtains adorning the windows aflutter. Their delicate rustling wove a hypnotic melody, a soothing undertone to this curious natural display. In the days that followed, the phenomenon made its presence known with regularity. Each evening, as the sun embarked on its descent, that particular slice of sky above my abode would adopt darker hues compared to the rest of the heavens. It appeared as if a painter had brushed strokes of gray and midnight blue onto a canvas of azure, crafting a surreal juxtaposition of colors. I found myself entranced by this spectacle, seated in the plush velvet armchair by the window. The aged wooden floor murmured softly underfoot as I shifted to track the progression of this celestial anomaly. The room's atmosphere cooled, and a delicate film of condensation graced the window panes, forming abstract patterns that danced alongside the shadows. One day, amidst my contemplation of this enigma, a new revelation unfolded. Amidst the darkened expanse, tiny pinpricks of light flickered into existence, a celestial dance performed solely for my eyes. Their movements lacked a discernible pattern, but held a mesmerizing quality, almost akin to music. The house's silence seemed to amplify their presence, while the pendulum clocks ticking in the corridor created a rhythmic backdrop that harmonized with their choreography. As weeks drifted by, I discerned subtle responses from the objects within my home to this phenomenon. The antique mirrors reflected a softer, more embracing light. Shadows elongated in peculiar configurations, evoking ancient symbols. The window plants flourished with added vitality during these moments of selective darkness, as if drawing sustenance from the twilight itself. One evening, While seated in my study, a gentle touch graced my shoulder, as if a breeze carried a caress. Startled, I turned, only to find emptiness. The fragrance of aged tomes and weathered wood permeated the room, intensifying as if time itself paused momentarily. The clock's hands continued their steady march, but their ticking seemed distant, ethereal. I began chronicling these occurrences in a diary, meticulously documenting every subtle shift in the darkness's intensity and the accompanying phenomena. The pages filled with intricate descriptions of light's transformations, shadows' dances, and the air's imperceptible yet palpable vibrations. During these moments, my script flowed with newfound elegance and fluidity, as if guided by a gentle, mysterious force. On the stillest nights, a melody seemed to emanate from that shrouded portion of the sky. Indescribable by words, it resonated deep within me, as if the darkness harbored an ancient symphony, a cosmic lullaby heard solely by my dwelling. With time, I learned to embrace this mystery rather than fear it. My home had evolved into a conduit between the mundane and the profound, a vessel where light and shadow waltzed in a dance meant for me alone. Night after night, while the world outside pursued its routines, I found myself ensconced in this cocoon of gentle shadows, in this ballet of light and darkness reserved for my eyes. Embracing the understanding that some mysteries require no unraveling, only immersion, my abode transformed into a sanctuary of marvel. Here, the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined in a perpetual duet of light and shadow, of known and unknown, of reality and reverie. Story 67. The grandfather clock in my study told midnight, its deep resonance enveloping the room in a soothing embrace. Peering up from my worn journal, I anticipated the single chime that usually followed, yet the echoes lingered, melding into a harmonious symphony that seemed to elongate time itself. The soft glow of the lamplight caressed my antique desk, casting shadows that danced with the rising steam from my cup of chamomile tea. Tonight held a peculiar aura, not foreboding but subtly altered, akin to a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness outside the window appeared denser than usual, almost palpable, as if it could seep through the glass at any instant. Intrigued, I stood up, drawn to the enigmatic quality of the night beyond. The aged floorboards whispered beneath my wool-socked steps, their familiar texture a comforting guide. Approaching the window, my reflection in the glass sharpened, yet something was amiss. The mirrored image of myself seemed to lag behind, a fraction of a second delayed, as though time itself struggled to keep pace with reality. A fragrance of night-blooming jasmine enveloped the air, its sweet intoxication weaving a tapestry of elusive memories from distant summer nights. The clock's chimes continued, each note elongated, stretching like honey dripping from a spoon. Turning away, intent on recording these unusual phenomena, I found my journal transforming before my eyes. Ink flowed like a dark river, crafting intricate patterns and words I did not pen. Among them, descriptions of this very night, penned in my own hand, but in a future I had yet to live. The room's temperature subtly fluctuated, a gentle ebb and flow that mirrored my breath. Each exhale brought warmth, each inhale a cool caress against my skin. Shadows in the room pulsated in sync with my breathing, a hypnotic rhythm that lulled the senses. The tea in my cup, when touched, held a duality of warmth and coolness, mirroring the dance of light on its surface. Each sip refilled itself, the liquid maintaining a constant level despite my consumption. The rhythmic ticking of my wristwatch synchronized with the grandfather clock's timeless tolling, weaving a melody of time. I noticed the hands of my watch moving in opposite directions, the hour hand advancing while the minute hand retraced its steps. Yet this contradiction felt harmonious, revealing the essence of time's true nature beyond its linear facade. Words materialized on the journal's pages without my hand guiding them. Time is not a river, but an ocean. Reading these words, I grasped their profound truth. This night was not unending because it refused to conclude. It was eternal because it encompassed all moments at once, like a dream uniting past, present, and future in a single breath. The darkness beyond the windows morphed into a tranquil void, not menacing but inviting, like a gentle embrace awaiting the world. Through its depths, glimpses of alternate versions of my study flickered, different instances of this perpetual night existing concurrently. My reflection in the window moved independently, choosing varied pursuits, reading different books, writing different words, not savoring tea at distinct intervals. We acknowledged each other with serene nods, voyagers sharing one space across divergent times. Settling back into my chair, a profound serenity enveloped me. The clock's chimes stretched out, each one a separate existence, concealing worlds of experience within the spaces between sounds. The night cocooned me in an infinite tapestry of moments, each one whole and flawless unto itself. I comprehended that this night would never truly cease, not due to time's halt but its expansion, unveiling its genuine essence. Somewhere I perpetually sat in this study, observing the breathing darkness, attuned to the eternal tolling of the clock, dwelling in this perfect moment that encompassed all moments. Thus I linger in this unending night, penning words that have always existed, sipping tea that never cools, witnessing time unfurl as a ceaseless waltz of the present. The darkness outside pulses with potential, the clock's chimes echo an eternal melody, and I exist in this everlasting moment, harmoniously at peace with the infinite night. Story 68. The night held its own breath, a symphony of soft whispers blending with the gentle cadence of rain tapping on the rooftop. Startled awake in the midnight hours, a common occurrence of late, yet this time felt different. Bathed in the pale moonlight filtering through the curtains, an unexpected sight greeted me on the nightstand. An ancient brass key. Intricately adorned along its edges, it exuded a sense of familiarity that puzzled my mind. Cold to the touch, the key's weight belied its small form, its surface bearing the weathered patina of time's caress. Unlike any key I had seen, it lacked the typical ridges or grooves, its smooth profile hinting at a history veiled in mystery. Floral designs intertwined with cryptic symbols, evoking a language long forgotten, etched into its surface. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from my bed, beckoned to explore the enigma before me. The house, veiled in shadows, appeared transformed by the night, its contours shifting in the dim light. Guided by the faint bluish glow emanating from the key, I traversed the rooms, the wooden floor murmuring beneath my steps. The scent of aged wood and yellowed paper wafted in the night air, enveloping me in a cocoon of nostalgia and intrigue. At each door, I hesitated, bringing the key near without attempting to unlock them, sensing an unseen resonance between the key and the wood. It was in my study that the mystery deepened. The antique bookcase, a relic from my grandfather, hummed in harmony with the key's glow. As I traced the key along its edges, a subtle vibration thrummed through my fingers, accompanied by a faint, melodic hum that resonated in the air. Shadows danced on the walls, stirred by the pulsing light that seemed to pulse with a hidden heartbeat. A profound connection thrummed between the key and the bookcase, an ancient bond long forgotten in time. With a steady hand, I pressed the key against the central panel of the bookcase, an invisible force guiding my actions. A sigh, deep and resonant, reverberated through the room as the wood surface rippled like a pond disturbed by a stone. In the polished wood, fleeting images flickered, a glimpse of faces and places lost to memory. Time seemed suspended, the air thick with the weight of centuries past, shadows stirring as if stirred by a newfound awareness. As dawn crept over the horizon, I found myself seated at my desk, the key clutched tightly in my hand. The morning light dispelled the shadows, yet the echo of the night's events lingered in the air. The bookcase stood silent, its secrets veiled once more. In the days that followed, the key lost its ethereal glow but retained its enigmatic heaviness. On quiet nights, a faint vibration still whispered from the bookcase, a haunting reminder of the connection forged that fateful night. The key now rests in a velvet-lined drawer, a silent sentinel of mysteries untold. In the depths of night's embrace, it calls out to me, a siren song of secrets waiting to be unveiled. Perhaps it was not I who found the key, but the key that found me, entwining our fates in a dance of shadows and light. And so I ponder the enigma of a key without a lock, a portal to realms unknown, its secrets guarded by the silence of the night. Story 69. The mist clung to my ankles as I strolled along the winding path behind my grandmother's ancient home. The first light of morning struggled to pierce through the dense darkness that enveloped this hidden sanctuary. The air hung heavy with moisture, carrying the enchanting fragrance of decaying leaves mingled with an elusive, ancient essence that teased my senses. It had only been a fortnight since I inherited this estate, and while the house beckoned with open arms, it was the enigmatic garden that whispered to my soul from the shadows. Stretching behind the Victorian manor, the garden was cradled by weathered stone walls cloaked in ivy, so dark it seemed to drink in the very light around it. What captivated me most was the way the towering trees encircling the garden leaned inward, creating a natural canopy so thick that even the sun's brightest rays struggled to penetrate its depths. This garden had been my grandmother's domain for over 6 decades, yet in all my youthful visits, I had never witnessed her tend to it. Inquiries about the garden had always been met with a serene smile and her cryptic words, "Some places prefer to tend themselves, dear." As a child, I dismissed her musings as whimsy, but now, as I wandered through the perpetual twilight of this magical place, her words carried a profound wisdom that resonated within me. My footsteps fell silent on the damp earth, as if the ground itself cradled my presence in reverent hush. The flora here bore an otherworldly beauty, unlike any I had encountered before. Ivory roses bloomed without a trace of color, their petals radiating a soft luminescence in the dim light. Ferns spiraled in intricate patterns, their delicate fronds reaching out like curious tendrils whenever I drew near. But it was the mushrooms, forming perfect circles with caps of a mysterious blue-gray hue, that held me spellbound. They seemed to pulse with a gentle glow, casting a surreal aura over the garden. As I ventured deeper, an unsettling awareness crept over me. Every plant, every blade of grass, every leaf, each seemed to shy away as I approached, only to slowly pivot and face me as I passed by. There was no breeze to explain their eerie dance. It was as though the garden itself was sentient, observing my every step with a silent curiosity. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, its basin dry yet untouched by time's embrace. Carved with cryptic symbols that seemed to shift and sway with a life of their own, the fountain exuded a palpable aura of mystery. As I traced a symbol with my fingertip, a gentle warmth emanated from the stone, accompanied by a faint hum that resonated through me, as if awakening some slumbering magic. In that moment, a distant melody brushed against my senses, ethereal and haunting. It was then that I beheld the butterflies. Not the vibrant creatures of ordinary gardens, but ethereal beings of purest white, their translucent wings reminiscent of snowflakes kissed by dawn's light. They danced among the pale blooms, leaving shimmering trails of silver in their wake that hung in the air, weaving intricate patterns akin to celestial constellations. Transfixed, I discerned a hidden language being inscribed by these ghostly messengers, a script that tantalizingly eluded my conscious understanding, like half-remembered dreams slipping through my grasp. A chill descended, and I instinctively drew my sweater closer, only to realize my watch had ceased its ticking, time itself a captive in this timeless realm. Hours seemed to meld into eternity within the garden's unchanging embrace. The pages of my grandmother's diary, discovered in her study after she departed this world, held but a single entry about the garden. It existed before us, and it shall endure long after. We are but guests in its realm. It claims us, not the other way around. Some gardens cultivate flowers, but this one nurtures secrets. Standing amidst the spectral ballet of butterflies and swaying foliage, I grasped the truth that this garden was a realm unto itself, governed by laws beyond mortal comprehension. I observed how no birds graced the skies above, how shadows danced independently of any light source, and how blooms unfurled and faded in a cyclical rhythm that defied logic. The garden pulsed with an enigmatic vitality, a living entity with mysteries woven into its very essence. As twilight whispered its approach, though how I discerned this in the garden's unchanging light remained a mystery, I retraced my steps toward the house. The path seemed altered, yet my footprints lingered in the moist soil as silent witnesses to my passage. New blossoms had emerged where none had bloomed before, their secrets veiled within petals tightly clasped. Before departing the garden's threshold, I cast a final glance backward. Amidst the mist and the pallid blooms, near the ancient fountain, a figure, perhaps my grandmother, seemed to tend to the impossible flora. But with a blink, the vision dissolved, leaving me alone with the garden's timeless whispers that murmured, "Welcome home." That night, as I settled into bed, a solitary white butterfly alighted upon my windowsill, casting shadows that seemed to script cryptic messages upon my chamber walls. Drifting into slumber, I pondered if the garden had chosen me as it had chosen my grandmother generations ago. In dreams woven with the fountain's haunting melody, I grasped the essence of why some places shunned the sun's light, for they harbored a radiance born of secrets older than the very fabric of time itself. Story 70. The wooden floor murmured beneath my feet as I wandered through the hallway in the dimming glow of dusk. Grandma's abode had always possessed a unique way of conversing, each plank eager to share a tale of its own. The air carried hints of lavender and aged timber, a comforting aroma that had accompanied me through every summer of my youth. However, on this particular evening, an unfamiliar aura lingered. I halted before the weathered attic door, drawn to a detail that had previously eluded my notice. The white paint, worn and chipped, bore peculiar markings upon its surface. Drawing nearer, I discerned that these were not merely random scratches left by the passage of time. They seemed to weave a deliberate design, as though someone, or something, had endeavored to inscribe a message from within. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting amber hues that stretched like fingers of light across the walls. Solemn quiet enveloped the house, broken only by the steady rhythm of the grandfather clock downstairs and the whispering of leaves stirred by the wind outside. I tentatively traced my fingertips over the marks, feeling the rough texture of the etched wood beneath my touch. The patterns were precise, almost geometric in their arrangement. Some marks ran deep, while others barely grazed the surface, hinting at multiple instances of their creation. How many times had I passed by this door, oblivious to its hidden story? Grandma had never spoken of strange noises emanating from the attic, yet as I reflected, I recalled her consistent avoidance of those stairs. A chill breeze grazed my neck, causing a shiver to ripple through me. The hallway appeared elongated, the shadows denser. Retrieving the aged brass key from its hook on the wall, I felt its weight and chill in my palm. Adorned with faded floral motifs, the key bore witness to the passage of time. With hesitant resolve, I inserted it into the lock, sensing a faint resistance within the mechanism. As I turned the key, a subtle noise caught my ear, a slow, deep exhalation, almost imperceptible, seeming to originate from beyond the door. I stood frozen, heart quickening its pace within my chest. The sound ceased abruptly, leaving a void filled only by the house's silent vigil. Hands trembling, I activated the flashlight on my phone. The beam pierced the shadows, unveiling hidden details on the door's surface. The scratches coalesced into a circular motif, spiraling inward upon itself. At the center, a discovery stole my breath away, a sequence of numbers etched with delicate precision, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Struggling to decipher these enigmatic digits, a faint recollection surfaced from the depths of memory. Grandma had once alluded to a hidden diary within the house, a repository of family secrets she had kept guarded. Though she never disclosed its whereabouts, I recalled the distant look in her eyes as she spoke, as if safeguarding something precious. The wind outside intensified, causing the aged windows to groan in protest. Shadows in the hallway seemed to waltz to an ethereal melody. A connection whispered between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary, yet a force held me back from venturing further. Was it intuition or the wisdom passed down through generations of my lineage? Slowly retreating, I fancied I heard a soft scratching emanating from within the attic. Not a menacing sound, but a gentle, methodical caress, as if someone patiently etched a new message. Casting one final glance at the door, the fading daylight lent an eerie luminescence to the scratches, as though they possessed a light of their own. That night, nestled in bed, thoughts of those numbers swirled in my mind. I transcribed them into my journal, vowing to return the following day for further investigation. Yet at daybreak, the attic door appeared unmarred, devoid of any visible markings. Only the brass key, hanging on its hook, retained a peculiar gleam, as if harboring a secret not yet ripe for revelation. Since that day, each visit to Grandma's residence finds me pausing before that door. Sometimes I glimpse the scratches resurface in the dim light. Other times, I catch a whisper of that slow breath from beyond. However, I have never dared to breach its threshold again. Certain enigmas, perhaps, are best left undisturbed, safeguarded within the silence of an ancient abode and within the memories of those attuned to its murmurs.